Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Secret Healing Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ever since Inko found out her son had an incredible quirk, she made him swear to not tell anyone. They had found on day after Izuku had fallen over. Inko thought that he probably would need stitches, but once she had got her stuff ready to go to the doctor, the cut was gone and Izuku was grinning. Inko was ecstatic that he had a quirk, but once she realized he had a healing quirk, her stomach dropped. She never allowed him to register his quirk and never allowed him to use it outside of the house. Of course, it broke her heart that he would be seen quirkless in this world, but it would be better than forcing him into a state of constant anxiety and suspicion if his quirk was ever to be known. She would allow him to be like every other child in their neighborhood. She wanted him to have as much normalcy as possible before all sorts of people would eventually find out about his quirk. It was inevitable. Izuku wanted to help people indiscriminately and eventually would want to utilize his quirk. Inko knew that he would do so much good for others, but at the moment she just wanted her baby boy to grow up in a healthy and relatively normal environment. Izuku loved his mom. He understood that she had a reason to keep his quirk a secret, but he wanted to be like all the other kids desperately. It would make the tormenting go away and he would be accepted as a normal boy. It really got to Izuku when Kaken had finally decided to stop being his friend when they were Izuku wanted to play heroes and villains with Kaken and the others, but Kaken finally snapped. "You're a quirkless loser, we don't want your uselessness infecting us, so stay away." Izuku didn't think that Kaken was being serious, so he got up and laughed it off, believing it was Kaken just being Kaken, but it wasn't. The next thing he knew, the scent of burning flesh was suffocating him and heard laughter form around him. He grabbed his shoulder in reflex but instantly pulled away when he felt goo cling to his fingers. Eventually a teacher came over to see what was going on. Before Izuku could get a word in, Kaken had told the teacher that he had accidentally ran into one of his explosions. Despite the obvious lie, the teacher scolded Kaken for quirk use and sent Izuku to the nurse's office with a slip explaining the events with a note to call his mom to pick him up and take him home. By the time his mom arrived at the school, he had his burns treated and was waiting to go home. His mom came through the door in a rush and started checking him over. "Don't worry mom, it's been sorted out." Izuku really didn't want his mom to worry about him, so he brushed off her concerns with the thought of healing it once they got home. Inko singed him out for the day and took him to an ice cream place before going home to try and cheer him up. It worked. Since his mum thought it was an accident, the next time it happened a year later, instead of sitting on the floor, he ran into the bathroom and activated his quirk. He could feel the burn on his body and pushed his cells to start to repair the wound. He didn't need to wait until he had access to the brain because it was his own body. The process only took around 5 seconds before his skin was left with nothing but a small scar. He walked down to his locker and put on his P-shirt in favor of just telling his teachers that he had spilt something on his shirt instead of being inflicted with a severe wound. The next day, he put a spare shirt in with his PE kit for future inconveniences. The attacks grew more violent and regular as time went on. Sometimes Izuku would need to heal his own wounds in the bathroom because they would bleed out onto his shirt and leave massive stains. The first time his mum saw them, she started to freak out. Not wanting to cause any trouble, he just lied and told her he fell over on his way home. It wasn't worth getting his mum worried about trivial matters like this. Still, Izuku couldn't comprehend that people would be so violent towards someone because of a part of themselves that they couldn't control. He knew that he wasn't quirkless and that one day he would be able to use his quirk and the relentless teasing would subside, but he knew for some people that it would never stop. Having no way to change a mutant quirk or actually being quirkless and never developing one point blank. Present-day society needed to change, and if Izuku was going to help people, he was going to need to repaint the overall picture. Despite all the suffering, Izuku never broke his mother's promise. He kept his quirk to himself and pushed through his own turmoil to allow his mum peace of mind, even though his life would be quieter if everyone knew he had a quirk. He still hadn't broken it up to his last year of middle school. In fact, after years of prolonged abuse and a healing quirk, things get pretty routine. Go to school, greet the nice PE teacher that never questioned why he always needed to change shirts, do work in the library, try to run from Katsuki, fail, heal in the bathroom, rinse and repeat. Luckily, Katsuki was smart enough to stop going for any visible places by the time they were 8, so it made hiding scars much easier. Due to the lack of friends at school, Izuku found himself drawn towards social media and apps such as Greenlight. The site let users message anonymously and had chat rooms and certain pages for different interests. After a while of using it, he had grown attached to a few other users. Big Pikachu, currently exploding, and Fuck Off I'm Tired. He had met them through different forums, and on occasion they would message between themselves but seemed to stick to DMing Izuku separately, not that he minded. Currently Exploding and Fuck Off I'm Tired were mostly online late in the day, so while Izuku was in school he would mostly end up talking to Big Pikachu. Big Pikachu insisted on Izuku using his name Kaminari. Izuku insisted on being referred to as Midoriya. The conversation was going on. He was sat at his desk waiting for the next teacher to appear and start the lesson. Kaminari made an offhand joke that made Izuku laugh. Despite his attempts at keeping quiet, the others in the class heard the foreign noise and looked at him with communal shock. Izuku hardly spoke in class, so to hear him laugh was an unheard of occasion. The one person who was in the most shock was Kaken. No one had made Izuku laugh besides him, and that was 7 years ago when they were 6. Now he was laughing at his phone, and no one knew why. Katsuki didn't like it. He was the one that was supposed to know what Izuku liked and didn't like, his weaknesses, pet peeves and favorite foods. He made sure he would be the only one when he basically forced everyone into isolating Izuku from the school's social network. Now someone else was talking to him and disobeying his orders. Katsuki got said. He was the best in the school, everyone listened to him. Hell, even the teachers did. He watched at the greenlit, stopped laughing, a faint apology coming from his lips, and looked back down at his phone with a smile and started texting. I wonder who he's texting. Came from a few rows down. It was a girl with 2 braids and a pair of glasses. He's been texting them for a while now, huh? Yeah, seems so, must be a few months. Surprised anyone would talk to a freak like him though. You don't want to be affected by his condition. A few months? Had Katsuki really not noticed? Since when did the freak show have anything to smile about, let alone someone to message? Katsuki got up. Everyone in the class but Deku looked over. He was just sat smiling as he texted some irrelevant extra, not even flinching. He started to walk over to Deku, everyone's eyes on him as he did. It all dawned on them that what was about to happen wasn't going to be favorable towards Deku. Some people think that Katsuki is too extreme and needs to back off a bit, but no one would ever admit it in fear of any repercussions. Katsuki slammed his hands down on Deku's desk, making him flinch and shrink into his seat. Who the F are you texting? Katsuki said as he made eye contact with Deku. Instead of breaking it, he held his gaze and shrunk further into his chair. Deku looked down at his phone and looked back up to Katsuki. Just a friend. He hadn't stopped stuttering, so he clearly didn't change too much. Before Deku could react, Katsuki ripped his phone from the nerd's hands and started looking through the messages. Katsuki saw red. He had actually made a friend, not from their school but online. Who the F is this? He turned back to Deku and watched as he resisted the urge to grab his phone back. No one that you know. He goes to a different school. Is he a friend? He asked, malice embedded in his voice. The nerd didn't respond. He looked between the phone and Katsuki, not saying a word. Katsuki didn't like repeating himself. Deku knew this. He grabbed the nerd's collar and brought him to eye level, which was a few inches off the ground for Deku. No one will ever be friends with a waste of space like you. Leave the poor son of a bitch alone and do what I tell you. He dropped Deku and slammed his phone on the desk. As he was turning to walk back, he barely registered the fool pick his phone up. You're wrong. What? Katsuki turned to face Deku. I have friends for once. And if you're so pretentious as to believe that people don't care about me, then you need to get your head checked out, Katsuki, and stop living in whatever delusion you've created. Deku basically spat his name out of his mouth, as if it had personally offended him. His face went lax as he realized what he had done. Deku grabbed his bag and shot out of the classroom and closed the door just as the teacher was entering for the next class. Izuku registered the roar of rage and the footsteps behind him. He didn't need to turn around to know that Bakugo was charging after him. Teachers told him to stop running, but when they noticed Bakugo rounding the corner with just as much pace, they let Izuku by and tried to get Bakugo to stop running. They were all futile attempts, but it was the first time that they were stopping Bakugo and not Izuku. Small wins. He shot out of the doors to the school and was almost at the gates when Bakugo got too close for comfort. He dropped to the ground in order to dodge the explosion aimed at the back of his head. Izuku let out a little yelp and scrambled to get up to carry on going towards the gates, but as he looked over his shoulder and saw that Bakugo was being restrained by the PE teacher. He was only 6 feet and aiming monstrous blasts in Izuku's general direction, however small enough as to not hurt his teacher. Just run, kid. I don't know what happened, but once he gets free, you better be far away. Izuku took that as his cue to leave. He sprinted home and left no thought of stopping. Once he got home, he was met with his mother's concern. God, he had done so well at not disrupting the cycle the last few years, only to F it up because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Hey Mum, he said with a hesitant smile, bracing himself for a hug. As if on K, his mother's arms wrapped round him and squeezed him tight. What are you doing home, sweetie? Did school get let out early? She looked him up and down for any visible injuries that might have appeared. Not really. He didn't want to tell his mum, but if Izuku didn't tell her, the school would, and he couldn't do that to her. I talked back to Baku Kakin and he didn't take it too well. I had to run away before anything could get out of control. He looked up at his mum expecting to see pity or sympathy, but all that was there was understanding and anger. I knew you and Bakugo had drifted apart, but I didn't think that it was this bad. I'll tell Dash. She was cut off by the phone ringing. They both knew it was the school. It was inevitable that his mum would be called in. Izuku just didn't know that it would be so soon. Yes. Speaking. Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you. Bye. Inko put down the phone and faced Izuku. They've just called me in. I don't want you to come just in case Bakugo is there, okay? Sounds good, Mum. I'll get started on dinner. Izuku took off his jacket and put on the apron in the kitchen. Thank you, Zuku. I'll be back by 6. Inko put her jacket on and opened the door to leave. Bye, Mum. Inko was walking under a bridge on her way to Aldra. She was oblivious to the sound of the drain opening. Oblivious to the villain getting out. Oblivious to it looming over her. A medium-sized meat sack to hide in. The villain quickly closed off her airways and held her arms still. Inko couldn't put up much of a fight, but she tried her demon well hardest. She thought of Zuku and how difficult it would be if he were alone in this world. Hisashi still sent child support, but Inko knew that would barely pay rent. She clawed at the goo, praying to whatever sick entity was watching over the situation. Her vision started to go black and eventually she slipped into nothingness. She didn't want to leave Zuku, but God, it was so peaceful. Zuku was on call with Kaminari whilst cooking dinner for him and his mum. So, you can cook, huh? Kaminari's voice came through the speaker. You're gonna have to make something for me one day. Izuku plated up the food and left it in the oven so that it wouldn't go cold too quickly. If you make it pro, then I guess we have a deal. Izuku knew Kami had his heart set on being a pro, but the boy seemed to be skeptical of his own abilities. I'm only going to be able to go pro if you tutor me, Mito. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I can help you strategize your quirk with you if you want. That only if you want it, obviously. You don't have to say, yes, I was just speaking without think dash. Of course, dude, that would be really helpful. Cool. Izuku went to go sit on the sofa while he waited for his mother to return home. It was almost 6, so he knew she would be back soon. Dude. Kaminari chimed up and caught Izuku's attention. There was a villain fight near your area. It looks like there was a casualty too. It might be on the news, let me check. Izuku grabbed the remote and changed over to the news channel. It was just like Kaminari said, someone had died while being held hostage by a villain. He wished his mum would hurry home, especially with the new murder being reported. Then the doorbell rang. Izuku didn't know why, but his blood ran cold. I've gotta go, Kami, I think my mum's back. Izuku picked up his phone. Cool, dude, I'll speak to you later. Yeah? Yeah. Izuku pressed end call and walked over to the door. His conscience told him to leave it and ignore it, but his body subconsciously opened the door. There were 2 officers standing in uniform. Is you dad home, kid? No, it's just me and my mum at the moment." Their faces dropped. One started looking around trying to avoid looking at Izuku while the other got down to his level and made eye contact. "Your mother was caught up in a villain hostage situation." Izuku didn't need to hear the rest to know what happened. He saw the news. The next couple of hours were a blur. Izuku was taken down to the police station while things were being taken care of and looked over. His mum and dad never finalized the divorce contract, and there were monthly payments coming through, so Izuku just said his dad was out of the country and sending them money from his job. The officers decided this was a decent answer and allowed Izuku to keep staying in his apartment. Inko's will stated that everything would go to Izuku and to not have a funeral. So, Izuku left the police station with enough savings to last him a while and an urn with his mother's ashes. Izuku didn't process he was home until he was sitting at the table with his mother's ashes placed in a cabinet to the left of the table. And then he broke. Years of built-up frustration and anguish rushed out of him. A gut-wrenching scream resonated through the apartment and past the walls. The neighbors would normally knock and complain about the noise, but they all knew of the situation and didn't have the heart to tell a grieving child to be quiet. Izuku didn't know how long he had been sobbing, but he decided it was worse being in the house than out on the streets at night. He put on a jumper, mask and his reed trainers and jumped out of his window and onto the fire escape. After a while of walking, Izuku found that the cold air was able to ground him and bring some sense of control over his emotions. As he was walking down a fairly busy street near the red light district when he heard some grunting in pain. Izuku stopped and stood at the end of the alley that the noises were coming from. As he walked down it, he saw a guy laying on the ground with a pool of blood starting to develop underneath him. Immediately Izuku rushed over and pulled the guy into recovery position in case he was going to vomit. He checked for a pulse. Thankfully the man was alive. So alive that he grunted and started to push Izuku away. "I'm fine, kid. I don't need your help." The man was dressed fully in black with a gray scarf wrapped around his neck. He had yellow goggles covering his eyes and a large gash in his abdomen. "Sir, I'm inclined to disagree with you. Is there a hospital near here that could help you?" Izuku helped the man sit up and kept his hand on his back for support. "I don't do massive hospitals. There's an underground clinic a couple of blocks down, I'll just go there." The man got up and began to stagger off but started to fall. Izuku grabbed his arm and allowed the man to lean on him. "I'll follow your directions, just lean on me as to no put too much strain on your wound." Izuku followed the man's directions and ended up standing in front of a door down an alleyway. The clinic advertised themselves as indiscriminate and open to everyone. "These places exist?" he said in a low whisper. "They aren't as common anymore, but there are a few around. They treat whoever pays and don't ask questions." Izuku opened the door and saw a few people waiting in a fairly new waiting room. Izuku and the man hobbled round to a door that had the sign and E hanging above it. "It's about to get a bit noisy, kid." Izuku nodded and watched the door open. There were around 10 beds lining the far wall and curtains pulled to give them privacy from the other beds. Half of them were occupied by various patients in various stages of pain. For workers were running around the ward all doing their own procedure, each seemingly unaware of what was going on around them. Izuku walked the man over to one of the beds and helped him onto it. The man took off his shirt and laid back with a sigh. One of the nurses came from around the curtain and tooted, "Eraser, I thought you said you wouldn't be needing to come back here for a while." She raised an eyebrow at the man. Despite being young, she held herself with confidence and knowledge of what she was doing. "That was the plan, but this kid insisted that I get checked out." He motioned towards Izuku, and the woman looked over to him. "Cheers, kid. Zashi would kill me if I left this dolt get killed. I'll finish up with this guy and be over as soon as I can, might be a while, so sit tight." Izuku looked at the wound and notices that it would just need stitches. "I can sort it out if it would be easier on you guys," he chirped up before the woman left. Both of the adults looked at him questionably. "It'll just need stitches, right? It won't be too difficult to sort out, so I should be able to do it." He started inspecting the wound and thought it would need cleaning before he would do anything. "What?" Izuku looked up and realized what he just said. "I am able to do basic tea things like stitches and stuff. I don't have to do it. I just thought it would lighten the load." He looked over to the woman. She seemed to be smiling. If you could, kiddo. It would help us out a load, that's if Eraser is cool with it. They both looked over to the man. He sighed and nodded. Izuku got to work by taking his jumper off and pulling up the cart that was next to the bed. He sat down on a stool and grabbed some gloves out of the box. He was looking over the contents of the drawers as he was putting the gloves on. The stitching equipment was in the third drawer down. Izuku got out the necessary stuff and got to preparing the wound. Eraser ethied in air and looked down at the kid that was now cleaning out his cut with ease. He readied the needle and thread. Before he started, he looked up at Eraser. This might hurt a bit. Do you have anything that you can bite down on? Izawa put his scarf in his mouth and put his thumb up in acknowledgement that he was ready. Izawa was not ready. It stung like a beach. He let out a muffled cry and bit down on his scarf. I'm almost done, just don't faint. Was this kid serious? He's stitching Izawa back together with no painkillers and told him to bear with it. But the kid was right, he was almost done. The boy cut the last thread and sat up straight. He looked over his work with a smile and looked up at Izawa. I'll get you a cold rag, gimme a second. He came back with a cold towel to put on his forehead to cool Izawa down and clean off any sweat that was most likely on his face. Good job. The kid looked over from the cart and realized he hadn't given his name. Just call me Asclepius. Izuku said with a nod. Eraserhead, he nodded back. Obviously, it would have been easier to just use his quirk on Eraserhead, but he didn't want to cause a scene. If the man had been on the verge of death, then yeah, Izuku wouldn't hesitate to use his quirk. But until he meets someone in that situation, it's better to use his quirk as discreetly as possible or to just rely on traditional methods. Do you mind if I put on a bandage? Nah, go ahead. Izuku got out some cotton and a bandage from one of the cabinets opposite the bed. While facing away, he nicked his arm with a sharp piece of plastic and wiped the blood on the gauze. He grabbed antiseptic cream and put it over the top so Eraser wouldn't notice. It worked. He only needs to get his blood into a person's body to activate his quirk. This was the most subtle way Izuku could think of. Speeding up Eraser's recovery would benefit him in the long run. He walked back over to the bed and applied the gauze and bandage. You're unnaturally good at this. Eraser mumbled under his breath. Izuku wasn't sure whether he was supposed to hear, but the man was looking at him for a reply, so he needed to think of a logical response. As if he was going to tell a pro that it was developed through years of practicing on himself in order to not worry his mum. Just practice, I want to be a doctor, so it would make sense that know how to do some stuff. Izuku taped the bandage down in place and took his gloves off. He grabbed a plaster that was on the counter and put it on his cut. Eraser didn't seem convinced by Izuku's answer but didn't get a chance to question it because the nice lady form before came round the curtain. I heard you were trying to become a doctor? She gave Izuku a mischievous grin like she had planned his next 10 years of life for him. If you want, you can do some work around here to get some experience. She had definitely planned his next 10 years. I don't think it's completely legal, he said, glancing to Eraser. I would love to, but I've got a lot going on and school exams are starting and, though, he was currently breaking the law through illegal quirk usage as he spoke, but no one knew that. Plus, he wasn't planning on going back to school, not with Bakugo out for blood. Whoa, kiddo. Let's slow down for a sec, yeah? Izuku closed his mouth and started tapping his finger to try and give himself a way to keep up with his thoughts without mumbling. It's cool if you're busy, I was just offering in case you wanted to get a head start in medicine. And I wouldn't worry about this place being the most legal, no daylight heroes know about it. It's a gray place, so it's mostly just underground heroes and any other rats that find their way in here. A few patients and other staff members were listening into this conversation and decided to take offense. The nurse started laughing and ruffled Izuku's hair in reassurance. It was nice. It's the first piece of reassurance that he's received within the last 24 hours, and it wasn't even to do with his mother's passing. Izuku missed her. He'd barely been without her, and he was starting to come to the realization that he won't see her again. His thoughts started to speed up in his mind, causing his brain to fly out of control. Apparently, his mental state was outwardly showing because he was being talked out of hyperventilation by Eraserhead. The man had guided Izuku to sit on the bed and began rubbing circles on his back. Eraser had changed his own breathing pattern to make it slower and louder so that Izuku could fall into the same rhythm instead of his attempts at irregular, and to be honest painful, breathing. Once he had more control over his emotions, he wiped his tears. He felt like he was being watched, so he quickly skimmed the room and saw that one of the doctors was standing by the curtain in case things had gotten out of hand for whatever reason. After intensely staring at Izuku for a while, the man seemed to think that things had calmed down and walked back to one of the computers on a desk near the medical cabinets. Don't worry about him, it's just Sato being Sato. You wouldn't believe it, but he's actually very caring. Somehow Izuku could believe that. Anyway, Eraser interjected, "You good now, kid?" Izuku realized that he was still leaning on Eraser and sat upright. "Yeah. I didn't mean to cause you guys to worry, sorry." Izuku looked down at his hands in his lap and started picking at his fingers. "It's not a problem. That came out of nowhere though. You gonna be alright, Asclepius?" Eraserhead looked down at Izuku with concern. It was a slightly foreign concept that anyone, besides his mother and the PE teacher, would be concerned about him. "Asclepius?" "Yeah, it's what the kid wanted me to call him. Is there something wrong with it?" Eraser raised his eyebrow and glanced over to the nurse. "Not really. It's just a bit funny, considering the god of medicine is Asclepius." "Oh my god, I never thought of it like that. I swear I didn't mean to make myself sound like I have a god complex. I just thought that it would be a fitting alias to go by considering we are in a hospital and everything. I can change it to something more subtle if it's too much of a problem." Izuku had basically just word vomited on the two adults who had pulled him out of a fit of hysteria just moments before. Then he started using a name of a god. He wouldn't be surprised if they regretted letting him into the clinic, let alone treat Eraser. "Whoa, let's calm down a bit, yeah? I just thought it was a smart name, that's all." The reassurance subdued his re-emerging panic attack. "I'm Min Yamada, by the way. Just call me Yamada." She beamed at Izuku. However, he couldn't help but notice her first name was Chinese, but her family name is Japanese. Was she a foreign exchange when she was a kid? Probably not, because she would still have a Chinese family name. So, it was most likely adoption or one of her parents were Chinese. Bang on kid. Izuku realized he had been muttering again. Despite Bakugu's forceful attempts at getting him to break the habit, Izuku found that it helped him study and memorize content from his medical and school books more efficiently. There was a reason why he was top of his class. But his habit made people around him uncomfortable and cautious, just like how the present situation was doomed to turn out. "I'm so sorry, you probably found that really creepy. I try and keep my mumbling to a minimum, but it gets out of hand quite often." Things just kept getting worse. First, he implied that he was a god, and now he had analyzed Yamada's family without having any previous information on them. The only adults that have shown interest in him in ages are definitely regretting the little time spent with him. Anything but. By the sounds of it, you've got incredible talent of analyzing that most hero companies would kill for. If you keep nurturing that talent, you won't have any problems trying to find a job in the future. Yamada was in front of Izuku in an instant. She had taken his hands in hers and was overly excited about Izuku's analysis, more than other people had ever been. It was another unfamiliar encounter that was throwing Izuku off. Or, Yamada carried on, "You could work here. I'm sure the others really wouldn't mind. You don't have to answer now, but I'd love to have you follow me around and help out around here." Yamada was dead set on having Izuku work at the clinic. "We'd pay you and everything. Just think about it, Asclepius." Yamada walked off, most likely to help out with the load of work that seemed to have sped up since Izuku had been there. "She seems to have taken a liking to you, problem child." Eraserhead was putting his shirt on and gathering his things to leave. Izuku took it as his K to get out of everyone's hair and followed Eraser out of the doors. "Problem child?" Izuku knew his voice broke on every syllable possible, but at the moment, his thoughts were preoccupied with the tragic nickname. "Things are a bit difficult at the moment, so I don't know whether to take up the offer. He'll need to get a job soon anyways." He hadn't realized that he had his mask on, so when he brought his hand to his face, he was slightly shocked. Eraserhead and Yamada never brought it up. Izuku left it to the possibility that they were following the clinic didn't ask questions rule. They hadn't asked about his quirk either. It was the first time he's spoken to someone as an equal, since he made friends with his online mates. A child shouldn't have to worry about money. Shouldn't you be aiming to be a hero or something? Isn't that what most kids your age are doing? The pair were out of the clinic and walking out of the alleyway towards the main street. Not a chance. The answer seemed to confuse Eraser because the man was looking at Izuku like he had just grown 2 heads. However, that might not be an accurate saying this day and age. I've seen what hero culture and the implications that quirks have done to society. We base people's self-worth off of genetics. I don't want to partake in something so twisted, let alone fuel it. Izuku couldn't tell exactly, but when he looked up at Eraserhead, he thought he saw him grinning behind his scarf. But that could just be Izuku's sleep deprivation starting to pour through. You're not going to go villain on me, kid? Izuku didn't hesitate to inflict whiplash while shaking his head. Never. It's one of the stupidest ways of get things done. Izuku was throwing his hands around like it would make his opinions more valid. As soon as your actions turn violent, you've lost any validation and credit you may have possessed. Tell that to the villains on the street. They need to have some sense like yours talked into them. Izuku laughed to that. So, what are you planning on doing then? Izuku debated on whether to not tell Eraser about his current difficulties. It would be nice to have someone aware of his current ongoing circumstances in case someone kidnapped him for his quirk. Plus, Eraserhead was a teacher at Ude. He was probably trustworthy. A combat medic. Eraser's steps faltered. Izuku knew what he's just done. Telling Eraser he wanted to be a combat medic essentially told the man he had a healing quirk, mostly because only people with healing quirks could be combat medics. Other people who were on scene in a villain fight were just put into the first responders label. Saying you have a healing quirk in present-day society was basically putting a large target on your back that says, I'm worth killing for. There were only 2 other people in Japan that healing quirks, and they were always sought after. One was Recovery Girl who stayed in Musutafu and lower, while the other was Repair Mate who worked in Kanagawa and above. The 2 pros decided between themselves that it would be easier to split the country in half to even out the workload. They were managing fine, but the population of Japan knew that Recovery Girl would retire soon, and the country were in dire need of healers. People online were speculating that the government were looking into buying halers from other countries. They were that desperate. Izuku trusted Eraserhead. Maybe it was from the presence he gave off? Izuku didn't know, but he took the risk. He needed someone to look over him now. His mum was gone in case something happened to him. You have a healing quirk? Eraser whispered in a stressed tone. Izuku just nodded. What the hell do you think you're doing out here this late at night? Your parents must be worried sick. Aizawa was looking Izuku in the eyes, then a look of speculation washed over him. What are you doing out? People with healing quirks get a supervisor to keep them safe. Izuku knew that this was going to happen. You should be able to take your bandages off by now. Aizawa looked down at his torso. He began unwinding his bandage and took off the cotton. There was a fresh pink scar in place of the deep cut that was originally there. Aizawa felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. He touched the new scar in disbelief. He was wondering why it wasn't hurting as much as it normally was, but blamed it on adrenaline. Why AR dash? Before he could ask more questions, the kid started to climb a ladder onto a fire escape. If we're going to continue this conversation, I don't want to do it where other people can hear. He got to the top of the roof and climbed over. Obviously, Aizawa followed. The kid was sitting on the side of the roof and Aizawa sat and joined him. They were overlooking one of the streets in Musutafu with quite a few bars. It was 3 a.m., so most people were heading home or getting into cabs. My mum didn't want my quirk to be registered. She knew what the life of a healer would be like and wanted me to have a relatively normal childhood, bar the quirklessness. Aizawa now knew how the child had known about hero culture. He'd grown up with the quirkless label. It wasn't much better than the healer child lifestyle, but he would have freedom. The moment he would register his quirk, the government would put him on lockdown and have eyes on him 24/7. No child should have their privacy invaded like that, even if they were a valuable asset to the country. However, I lost my mum yesterday. Did you hear about the villain hostage situation yesterday? Aizawa froze. He didn't know how to deal with people in mourning. Normally he'd rescue the victim and be gone. The police would handle anything else. The kid took it as a yes and continued, I thought I'd be more of a mess about it. I've always been emotional. But knowing she's at peace gives me some clarity. I would keep my promise to her about not registering my quirk, but when I could have been there to save her. He didn't continue, and when Izawa looked over he saw a very confused and lonely child. A child who had just lost his mother and was living with a quirk that could put him in very dangerous situations. What about your dad? Izawa put his hand on the kid's back and started to rub circles. Hizashi did it for him when he uses to get panic attacks, so it should work for the child. He's been out of the country since I was 4. The kid's mum didn't tell his dad about his quirk if he left when the boy was 4, must have not been the most trustworthy. I was going to register my quirk tomorrow considering I have the week off. My school doesn't really do quirk equality, so without my mum for support I don't think I could go back, even if I'm not exactly quirkless. The kid's tears had made the top of his mask wet. He didn't move to take it off. Izawa wasn't about to force the kid to share his identity even if he was going to be on the front of every newspaper by tomorrow. As if he was reading Izawa's mind, Asclepius took off his mask and took in a deep breath of the cold night air. The kid was young, very young. Izawa thought he would be in high school. The way he sometimes acted did seem quite young, but the kid's knowledge seemed to be on par with adults. He had freckles all over his nose and mouth. Izawa had seen that he had them but only briefly processed them. Now he was looking more closely. He saw just how many there are. He still had the soft jawline and pudgy cheeks from being a child, though he would most likely grow out of them. Midoriya. Izawa was pulled out of his thoughts. I'm Izuku Midoriya. For once Izawa didn't feel shocked. He just nodded simply with a slight smirk. Shota Izawa. I'll walk you home. Izawa got up and started going down the fire escape, no doubt in his mind that the kid was flowing him. He just poured his heart out to Izawa. People don't do that to people they don't trust. Why the kid trusted him went over Izawa's head, but he was grateful that the boy did. Whereabout is your house? It's a few streets over. Midoriya led the way. The kid was clearly tired. Before he had the chance to faint, Izawa had the kid on his back. What are you doing, sir? The pro had to hold in a smile from the boy's reaction. You looked like you were about to pass out on the spot. Izawa turned left down a street. My house is the other way, sir. Midoriya looked down the street. He would usually go on his way home. It would be more of a pain to let you faint, plus I'm not letting a 12-year-old boy live on his own. What were the social workers thinking? Izawa sighed at the thought. Hizashi wasn't going to live this down when he saw this. You really don't need to take me to your home. I'll be fine on my own. Plus, once I register tomorrow, I'll have someone with me all the time anyway. Midoriya's attempt at trying to get a racer to let him live by himself fell on deaf ears. The thought of letting a kid stay in an apartment on his own after his mother has died would haunt Shota till the day he died. Midoriya had apparently realized that Izawa was clearly not going to let the kid be alone because he ended up resting his head on Shota's shoulder and falling asleep. The walk back to the apartment was quiet. He opened the door and walked into the kitchen. Sup, Sho? Who is that? Hizashi was in joggers and a crewneck. His hair was tied up in a messy bun. He put down the spoon he was using to make a cup of coffee for them both and walked over to the sofa to get it ready for the kid to sleep on. Shota followed and set the kid down as gently as possible, because from what he could tell, the kid has had the most hellish day imaginable and no doubt needed the rest. He found me and took me to your sister's clinic. Then dropped a bombshell on me. Shota walked over to the kitchen. Hizashi followed him through. That bombshell being? His mother was killed in the villan attack yesterday and has an unregistered healing quirk. Shota said it in a low voice in an attempt to not get too overworked. It was working for the time being. Hizashi was speechless. The public saw him as loud and very enthusiastic, but as were most things in the hero world, it was just a persona. At home he was calm and talked in a reassuring tone. Occasionally Shota would need to activate his quirk if Hizashi lost control of his voice, but that was very rare. So, you brought him here? Don't get me wrong, Sho, I love that you've taken to someone, but doesn't he have his dad or a home to get to? His dad hasn't been home since he was 4. For some reason the social workers let him stay on his own. I wasn't about to let the kid go home to nothing, especially not once he's just lost his mother. Hizashi seemed to understand and pulled Shota into a hug. You have a soft spot for the kid already, huh? Shota rolled his eyes and sighed. He pulled away and picked up his coffee. He was talking about getting his quirk registered tomorrow, so I was going to go with him. Izawa had called in some favors before he went to bed. He knew for a fact that the rat and recovery girl would want to be involved in the problem child's academic upbringing. Midoriya was going to be around for a while, so Eraser knew it would benefit him to get the kid in a stable condition. But first Midoriya wanted to get his quirk licensed. Fair enough, but Izawa wanted to have some input in the strict conditions the kid was going to inevitably be put under. That's where his favors would be used. Izawa had many people around Japan that owed him, 2 of them being Recovery Girl and Nizu. Sure, they would do it for free, but he didn't want the kid to feel like he was indebted to the 2, especially not Nizu. He'd gotten it sorted out by 5:30 and put a futon next to the sofa and took a nap. He knew it wasn't going to be a good night's sleep, but it was better than nothing. Izuku didn't wake up in his bed. He didn't need to open his eyes to know that, mostly because there was someone making coffee and another watching the news somewhere near him. It didn't feel right watching the news, probably never will. He wished yesterday had just been a fever dream and his mum would wake him up for school. No luck. He hadn't had much luck, but it was worth trying. "You awake, kid?" Turns out that it was Izawa that was watching the news. "We're going to the registry office in a couple of hours, so go and grab a shower. There are some clothes in the bathroom that'll probably fit you." Izuku sat up and looked around. The apartment was nicely decorated. Blacks, whites and yellows were the most common colors. It wasn't anything too fancy, but it was very homely. "Just down the hall on the right." Izuku nodded and pulled the blanket off of himself. He plodded down the corridor and went into the bathroom, locking the door behind him. He got in the shower and turned the heat up. The hot water grounded him back into the present, where he was really in a hero's house, and his mum is dead, and he's about to break his last and only promise to her. Izuku couldn't help it, he started crying. His sobs were raw and painful. It's not like he didn't know grieving his mother's death wasn't going to be an easy process, but he didn't think it was going to be this suffocating. All of the regret and distress rose to the surface and destroyed the wall he had created. One that he put up to keep his mum from worrying about him. But now that she was gone, there was no need for the emotional strain. He got up from the ground. Sometime during his breakdown his legs gave out. A slight bruise was starting to form on his legs, but there were no major injuries that should be healed. The clothes that the hero had given to him were black and massively oversized for Izuku's frame. He had to roll up the cuffs of the sleeves and joggers just to keep himself from tripping over. He put his towel around his neck to catch any water that fell from his hair and unlocked the door. Eraser was with Hisashi in the kitchen. They'd both agreed that it was morally wrong to listen to the kid cry. It was probably the first time he was able to sob without having to pull himself together for the people around him. The pair were starting to get worried. Midoriya had been in the bathroom for 45 minutes. When they heard the door unlock, they walked into the living room to make sure the kid was okay, didn't need anything. Midoriya walked down the hallway and into the living room with the pros. The clothes Izawa had given the kid were way too big. It was almost comical. Even with the jumper and joggers being rolled up, the clothes still swamped him. The kid's hair had grown exponentially in size now it was freshly washed. It was like a massive fluffy moss ball had replaced his hair. The minimum this kid needed was a haircut. What Hisashi and Shota seemed to both notice but not comment on was the kid's red swollen eyes. It would have made it obvious that Midoriya had been crying if the pair hadn't have heard him earlier. Accompanying the irritation were a pair of heavy eye bags, despite the kid getting a solid 8 hours of sleep. Izawa knew that the kid was going to need some time to get himself together. Somehow, he knew Hisashi and himself would be a part of it. "Thank you for the clothes." Midoriya had stopped mid-sentence and was looking at Hisashi with star-filled eyes. Well, as much as they could despite the evident eye bags and swelling. "Your present, Mike." Now the enthusiasm made sense. "That I am kid." Zashi seemed to be proud of the recognition. If the kid kept this up, he would end up getting adopted. "How? What? You?" Midoriya pointed at Hisashi, and "You?" then pointed at Izawa. By the time they had gotten back to their apartment, Midoriya was out like a light and hadn't seen Hisashi. Much less that he was living with Izawa. "Yeah, that's how most people react to us." The kid stood there blankly while processing the new and very unexpected information. You're married? To this guy? Aizawa rolled his eyes. Well, that was a little hurtful. Funny, but hurtful. If people found out, then it would be harder for Shota to get round unnoticed. It was just a safety precaution. We'd love to openly be together, but that'll have to wait till Shota retires. Hisashi just smiled. Enough about that, kid. I've made breakfast if you want some. Midoriya pulled himself out of his thoughts and followed Zashi into the kitchen for food. We'll leave in half an hour. Izuku was helping Yamada wash the dishes. The man had insisted on him using his real name, so Izuku insisted on helping with the washing up. We can stop by your house to grab some of your things on the way back if you want. Izuku looked over to Aizawa. The man was just leaning on the counter drinking his coffee as if he didn't just tell Izuku that he wouldn't be going home. Why would I need to get my things? Sure, once he registered his quirk things would be more restrictive, but he never thought he wouldn't be allowed to stay in his own home. The pair shared a knowing look before Yamada spoke up. Midoriya, once you tell people about your quirk, you immediately become a target of quite a few people's attention. But you knew that because you kept your quirk hidden. Aizawa interjected. I mean, yes, but what's this got to do with not going back to my apartment? I've contacted a few of my colleagues and have made preparations for after you've registered your quirk. Aizawa finished off his coffee and walked out of the kitchen area and down into what Izuku presumes is the pair's bedroom. All Izuku could say was, why? He tried racking his brain for any possibilities on why the hero wouldn't explain things to him, but nothing would make sense. He looked over to Yamada for answers, but the pro only chuckled and walked after Aizawa in silence. He looked like he knew something Izuku didn't. The three of them were getting ready to leave. Izuku and Eraser were going to the registry office while Yamada was going on patrol. Present Mike was out of the apartment first, leaving the other two to lock up. You ready, kid? Izuku nodded and followed Aizawa out of the apartment complex. The apartments were behind other buildings, almost protected from view by them. The complex itself wasn't anything fancy, it was the same architectural design as any other accommodation in Japan. Izuku didn't expect the heroes to live in some grand mansion, but he thought that it would be slightly more impressive. It's unsuspecting, Aizawa looked down at Izuku before they got into, presumably, Eraser's car. Only heroes live here because of how basic it is, others just stay here because their friends are only a few doors down. That made sense. Heroes are only human. It would be normal that they would want some portion of their life to be ordinary. The car drove out of a gate and pulled onto a main road. Despite the pro emphasizing that heroes wanted normalcy, Izuku was sat in a very fast and very expensive car. He and his mum never had their own car, they would mostly use trains, and even when they were in a car it would be a cab. So, to be sat in a Mustang was a very surreal experience. He was starting to get used to not getting too overwhelmed by new pieces of what would normally be overwhelming information. Aizawa never bothered to slow down, despite being 20 over the limit. Izuku knew that hero-registered vehicles didn't have to worry about speed limits, but he thought that the hero would slow down in a school lane. He was wrong. Izuku kept his head down as to not make eye contact with the people shooting glares at the car while they were waiting at a red light. With Aizawa's driving, it only took them 10 minutes for what was meant to be a half-an-hour drive. The car went past the main parking area and down the road to a hero parking lot. Izuku was thankful for the hero benefits, purely because the hospital seemed to be extremely busy, especially for midday Wednesday. The office was located in a hospital in case people with unstable quirks needed to be dealt with if they got out of control or injured a user while doing a demonstration. Aizawa and Izuku got out of the car and walked over to the office entrance. The reception area had rainbow glass panels up the front of the building, so that the sun that shone through casted the colors onto the ground. Despite the building being part of a hospital, the atmosphere was light. There weren't any grieving families like there would be in the reception and waiting room of the main hospital building. Aizawa walked up to the receptionist. Got Izuku Midoriya here for his appointment. That confused Izuku. Normally you would grab a number and wait in line for your appointment. Apparently, this confused the other people in the waiting area just as much, because murmuring immediately broke out. A random man with pure orange eyes walked up to Aizawa and started getting in his face. You have to get in the line, man. Some of us have been waiting for 3 hours. Just wait your turn, you dumb F dash. The pro just pulled Izuku closer to himself to keep him away from the aggravated man, while still looking at the clearly panicked receptionist. He just ignored the man. Before things can escalate, the receptionist spoke up. Of course, just follow me. Izuku looked over his shoulder to apologize but was pulled along by Aizawa with his hands still on his shoulder. No time for them, kid, they are about to be the least of your problems. They followed the receptionist to the elevator, then down a hallway. They stopped in front of a door that had Chief Specialist on a plaque. How did Eraser have connections this important, and why use them on Izuku? The lady knocked on the door and a faint enter came through. Inside were 3 people that a normal registry would never need the appearance for. The Vice Hero Public Safety Commission executive, Recovery Girl, and Nizu were all sat around a table. A man who was sitting there when the 2 originally entered was now walking over to Aizawa and Izuku. Said man now had his hand out for Izuku to shake. Oda Naoki. Izuku took it in order to not be impolite. However, Eraser was making his way over to the table to sit down. The man gestured for Izuku to take a seat beside Aizawa and sat down himself. I have a feeling this won't be a regular quirk check. Izuku said, looking towards Eraser with speculation. That it won't. Nizu spoke up. He raised his hand in elation. You are a very rare case, Izuku Midoriya, but I'm sure you know this. Izuku just nodded. But what does the principal of UA have to with this? Once again he found himself looking over to Aizawa for answers. Once again he got none. That's a valid point. This time the man in a suit sitting opposite from Erase spoke. I'm Niisamu. The president would be here, but something came up, so she sent me. She sends her regards. But back to the topic at hand. As you know, healing quirks are very unique and scarce these days, so when I get a call from Principal Nizu that one of his and my employees had found a young boy just wandering the streets at night, with a healing quirk, you can imagine my surprise. Izuku felt slightly. Yeah, he knew going out at night was reckless, but at that point in time only he knew about his quirk. It wasn't that dangerous. No one knew about my quirk, only me. Isamu looked at Izuku for a few moments. Of course. He gave Izuku a smile. One that was meant to reassure him. It just made Izuku uncomfortable. Now that we know about you, other people will find out about you. Therefore, we need to take precautions to keep you from harm's way. This time it was Naoki speaking. Honestly, I don't know why Aizawa brought Recovery Girl or Nizu here, but we do need to get you into some sort of protective custody before we announce your quirk. He just said what now? Announce his quirk? Izuku didn't want to be in the spotlight. He didn't want people to follow and register his progress. That's why him and his mother never registered it in the first place. Shady people would be following his every move. He doesn't want that constant paranoia that someone was watching and waiting to take him. Once again, he must have been outwardly showing his thoughts because Aizawa now stepped in. And why do we have to announce his quirk? It's the kid's choice on who he wants to tell. Plus, it's not like we do this for other children, it's just putting him in unnecessary danger. His voice had an accusatory tone to it. Because once Shizenji retires, the public are going to need to know that we aren't down a healer. Izuku knew that Recovery Girl was thinking about retiring, but he didn't know that it was going to be closer than he thought, let alone that they were now planning on him her replacement. Who said he was going to become a healer? If the kid wants to, then sure, go for it. But you can't force someone to use their quirk against their own will. Yeah, Eraser was said. He was now leaning forward, glaring at the 2 men opposite from him, trying to stare the 2 into SBMson. Well, does he? Now all 3 were looking at him. Aizawa already knew that he wanted to become a combat medic, so he sat back in his seat and closed his eyes. Oh yeah. But I don't want my quirk to be announced to the public. Izuku was waving his hands in front of him, nervous habits. He always did it when Bakugo was mad. I allowed him to gauge how impactful a punch would be depending on the distance, because it was inevitable that he would get hit. Surely it would make things harder on you guys to go through with all of the protection if people knew about me? Izuku was looking around the table. He noticed that Aizawa and Nizu were smirking. And that's why we were going to allow you to stay in UA. You'd be overseen by Recovery Girls and under the protection of all our staff. All heads, Bar Recovery Girl and Aizawa looked at Nizu. That's only if you want to, sweetie. It was the first time that Recovery Girl spoke throughout the Basically conference. She didn't seem to have the same self-indulgent thoughts that a couple of the others did. Why was this never talked about with the HPSC? Because you would object before we could explain anything. Eraser sounded more bored than usual. If we let the kid stay at he has someone to teach him and plenty of heroes around in case something goes down. It makes more sense than locking him up in some building. We don't lock people up in buildings, Eraserhead. It gets pretty close though. Right, Shizenji? The healer didn't respond to the question, but everyone at that table didn't need an answer. Izuku was glad that he was being given the option to go to UA. We've made all of the necessary preparations already. All we are waiting on is young Midoriya. Nizu smiled and hopped down off of the chair. Eraser will bring Midoriya over once a description of his quirk has been given. I have to get back to my school, but I'll see you later, Midoriya. And with that the principal walked out of the door, leaving no room for arguments. Isamu sighed, got his things together and got up to leave. He stopped at the door and turned to the remaining four. I will be talking things through with Madam President. It was nice meeting you, Izuku. Midoriya. It almost sounded like a threat. After the door closed behind him, Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Why did things have to become so effing difficult? This meeting was only meant to be a registry, not a negotiation on where he would live. That's even if you could call it that. Nizu shut down any possibility that Izuku would go with the HPSC. Everyone had planned this all out before he could even realize what was happening. It even seemed like this wasn't even decided on today, proof lying in that fact that Yude had already prepared accommodation for him. Izuku was starting to think that it would have been better to never talk about his quirk at all. He'd have to wait things out, but he knew his life wasn't going to be as quiet from now on. Izuku spent an hour writing out a description of his quirk. The gist of it was that he needed to get his blood into somebody else's body in order to target certain injuries and speed up the healing process. The more blood in someone's system, the faster an injury healed. If he overused it, he would get a high temperature and eventually pass out. Of course, there was the issue of blood loss if he overused his quirk or didn't use the correct amount of blood. A copy of the form was given to Recovery Girl and another put in his file. With that, Izuku now had a registered quirk. The trip down to the car and to his house to pick things up was rather uneventful. Not including the fact that Shizenji was getting a ride back with the both of them and basically forced Eraser to go at rational speeds, something about having no sense of self-preservation. Izuku didn't know what she meant, but the lady insisted Izuku would understand after a while. Once they got to Izuku's apartment, Recovery Girl said she would stay in the car. Aizawa got out of the car to let Izuku out. The back doors had child lock on. Izuku pulled out his key and opened the door. Nothing had changed from when he'd left. Dust had started to set in some places. He walked further into the apartment, intent on getting what he needed and getting out. He hadn't realized how somber the apartment now felt to his mum. He walked straight to his room after telling Eraser to sit on the sofa whilst he waited. He grabbed a bag from his closet and started stuffing clothes into it. He made sure to grab his phone charger and laptop. His phone died after he got to the clinic and forgot to ask to charge it. Opened his laptop and found it had been blown up by his mates thinking he had died. The Shrimp Simps. Tuesday, 1943. You alive, Shrimp? Big Pikachu. You. Currently exploding. I answer him, starting to freak out a bit. He might be busy? Big Pikachu. Hope so. Just pray that the Baku bitch ain't gone too far. Big Pikachu. Baku bitch. Currently exploding. I'm sure he'll be fine though? Big Pikachu. Probably? Just don't be dead, IG. Wednesday, 13/22. Mossball. Oh, you were all worried about me? Currently exploding. You're alive. What? You bumbus. Why did it take you so long to respond? Big Pikachu. Thought you died. Mossball. I'm too stubborn to get killed. Oh. Got stuff to do, but I'll message you guys later. Currently exploding. Sounds good, but tell us before you go next time, please. Mossball. Will do, smiley face. Now that people weren't worried he had died, he got back to packing his bag. He grabbed toiletries and a blanket his mum had made him from when he was younger. His room wasn't covered in hero merch like when he was younger, so he didn't have much he would want to take with him. The only eye-catching thing in Izuku's room was that he had a bookshelf covering one of his walls. It was full of his analysis books and medical text. Despite not liking the ways heroes operated, he still loved quirk theory. When he wasn't watching medical dramas or at school, he would spend that time analyzing people's quirks. The quirk theory was what first led him down the hole of quirk discrimination. He had seen a video of how quirks had changed society and their perception of self-worth. He began to do his own research into it, and what he came across enraged him. As a 7-year-old, he couldn't understand why people should be judged by things they can't change. Even now at 14, couldn't understand it. He grabbed all 13 of his analysis books and put them into a box to be taken. He put them outside of his door with his bed and went into his mother's room. He didn't cave into the temptation to go onto the bed because he knew he wouldn't want to leave. Instead, he walked straight to her dressing table. He grabbed her favorite pair of earrings and ring, then he put them in his pocket of the joggers. It was painful just being in the house, so when he saw her urn on the table, he stilled. He walked over to it and put it near the things he was going to take with him. Izuku walked over to where Aizawa was sitting on the sofa. The man looked up from his phone. "You ready, kid? Anything else that you want?" He was looking at the one duffel bag and box of books Izuku had now placed at the end of the couch. Izuku thought and grabbed one of the photos of him and his mum from the wall by the TV and put it on top of the box. Izuku looked around once more. "Yeah, I've got everything." Aizawa nodded and grabbed his bag and the box with the photo on top. He left Izuku to take his mother and lock up. They got down to the car and Aizawa put his things in the boot while Izuku climbed into one of the back seats. "You'll be able to come back at any time, dearie. I'm sure one of the teachers won't mind taking you." Shizenji smiled, then turned back to face the front. Aizawa got into the car and started it. Izuku looked out of the window as they pulled away from the building to UA. UA was massive. He had to take a while to take it in while the others got out of the car and Aizawa let him out. They were in a parking lot to the side of the building, so they had to walk a bit to reach the entrance. Aizawa left Izuku to carry his mother's urn again and led the way next to Recovery Girl into the school. There are a few dormitories next to the nurse's office for foreign students or ones that need to stay on campus for whatever reason. You'll be in one of those. They'll set the alarm in yours to contact me or Shizenji in case of an emergency. Izuku nodded while trying to memorize his way. Recovery Girl left and went into the nurse's office before they got to the dorm area. They eventually went down a hall full of doors and stopped at one with the number 5. Aizawa opened the door with a key and walked in. There was a seating area immediately as you walked in. Behind that was a bed and set of drawers. Next to that was a bookshelf and desk. It was quite big for only one person. Lunch, dinner and breakfast are all in the cafeteria. I'll show you that later, but the times are on the bulletin board next to your door. Aizawa set his things down near the on of the seats. Emergency button is over there, but I'll give you my number if you need anything. I'll show you around once you've settled in. Is an hour good? Izuku nodded and put his mother's urn on a coffee table. With that, Eraser put the key next to the urn and left Izuku to sort his stuff out. Izuku walked over to the bed and let his body drop onto it. He was tired. He set an alarm for an hour and fell asleep. Izuku was used to nightmares. Granted, they were never anything major, but he would always wake up slightly on edge. Normally they would be about school and all the bullying, but since his brain has been through a more intense trauma, it had decided to create a more intense reason to never want to fall asleep. Inko was being suffocated. She turned around to Izuku and held her hand out, begging him to savor her, not to just stand there and watch. Her eyes were jet black and oily tears were leaking down her face. Izuku rushed forward and started desperately clawing at the villain. Nothing he did helped. Eventually she couldn't carry on and her body went limp. The villain just disappears, and her body dropped to the floor. Her skull broke on impact. The sound of it breaking resonated through Izuku's own brain, making him want to curl. The oil substance started leaking from the wound as Izuku cradled her. He kept hold of her as he sobbed over her corpse. Suddenly her eyes opened and fixed onto his own. The body started wrenching and coughing for what seemed like forever before she finally spoke. You promised not to tell anyone, Zuku. She started to claw at his face before he finally woke up from his alarm. He shot upright and silenced his phone. His body was covered in a cold sweat and was still shaking. Izuku had never had major problems with nightmares, so whatever that was had petrified him. He got up and went into the bathroom next to his desk. He splashed water over his face and changed out of his clothes, putting the dirty ones in a laundry basket that was already in the room. He had just put on a pair of shorts and a shirt that said, "Pants," on before a knock came from his door. He walked over and opened it to find Eraser waiting. "You ready to go?" Izuku had kind of forgotten about the tour. "Yeah, let me go put some shoes on." After locking his door, he followed Eraser out of the hallway. He was shown around the bottom floor first. It consisted of the first-year workshops, laundry rooms, and an assembly hall. Next was the second floor that had the cafeteria, second-year workshops, and the teacher's lounge. The next few floors were the third-year workshops and classrooms for the courses that didn't need specialized work environments. Izuku stayed on the fourth floor, which had the nurse's office, dorms, and a few first-year classrooms. There were also teachers' rooms in the next corridor down. Aizawa said that he comes and goes, but when he does stay, him and Hisashi stay in room outside where the training grounds, gyms, and other stuff like that. There was also a garden area around the main building. Aizawa finished the tour on the first floor, which allowed Izuku to explore outside. "You know how to get back to your dorm, right?" "Yep. I have a classes PRDS 1, 4, 5, 6 every day. If you can't find me or something, go to the teacher's lounge, there's normally someone in there." Aizawa ruffled Izuku's hair and walked back into the building. He said he would spend tonight at the school in case Izuku needed anything. It was now 3:30, so most kids have left or were making their way out of the grounds. Izuku was getting some strange looks, mostly because he looked younger than most of the first years and wasn't wearing a school uniform. Instead of sticking around and collecting confused glances, Izuku started to walk around the grounds. There were signs put up over the campus, so people didn't get lost. There were trees and plants everywhere. Some buildings had ivy growing up the sides of them. Izuku had to admit that it made the school more impressive. "Ah, young Midoriya." Izuku was pulled out of his thoughts by Nizu? What was he doing here? Sure, it was his school, but what was he out here? "Are you free to talk?" the small rat smiled and sat on a bench. "Yeah, I haven't got anything to do so." Izuku sat down on the bench. "What did you want to discuss?" "It was about your academics." Sheet. Izuku thought that he had gotten out of doing them. He had learnt the year's material already, so going over it again didn't really appeal to him. "I was thinking about getting you to understudy with Recovery Girl. If I'm correct, you don't need to learn any new material for this year. It would be a waste to get you to go over things you know, so I'll arrange you to take your finals at some point in the month." This was not where he thought the conversation was going. "That would be great. I was hoping that I would be able to ask about doing my finals early, so this plans out." "Terrific." Nizu clapped his paws together. "Is there anything else I could help you with?" "Well, I was offered a job at a clinic in town. And I was just wondering if you would be able to go." The mammal brought his paw to his chin. "Has anyone seen you use your quirk?" "Definitely not. I didn't disclose it to anyone but Eraser that night. I think I could work something out. You wouldn't be able to go every day, but I'm sure one of the teachers wouldn't mind accompanying you while you go." Izuku beamed. At first, he wasn't keen on the idea of working at the clinic, but now it seemed like a good opportunity to improve on his traditional medical skills. "Thank you very much, sir." Izuku got up and bowed. "Don't worry about it. I hope we can do anything to help you feel comfortable here at UA. It's almost dinner time at the cafe. I'd suggest you get there before Vlad King. He tends to get rather enthusiastic about lunch rush's food." With that, Izuku took off towards the cafeteria. He'd gotten there before Vlad King, but he wasn't the first in the room. A couple of teachers were eating and talking together. A few of the students were as well. Izuku grabbed a tray and went over to lunch rush. He ended up getting katsudon and a cup of tea. He walked to a table near the window. He could tell that some of the other children were looking over at him. It only made him slightly self-conscious. They all just kept their distance and occasionally looked over. Izuku didn't mind, it just meant that he would have a quiet life at UA. Well, He thought that until a student entered the room, he saw Izuku and made straight for his table. You're the person Eraser brought in, right? You have to be. He mentioned something about unruly hair. The student didn't mean to be so straightforward, but Izuku put his hand over his head in an attempt to get it to flatten out. Izuku hadn't had a haircut in a while. He might need to get one soon. Why yeah, that me I guess. What do you mean by Eraser's kid? Oh, that. It's just Eraser never brings kids into the dorms, let alone younger ones. It seems that you are the exception. Leave the kid alone, Mirio. You're just here for food after training, right? Grab it and let's go. This time it was a more reserved student that spoke. He had his shoulders hunched in order to be a smaller target. Even though U.A had strict rules on bullying and oppressive opinions. Sorry about him, we were told that Eraser had taken interest in someone, so it spread around the school quite fast. The boy had become rather quiet towards the end of his sentence. Izuku was only just able to hear it. No kidding, people tomorrow will want to know all about you. Like, why do you have so many scars? What's your quirk? How do you keep your hair so fluffy? Is it to do with your quirk? Izuku was starting to get slightly overwhelmed. Was this how people felt when he would mutter? Were they just trying to use him? That's the only reason people would talk to him in the first place. They would ask for his notes, and if Izuku refused, well, they would get them in the end. Izuku started to record the lectures and just write the notes when he got home. Obviously, people didn't like this, so it just made the pestering worse. The teachers thought that he wasn't paying attention but immediately stopped commenting on it when he still scored top of the class. For all Izuku knew, people already found out that he was interning under Recovery Girl. He didn't know who Nizu told, and the news of him staying here had already spread. So, Izuku felt justified in not wanting to answer the random girl's questions. Let's back off of him, guys, he seems pretty overwhelmed. I know I wouldn't like it if random people started harassing me. It is not harassment. The girl sounded pretty sure of herself, despite Izuku leaning away from the noisy trio. Look, if you want me to heal you, I don't think I'm allowed to yet. Just go to Recovery Girl if you need anything. Apparently, this was not what the students were after, because now they were all staring at him. He had also been talking quite loud because now the whole cafeteria was looking at him. All of the students were looking at him with complete astonishment. Most had stopped what they were doing. Some of the teachers had their head in their hands while others were quickly getting up to try and explain the now very complicated situation. Oops. So, you guys didn't know? No, they did not, young Midoriya. Nizu was sat on the blonde boy's shoulder. Izuku didn't notice when he got there, but the boy wasn't surprised. He had the principal just casually resting on his shoulder like it was the most normal thing in the world. I was going to inform the school about your presence tomorrow, but it appears that things have gotten out of my control. Oh well. Nizu was now getting down from the tall boy and standing on a chair getting ready to address the students who have been left with no explanation. I'm sure you all hear just now that Izuku has a healing quirk. What he said was correct and will be interning with Recovery Girl for his last year of junior high. Nizu said it all so calmly, so naturally that the other kids went back to what they were doing, not questioning Nizu at all. While the rowdy trio were occupied talking to Principal, Izuku took this as his chance to get away from an awkward conversation. He had managed to put his tray in the dirty pile and was on his way out when someone grabbed his arm. So close to getting away. Izuku turned to look at the culprit. He was now officially at breaking point. He just wanted to go back to his room, but it seems like everyone's trying their best to not let that happen. May I help you? Izuku fixed eye contact with the boy who had grabbed him, letting his irritation show. I was wondering if you could heal a cut for me? I got it during training after class and haven't been able to see Recover Girl about it yet. What was he bothering Izuku for? Just go to Recovery Girl then? He pulled his arm out of the boy's grip. I can't, she's closed for the day. It's not that difficult, right? Just use your quirk. He spoke like Izuku owed him something. It hasn't been less than 5 minutes since he's told these people about his role at UA, and they were already demanding things from him. I'm not allowed to. Izuku basically snarled at the boy. Even if I could, I don't think I want to waste my quirk on someone so narcissistic. Izuku knew that the teachers were keeping an eye on him in case things escalated. They also knew that Izuku had to set his boundaries with the students. They didn't bother to interrupt what was happening. Now, if you'll excuse me. I've had an extremely long day and just want to be alone. It couldn't have been that bad. I've been training to protect people like you in the future all day. Try me. What the F dash? Was this dude trying to have a competition of who's had the worst day? Izuku was willing to play along if it meant people would just leave him alone. My mother died yesterday, and if that doesn't immediately cap whatever bullshit has happened to you, I have more if you need any more convincing. Should I carry on? That isn't even the beginning. The boy just shook his head. He clearly had no response to what was just said. Good. Next time you think about being in butthole to someone, think if what you're going to say will put you in good light, Mr. Future Hero. With that, Izuku walked out of the cafeteria with a new intimidating aura to him and headed straight to his room. Aizawa had been having a peaceful dinner with Hizashi and a few of the other teachers before things kicked off. First, something went down with the 3 promising students in second year, then Izuku accidentally told people his new position with Recovery Girl. And now? Someone was demanding him to use his quirk. Izuku had managed to get the kid to lay off and leave before Aizawa jumped in. You. The moron knew Aizawa was addressing him, so he immediately turned his attention to where him and a few of the other teachers were eating. What do you think you were doing? The student shuffled under Aizawa's glare. I was asking him to heal me. It's nothing to get worked up about, sir. Aizawa couldn't believe how dense someone can be. He said no, just because you have a wound doesn't mean he's obliged to heal it. Listen when someone says something, one day it might be something that could save your life. Go. As the boy grabbed his empty tray to leave, Aizawa let out a sigh. You really have taken interest in the kid, huh? Vlad King had only paused to speak before shoveling more food into his mouth. Aizawa didn't respond and opted to eating his own flood. The rest of the teachers laughed at his evasion of the question. Izuku was tired, exhausted in fact. His brain was begging him to go to sleep. However, he refused to even think about closing his eyes after the horror of a dream he had earlier that day. If events like those were going to become a constant in Izuku's life, so would insomnia. And with that, he had decided to not go to sleep that night. All-nighters weren't a foreign concept to Izuku, as he had spent many nights studying or rewriting his notes into a new notebook because the one he was using ended up in ruins. He was on his computer watching a pre-Quirk movie when his phone lit up with a notification. You awake, Aren? Mossball. Definitely. I don't think I'll ever want to sleep again. Join the party. Me and Exploding have been waiting. Mossball. You both thought I was going to join your insomniac gang? I don't know whether to be offended or slightly impressed. Impressed. Definitely impressed. Mossball. You able to call RN? Izuku was beginning to think that Tired had ignored him before his phone started to buzz. You did want to call. Well, if you're going to be up all night, might as well have company. What about school tomorrow? Don't not go to sleep because I wanted to talk. Izuku was only slightly regretting calling Tired, mostly because this doofus was going to be burnt out at the end of the day tomorrow. Trust Izuku, burnout wasn't the most enjoyable experience there is. And what about you? You go to school too, dumb butt. Tired would have had a point if it was 3 days prior. That's where you're wrong, Tired. I don't have regular school hours anymore. Izuku spoke with false understanding in his voice. I've basically finished middle school now. I know that it might be difficult to know that I'm smarter. Izuku was cut off by Tired before he could carry on with his performance. If you're smart, then I'm energized. Tired had a point. Izuku could be slightly dense in some cases, but Izuku wasn't talking about street smarts. I am smart. I was top of my class for like 3 years. Teachers hated grading my papers because what I wrote about was beyond their comprehension. And common sense goes beyond yours. Izuku made a very audible gasp. At least I can talk to people. Mr. Whoever Moss makes friends with will be good enough for me because I'm too standoffish to make my own. The rest of the conversations went on like that until 7 in the morning. The only reason Tired had to end that call was because his mother was calling him to go down for breakfast. If it weren't for that, Izuku knew that their chat would have lasted much longer, and never once did Tired ask about wanting to call or why he didn't want to sleep. His friends never really pried into his thoughts unless he initiated the talk. Izuku got changed into some shorts and a long-sleeved t-shirt this time. The second-year girl's question about his scars last time made the whole encounter with the students slightly more distressing than it should have been. The times for dorm students to get breakfast was 6:30 to 8 o'clock, so Izuku had plenty of time to grab some food and eat. He trudged down to the cafeteria with his slippers on and grabbed a bowl of cereal that was on the menu. There were other choices, of course, but Izuku still didn't have much of an appetite. Some students were mostly in their uniform, others had their bags and were completely ready. However, almost all of them were watching Izuku like a hawk. He felt like there were a pack of wolves waiting to pounce. Was this what going with the HPSC would have been like? Constant surveillance? No privacy? A chill was sent down Izuku's spine. Izuku turned to find somewhere to sit. Almost immediately all of the eyes that were focused on him turned away. They didn't want to make eye contact. That suited Izuku just fine. He started to walk over to the table he sat at yesterday when he heard someone call his name. "Mr. Midoriya, could I have a quick word?" Izuku turned to try and find the person the voice belonged to, but no one was there. His face grew a skeptical and searched the other kids for any sign that someone had talked. It was the principal. Kids shouted at him from across the table, "It means he wants you in his office." It took Izuku a moment to register the information, then began to make his way to the principal's office. "You've still got your cereal in your hands, by the way, dumb butt." Izuku stilled. Some of the students dropped their heads as to not catch his attention. Izuku slowly turned his body. He brought a spoonful of rainbow hoops to his mouth and ate them. After showing whichever moron it was that he wasn't going to give up his food, he carried on out of the cafeteria. People began murmuring when they thought he was out of earshot. Izuku wasn't about to be pushed around at his new guardhouse. He had no reason to lay low anymore, and definitely had no intention of doing so either. The walk to the principal's office wasn't anything spectacular. The only unusual encounters were the students arriving at school. Izuku couldn't doubt them. If a random child was just walking around his school with a bowl of cereal, he would be confused. But he chose to ignore them and continued on his route to the office. Before he could knock on the door, it swung open, revealing the chimera. "Ah, Midoriya, please take a seat." The rat gestured to one of the seats in front of him. Izuku obliged and pushed a spoonful of cereal into his mouth. "I was hoping we could talk over the arrangements for the rest of the year properly." It was the beginning of October, so the school year was only a month in, leaving Izuku plenty of time to start on the new medical course he was going to be taking. "I have already thought this process through, so I was hoping I could run the timetable by you and refine things that might need changing after." Izuku simply nodded and took another spoonful of cereal. "Splendid. I thought I could give you a week's preparation for your finals. After that you would start your work with Recovery Girl. You would have a slightly different hour to the rest of the students at the school. I was thinking you would help Recovery Girl after lunch, that way." Nothing came up that Izuku could oppose. It was clear that Nizu had thoroughly thought this out. He only had questions about visiting people and his home. "If you want to go to your home, I'll get one of the teachers to go with you." "Were you hoping to go this weekend?" "Yeah, I was actually going to meet up with someone, but things happened. The next best thing was inviting them round, but I don't want to scare them away with the whole." Izuku gestured to his surroundings with his arms. Nizu only nodded and began typing away at his computer. "There will be someone waiting for you at the gates at 10 a.m. on Sunday." "Thank you, Nizu. This is much appreciated." "No worries, Midoriya." Nizu paused and watched as Izuku got up to leave. It was only when he had opened the door that the chimera started again. "I'm sorry that this is all that we can offer you, Midoriya. A child shouldn't have to be so restricted." Izuku didn't turn around to face the principal. He knew that there would be a layer of sympathy on the animal's face. "I chose to register my quirk. And it's not like my old school experience was going great anyway. The only thing I really do miss is my mum." Izuku left and closed the door before anything more could be said. He knew that if the conversation carried on, he would end up having another meltdown. The meeting had been around an hour and a half, so everyone had started classes. The corridors were empty again, and Izuku found himself with nothing better to do than watch the teachers teach. His lessons with Recovery Girl started 2 days after his finals in a week. He was told that his papers needed to be marked before he could start anything new. Izuku had always wondered what type of lessons heroes in training would get. He took off towards the heroics classes. Some of the classes Izuku wondered by had called him in. The teachers wanted him to give the students a proper introduction to get him more familiar with the student body. But what the teachers failed to notice was the rumors going round of Izuku already. Most of them were variations of his encounter with the conceited guy from the night before, but blown completely out of proportion. Izuku didn't mind since it portrayed his morals and boundaries, but some of them were utterly ridiculous. He had overheard one on his was to Nizu's office of him being a highly trained transfer from Russia and had no regrets when, and Izuku quotes, mercilessly slaughtering people with such grace it almost seemed like a dance. The girl that said if swooned after as if he were a character from a book. He highly doubted that the girl knew that the Russian assassin was behind her when she said that. Once Izuku got to 3's classroom, he stopped at the open window and leant on the frame. It was Yamada teaching, so he didn't feel pressured to greet the man. He just watched as the man taught an ordinary English lesson to his students. He didn't even turn from the board when he finally acknowledged Izuku. You could come in Midoriya. There is a spare seat at the back if you want to stay for the rest of the lesson. Now the class was looking at Izuku. Some had known he had arrived and didn't see Yamada react, so carried on, but some were looking at him like an animal in a zoo. Izuku nodded and walked to the open chair by the door. He already knew what Yamada was teaching but didn't want to be rude and refuse after what he and Aizawa had done for Izuku. After he sat down in the chai, his eyelids began to close. Izuku tried to keep himself awake, but his body wasn't complying. He'd only had around 9 hours of sleep the last 3 days and knew he would pass out soon. He was just hoping it would be in his room, away from people. Images of his mother's death began playing in front of him, like last time he tried to help her out, but he was left powerless as the life drained from her eyes. Instead of the villain leaving like last time, it turned to face Izuku. He was sitting on the ground with his mother's dead body in his arms. The villain jumped to attack Izuku, but a set of bars came down around him. One had landed on his leg, evidently leaving it mangled with bones sticking out from the wound. Blood seeped out of the new holes that he'd been torn open by the ragged bones protruding. He felt his head go light, instantly knowing that it was because of the blood loss. His quirk wasn't responding to him, so all he did was lay screaming in agony while gripping what was left of his limb. Izuku woke up after eventually fainting from the pain and loss of blood. Once again, he could feel his clothes stick to him from his sweat. He'd need to grab a shower once he got back to his dorm. But that came after trying to get away from whoever had seen him while he slept. No doubt that he was moving and struggling whilst being forced into his subconsciousness. Unluckily for him, he was in his room, meaning that somebody had moved him from the class Yamada was teaching. He was beginning to struggle against whatever was holding him down. Aizawa had been called by Zashi to get Izuku from his class. The kid had appeared halfway through him teaching and ended up falling asleep at one of the desks. Aizawa didn't have a class to babysit, so went and got the kid. Despite his attempts at waking the kid up, he wouldn't budge. Some of the students in the class found the situation before them rather funny. None of them had ever heard Aizawa speak so softly to someone. So, when he got down to the boy's level and began trying to calmly wake him up, snickers ran through the class. Aizawa knew his reputation would take a slight hit. The questions he was going to get from the other teachers were already giving him a headache. He ended up with the kid on his back. The kid wasn't too heavy, so the walk to his room was rather easy. That was until he started to move. At first it was just nudging and moving his arms, but then it grew more intense. His grip around Aizawa tightened and he felt part of his shirt dampen. The kid was clearly having a nightmare. It didn't seem like a pleasant one from the way the tears were starting to increase. They had gotten to his dorm in time for things to start getting out of control. Midoriya was now violently thrashing his legs and sobbing. Aizawa placed him on his bed and grabbed his arms with his capture weapon to prevent the kid from hurting himself. There would be times when he thought Midoriya was done, but once he let go with his scarf, the child would start screaming and begin thrashing. This went on for 20 minutes before Midoriya began to wake up. Before the kid had a chance to begin panicking, Aizawa spoke up. "Calm down, it's only me, problem child." Izuku didn't have total control over his body just yet and ended up responding with, "Zawa? It would only be once the pro left that Izuku would have a slight meltdown over the accidental nickname. You fell asleep in Yamada's class, and I was asked to grab you. That made sense. It lined up with what Izuku could remember before he basically passed out. Makes sense. Thanks. This was one of the most awkward situations Izuku had been in. He didn't have any social skills to rely on to try and salvage the stiff convocation. It seemed that Aizawa didn't have any either. He just looked at Izuku as if he wanted to ask about whatever had just happened but didn't know how to bring up the sensitive topic. So, he nodded his head and walked out. Izuku was wishing he would ask, secretly. Then he wouldn't have to be alone with his thoughts anymore. He shook himself out of his spiraling thoughts and went to have a shower again. However, hurricanes don't dissipate so easily. Just as Nizu promised, there was a car by the gate waiting to take him back to his house. Him and Kaminari agreed that he would come round at 12. It gave Izuku time to clean the house before he came over. Izuku got into the black Jeep. Why were there so many nice cars? The windows were tinted for privacy due to it being a school car. In the front was a young lady Izuku knew was 13. He'd seen her around the school and in the cafeteria a few times without her helmet on. You ready to go? Yep. Izuku nodded and plugged in his seatbelt. You know about the arrangements? Izuku was briefed on them yesterday. 13. Would be in the apartment with him. He wouldn't be allowed to leave without her following and informing the heroes around his apartment that he was moving. Another car was parked behind theirs with a few heroes who were going to patrol the apartment. Izuku thought that it was all unnecessary. Barely anyone knew about his quirk. He even had a GPS installed in his shoe. I wasn't allowed to forget them. Izuku laughed his animosity of the subject off. With that, the two cars pulled out of the gates and started towards the rougher part of Musutafu. The journey wasn't anything special. No hero fights were going on, so there was hardly any traffic. Izuku waited for his door to open, child lock, and got out. He scanned his key card to open the door to his building and walked to his apartment. He opened the door and allowed 13 into his home. Immediately he put the kettle on and grabbed the dusters out from the cupboard. He began to clean the surfaces and water any plants that he had left behind. How do you take your tea? Feel free to sit down and use the TV. Me and Kaminari will be in my room if that's okay? If that's what you're comfortable with, Midoriya. Oh, and I'll have 1 sugar and milk, please. The hero replied with a smile. It was 10 to 12 and Izuku felt like he was going to be sick. He had cleaned the apartment twice over and made 13 lunch. It was his first time seeing Kaminari and he didn't want to F it up. His nerves were going haywire. That's when the doorbell rang. Izuku rushed over to unlock the door. After he opened the door, he was tackled off his feet by a boy with yellow and very soft hair. Midoriya. The two boys were lying on the ground as a result of Kaminari's grapple hug. Bro, you're so much smaller in real life. Izuku had his back on the ground with Kaminari on top of him. Wow, the first thing you say to me is an insult? Kaminari sat up and just stared at Izuku with a smile on his face. He felt his face begin to flush and shoved the other boy off from on top of him. Get off me, you oaf. Izuku laughed and got up. Kaminari seemed to realize he had been staring and looked away. The tops of his ears dusted pink. It seems that the people patrolling his apartment thought there was something going down because now 4 heroes were surrounding the duo. You have got to be kidding me. This was great. Absolutely fantastic. Izuku just wanted to spend time with Kaminari, like other people his age would. He got permission to leave Yudata grounds. He hadn't broken the protocol. In fact, he hadn't done anything that would even push the boundaries. So why were there 4 pro heroes in an attack stance with their hostility turned to Kaminari? He just wanted things to go smoothly. Izuku wasn't really planning on telling Kaminari all that had happened for a while. But due to the rash decisions of the alleged heroes, he was going to have to explain everything to Kaminari much sooner than he'd wanted. It's not like he didn't trust Kaminari. Izuku just wanted to spend time with him without all of the healer problems. He was starting to understand what Shizenji was saying about heroes being reckless or something along those lines. Now Izuku had to dissipate the situation at hand. Midoriya? Why do you have heroes in your house? Kaminari had stepped closer to Izuku. He was standing behind Izuku with his electricity flowing over his body, not like he could do anything against fully trained heroes. let alone the fact that the heroes wouldn't even hurt Izuku in the first place. It's a long story, I'll run you through the details later. It was now that the heroes spoke up, so nothing is going on? Snipe was looking between the two boys in speculation. Doesn't seem so, Ectoplasm responded with a sigh. He was just flirting. That was very unnecessary. Izuku wasn't surprised to find that it was Aizawa that had said it. I was not flirting, you old man. Despite his own words, he was blushing profusely. He grabbed Kaminari's arm and pulled him into his room. Once they were in Izuku's room, he popped his head out of his door, flipped the adults off and promptly slammed it shut. Izuku walked over to his bed and allowed his body to flop onto it. So, you just have heroes randomly inside your apartment? Do you collect them or something? Izuku let out a chuckle. If I was collecting them, then I could get rid of them. Kaminari had fallen onto Izuku's bed and was now lying down next to him. Should I guess what's going on? If so, then I think I deserve a few clues. I'll save you the trouble. Izuku paused. He was going to tell Kaminari, anyway, do you know what happens to people with healing quirks? He shifted his head to look at Kaminari. I saw something online about it once. They seem to be kept pretty secure. What's that got to do with your strange collection of people? Izuku just watched as the pieces fell into place in his friend's mind. So, you have a healing quirk? Izuku nodded and gave a tired smile. Kaminari thought for a while. I have an electricity quirk. There was a rule between the four that they wouldn't talk about quirks. None of them had great experiences with the topic and all thought it would be best not to discuss them. Their friendship was built on trust and mutual understandings rather than power. If I overuse my quirk, I basically short-circuit and lose control over my body. I can still see and hear everything, so when people made me blow out, I could hear everything that they said about me. I thought they were my mates, but when I started speaking to you and the others, I realized that they didn't actually treat me as an equal. Kinda. Why are you telling me this? It's not like I don't appreciate it. In fact, I love that you're telling Mabutali Toldo Wazami Quirk. I just think it's unfair Hadiar being so dash. Midoriya, calm down dude, you basically just told me most of what's been going on. It was only fair that I'm just as open as you are. That's so sweet Kaminari. Izuku began to cry, and for once not over the traumatic events or nightmares from the past few days. Just call me Denki. Oh my god, stop crying you emotional F-. Denki laughed. You're the one who wanted to be friends with the emotional F-. They both laughed at that. You can call me Izuku, by the way. Izuku was blushing again. He'd never really had anyone close enough to call him by his first name. There was Katsuki, but they had drifted apart ages ago and really no one wanted to be friends with a quirkless loser, FANG quirk. Discrimination. The pair laughed and made a few jokes for a while to lighten the mood up. How do they let you stay here? Surely this place isn't that secure, unless you have lasers installed. Kaminari looked around the room skeptically. I wish. I'm staying at Yude? Well, more like being forced to reside at. You're effing with me. Denki deadpants. I wish. Everyone treats me like an alien. And I don't have classes until next year and I only do medical work for like 2 hours a day. I've got too much free time and nothing to spend it doing. You're literally at Yude. I know for a fact that they have gyms and work equipment all over the campus. And from the way the heroes reacted, I'm sure they wouldn't object to teaching you something. You've got enough determination to do anything you want, Izuku. Stop. You give me way too much credit. But I guess I could look into those things, it wouldn't hurt. Nah, you don't get enough credit. But I guess I've just got to get into you, to keep you from getting too bored. Izuku perked up at Denki mentioning Yuta. I was hoping to go anyway, but now I know you're there, I've definitely gotta get in. He gave Izuku a sheet-eating grim grin. I also just want to be part of your hero collection. Izuku hid his face in his hands. Denki, I'm going to hurt you. The other boy just laughed. That's how the rest of the day went. After a while of laughing, Izuku offered to play Maripo Court because his sides were hurting too much. Denki stayed over at Izuku's until 4. He left because he had to look after his sister while his parents went out together. Izuku closed the door after waving Kaminari off. You ready to go, or do you want to stay here for a bit? Snipe and 13 had changed roles at around 1. The heroes were changing positions every 3 hours. So, It was Izawa who was in the house when Denki left. "Can I stay here for a while longer?" The hero sighed and nodded. Izuku made his way back down the corridor and slipped into his mother's room. He stood at the door for a while just taking in what she left behind. Eventually he walked over to a mirror that she had on her wardrobe. He reached into his pocket and took out the earrings he had taken from her dresser. Izuku left the room and returned with a lighter and a pin. He knew that this wasn't safe at all, but if anything went wrong, he could just use his quirk. He put the pin through the open flame of the lighter and put his face next to the mirror so he could see where he needed to impale. He knew this was a really stupid idea. Would that stop him? Izuku lined the pin up and drove it through his lobe. It hurt like a beach. Tears slipped out of his eyes and began to cloud his vision. He left the pin in his ear while he wiped away the tears and put one of his mother earrings through the flame. He removed the pin and tried to put the earring in as delicately as possible. He did the same to the other ear. Izuku thought it would be slightly less painful now that he had done it once. He should really start remembering that the fates aren't actually the fondest of him. Izuku stared at himself for a while. Everyone had told them how alike they looked. Now no matter how much Izuku changed, a slight part of his mother will always be present with him. He walked out into the hall to go and make dinner. He ran into a wall. It wasn't as hard as the others in his house, right? It was a person. Izawa to be precise. Izuku stepped back and grabbed his ear. It had gotten knocked in the collision with the pro. "You hurt your ear?" Izuku brought his other hand up to his ear to try and stop the man from finding out about his antics. Nope. Apparently, that wasn't the most convincing answer Izuku could give. Izawa got closer and pulled one of his arms away, taking away the protection they were serving against his piercings. "You pierced your ears? Do you know how illogical that is? Yude doesn't allow piercings. What are you going to do next year?" Izuku doesn't like being told what to do. Clearly Izawa hadn't learned this despite being present at the Who cafeteria fiasco. "And the fact that you did them yourself will increase the chance of infection. Let's just take them out, then you can use your quirk to heal the hole closed." Just as Izawa had finished with his little rant, Izuku activated his quirk. He looked the man straight in his eyes for the first time since the convocation had started. Oops. Izawa looked like he was about to break something. "Who said I was going to go to you today in the first place? Sure, I might be there now, but I could go to one of the other hero schools just as easily." With that he retreated back into his mother's room and slammed the door closed before the pro could get his own words in. He walked over to the bed in the middle of the room and let gravity take control of his body, flopping onto the sheets. He couldn't be asked to make dinner and deal with the lectures he would get from the adults. He just curled up and closed his eyes. The first time in a while he would willingly fall asleep. Izuku was being woken up. Normally he would take any chance he got to escape from his persistent terrors, but he wasn't dreaming about anything at all, so his body was clinging to any chance at dropping off into slumber. There were muffled conversations going on in the background, nothing that he could distinguish. Before Izuku could register what was going on, he was being picked up off the bed. His consciousness drifted off again. He woke up again in a car. This threw him off and his pulse quickened. He couldn't recognize where they were. The driver had picked up on his distress. "Calm down, kiddo. It's 13, we needed to leave, and you weren't waking up. The others wanted to wake you, but I ended up just carrying you to the car. Your stuff's next to you." Izuku steadied his breathing. As 13 had said, his bag, jumper and shoes were on the seat next to him. He grabbed his phone. It had just turned 6. Under the time were an abundance of notifications from Denki and the others. Saturday, 1813. Big Pikachu. Dude, we should totally meet again. That way I can thrash you in Maripo Court. Mossball. Like you'll ever get that far. Plus you just gotta get into UA. Izuku knew what he had said to Izawa. He didn't mean it. He just didn't like being told what to do. Now he knew Denki was planning on getting in. He couldn't pass up on the opportunity to make people's lives slightly more difficult. "I'm going to need your help with that, Izuku. Mossball. I don't know what you're expecting. I can't fight my way out of a wet paper bag. That's not what I'm on about, Elmeo. I'm talking about your analysis. Mossball. You know I haven't done anything with that in ages. Don't care, you're gonna help me. Mossball. Sounds like I don't have a choice, huh? The car was pulling into UA. The smile on his face dropped. His mouth went dry at the thought of being kept within a cage again. If his time spent with Denki was anything to go off of, he wanted to spend more time just messing around with others, not patrolled by a squad of trained professionals. Sure, this was better than going into an orphanage or being held hostage by the HPSC, but Izuku wished he could go outside of the school's parameters. He wished he chose not to speak up about his quirk. He wished he hadn't have let his mother go out alone to the meeting. He wished he had just kept his dead mouth shut. Izuku had gotten out of the car and was looking at the gates. They were still open from the cars entering. Problem child? What are you standing around for? Let's go. His gaze lingered on the gates. He only looked over to Aizawa after he had called his name. The other heroes were slightly ahead but had stopped to wait for Izuku. He looked them over trying to assess their current capabilities. Slowly his eyes caught Aizawa's. He held his gaze. There was a silent conversation that passed between the two. Then he ran. His legs hammered against the concrete, carrying him as fast as they were capable of. Wind hit his face as he ran. His lungs grasped onto the cold air that broke into his lungs. He looked back. Aizawa was running after him, followed by two of the heroes. 13 was calling for reinforcements. He looked forwards, the gates now beginning to close. Instead of stopping, he took a running skid through them. He only just managed to get through before he heard a clank as the closed. Izuku scrambled back to his feet, setting his body back in motion. The feeling of being free ran through his veins. It didn't last long before he could hear someone call his name. Midoriya. He didn't need to look over to know that it was Aizawa. The scream sent him back to when he was escaping from Katsuki. His brain went on autopilot as his body instinctively took over, not wanting to relive what would happen if he got caught. He looked around the sleeping city as his body carried him. It was a completely different place compared to the day when people were rushing between each other. It was entrancing. His lungs were now burning from the escape. In need of a rest, he ducked into an alleyway. He crouched behind the dumpster and waited for the footsteps to pass. So, how long are we going to wait before you back to the campus? What the F dash? Izuku will be honest, he just felt like he shat himself. His horror only grew when the person who was talking to him was a face in the wall. And who the F are you? His voice was hoarse from trying to catch his breath. That totally wasn't a cover for the fact that his voice cracked halfway through the sentence from the shock. Oh, hold on. Izuku watched as the boy's face retreated from the wall. He heard as the door to one of the houses opened and closed, quickly after the boy walked into the alleyway. He was wearing joggers and a green night eye jumper. Sorry about that, didn't mean to scare you. Izuku finally caught on to who this guy is. You're that second year from the cafeteria. Bingo. I'm glad you remember me. He gave Izuku a wide smile, slightly reminiscent of All Might's. I'm Mirio Togata, you can just call me Mirio. Izuku Midoriya, I'm sure there have been plenty of rumors going around to know me. Mirio noted how tired he sounded. My favorite is the Russian one. Oh my god, I don't know where that one came from. I don't look Russian in the slightest. The other boy let out a snicker at his exasperated confusion. Izuku couldn't help but cave himself. The two boys sat in silence, taking in the sounds of the night. I don't want to go back. Izuku practically whispered it, however Mirio seemed to catch what he said, face going solemn. It must be difficult. From what I've seen, you've kind of isolated yourself from any other kids in the school. I'm not judging you for it though, you didn't really get the best impression when you first arrived. Me and my mates basically interrogated you, and then the incident with the other kid, not off to the best start. Nope. I wouldn't change it though, it showed everyone that I actually have a backbone. They almost seem non-existent within the healing career. Izuku looked over to Mirio. Why haven't you called over the heroes yet? Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful that you haven't, but it's just confusing seeing as you're a hero student and all that. The blonde didn't respond right away. He tiled his head up and watched as an aeroplane flew by, temporarily covering a few stars as it went. I was going to wait until you went back on your own. If I were you, I wouldn't want to be forced into a seemingly hostile environment against my will. You're not a dog. The pair sat for another hour, the occasional small talk or a joke. It gave Izuku enough time to compose himself and most definitely enough time for the heroes to be shitting bricks. Sorry I took up your evening, you've probably got schoolwork to be doing. The boys got to their feet and started to walk to the mouth of the alleyway. No problem, Midoriya, if you've got something on your mind, just give me a call. Mirio handed him a piece of paper with his number on. Join me and my friends at lunch one time, yeah? Nijire has been in the dumps since the cafeteria incident. She got too excited. The second year huffed a laugh. Izuku accepted the number and gave a promising smile to Mirio. Definitely. The older boy seemed pleased with the outcome and walked back to his house, trusting Izuku to be found by the heroes on his own. He knew he would go back. Izuku just didn't like the feeling of giving up his freedom again. Being kept on a tight leash was vastly different to what life was like in his middle school. The teachers didn't care what he was doing during lessons. He would get top marks no matter what he spent his time on. In fact, it would be a weight off of their shoulders, not having to look after the quirkless kid. But Izuku couldn't let what happened to his mother happen to others. Many people already suffered too many losses to villain attacks. Izuku wanted to be a barrier against any more anguish. With those thoughts in mind, took one step out of the alleyway, letting go of his own desires to try and protect those of others. It wasn't long before he was found and manhandled back to UA. Sure, he was an escapee, but they could have allowed him to walk on his own instead of being carried the whole way back. Ectoplasm put him down in the courtyard once the gates had finished closing. A few of the other students had come down to see what had caused the building to go into lockdown. They knew better than to get too close in case there was a possibility of one of them getting hurt, opting to wait at the doors. Other staff had gotten the news that Izuku had been captured and made their way back to UA, now standing around to wait for the principal's verdict on the situation. The Chimera was standing at the doors with the other students, the casual smile still ever on his face. After taking in his surroundings, Izuku began to make his way back to his room, one of the only places he knew people wouldn't intrude. 13 went to grab Izuku's arm in an attempt to get him to talk things though, but got shrugged off. Izuku didn't have the energy to deal with the repercussions at the moment. It seemed that Nizu understood this and allowed Izuku to walk by, not attempting to gain his attention. Nothing abnormal happened for the rest of the night. Izuku just remained in bed. He dozed for an hour but never let himself fall into slumber. His sleep from earlier would give him enough energy for the next 48 hours or so. He was called to the teacher's lounge after breakfast. Izuku wasn't dense. He knew this was going to about the incident last night. With that in mind, he took as long as possible whist navigating the school. He knew he was going to get a bollocking from Nizu. In the end, he was just attempting to delay the inevitable. Another opportunity to procrastinate arose when he ran into Mirio in the corridor outside of the teacher's office. Ah, Midoriya. I didn't think I would see you so soon. Did you get back right last night? Mirio was far too energetic for 7 in the morning. Yeah, on my way to get the mandatory lecture actually. I'd say good luck, but you're gonna need more than that. Say what now? I was in there a second ago and the teachers were acting serious for once, even present Mike. Great, amazing, stupendous. This just made Izuku want to run away more than originally. Before he was able to bid Mirio farewell, Aizawa stepped out of the conference room. Izuku didn't need to be told that he should hurry up. I've been beckoned. See you around, Mirio-senpai. The use of the honorific made the older boy start glowing. Come sit with me and the others at lunch sometime. We have some quirk training today but nothing on tomorrow. Sounds like a plan. With that the boys bowed and Izuku took off to the conference room. He kept eye contact with Aizawa for the rest of the walk down the hall. The pro hadn't moved from the doorway since he caught sight of him and Mirio, suspicious that he might make a run for it again. Izuku moved past Aizawa and into the room. Most of the staff from last night had gathered due to there being a quick teachers' conference before classes started. Teachers were either packing their possessions up to get to first lesson or remain seated, waiting to hear about the new actions that will inevitably be implemented throughout the conference. There was only one man Izuku hadn't seen. He was tall and lanky. His frame didn't have much to it. His hair was bleach blonde and left wild like he couldn't be asked to brush it after waking up. Izuku could relate to the feeling, regularly leaving his own in a knotty ball. He really needed to get it cut. Ah, Mr. Midoriya, how good of you to join us. It's not like I had a chance. If I didn't show up, you just send someone to drag me here, literally. Speaking from experience. I was also interested in what would be said about one of the top hero schools allowing a student to outmatch fully qualified professionals. You wouldn't be wrong. If word got out that we had been overpowered by a student, there would be a very difficult press conference waiting for me. That doesn't sound like an enjoyable experience, though when Izuku has to announce his presence at Yura next year, there will most likely be a conference for himself. Izuku still doesn't understand why there has to be an announcement for his registry, whatever the reason, he's just glad it had been delayed a year. But that's beside the point. What I'm here to discuss is what will happen going forwards in the future. Then why are all of these guys here, gesturing to the staff? Just so that they can hear all this at the same time you do? They were already present anyway, so what the point in sending them away when they'll just hear about this later? Fair, but Izuku didn't really want to be scolded in front of a bunch of pro heroes. I'm sure I don't need to warn you that if this happens again there will be a high chance that the HPSC will interfere and try to get you placed in their custody. None of the staff here would want that. Despite the interruptions to their beauty sleep, we all wish for your teenage years to try and remain as normal as possible whilst dealing with your quirk. Great. Now, what is going to happen from now is as follows. I've decided that it would be best if I didn't allow you proceed with work experience at the clinic. Izuku could see this one coming. It was a reasonable repercussion, but Izuku still felt anger swell in his gut. Maybe if I didn't feel like I was being suffocated by the walls, I wouldn't need to feel like trying to run away, but he kept that to himself. You'll gain plenty of experience from working with Recovery Girl. It's also been raised that you should have restrictions placed on your hands and legs while you're traveling between U.A and your home. Izuku snorted, yikes, I really must have scared you guys if people are proposing that a child, with a quirk that isn't capable of increasing their chances of escaping, should be cuffed. A few of the teachers sitting around the table started to wriggle in their seats. I can understand the not going to the clinic, but the cuffs are too far. Who even suggested it? Before Izuku could find the traitor, Nizu pulled the attention back to the matter at hand. Well, I'll just assume you'll be on your best behavior. No more slip-ups, HM? The last thing I should bring up would be the mandatory visits to Hound Dog Dash. No, I don't think that will be necessary. Izuku started to get up from his seat. It's a considerate offer, but I don't accept false charity. He knew that Nizu just didn't want his new sparkling healer to get too damaged. Midoriya, I've had numerous complaints from other tenants that your midnight screams have been waking some of them up. The walls are sound resistant, so dash. Izuku paused midway to the door, face beetroot red. Okay, jet it. Izuku knew his voice hadn't properly developed yet, but he was hitting some unnatural pitches. The teachers were either looking at him with mild concern or were trying not to let their amusement show. Aizawa. Slip the times and dates through my mailbox. I'll be there. With a defeated sigh, he rushed out of the room and back into the corridor in an attempt to get away from the quite exposing conversation. Izuku had around 3 hours to kill before lunch. The thought of revising for his finals didn't really seem appealing despite them being tomorrow. He'd done a plethora of rereading and flashcards up until yesterday. He thought back to what Denki had said about Yuta having state-of-the-art facilities and whatnot. With that in mind, Izuku made his way down to one of the gyms. Inside was a class of third-year students and Snipe. They were all training their quirks as expected. He headed towards a line of benches near where the class had put their drinks down. Izuku sat and began to think about how they weren't stretching their skill sets. They were meant to be the future of the country's defense, yet they couldn't see past the basic formats of their quirks. For example, one guy who had black eyes was trying to seep into his classmates' shadows without them noticing. He had clearly been practicing it for years, because hardly any of them had caught him. If he had finished working on that specific aspect, then he should move on to another, like trying to bring objects through the shadows with him. To be honest, most of the class seemed to be stuck in the same mindset, but Izuku wasn't taking the class, so why would he go out of his way to tell the teacher how to do his job? He had been so deep in thought that he hadn't registered Aizawa had sat down near him on the benches. Quite the impressive analysis you've got there. Izuku only slightly jumped at the man's presence. Not really, anyone can do it once they know what they're looking out for. Don't you have a class or something? Not at this moment in time. What about you? Never pegged you for the hero type. Please keep thinking that way. I was bored, so I thought that the class in the gym would be doing something useful. And they're not. All they're doing in training their already powerful quirk in the same way as last time. Try doing regular hand-to-hand combat. People don't realize how much it could save you in a dangerous situation, even if it's just dodging. Izuku was starting to feel the frustration grow in his stomach. Why do quirks have to be everything? With that though now planted in his mind, Izuku wanted to get away from quirk theory for a while. He got up from the benches and walked to the door. Where you off to now? Aizawa only sounded mildly agitated. Anywhere but here. When Izuku didn't hear the door closed, he turned his head. Behind him was Aizawa, now in a tired stride in an attempt to catch up to Izuku. Slightly irked by this, Izuku sped up his pace. When he turned his head again, Aizawa was still the same distance away from himself, still looking just as tired. Izuku was now only just coming to the conclusion he was being tailed. Defiantly overkill. Once he rounded a corner, he began to run back to the school building. Izuku figured that Aizawa would stop if he went back into the main building. Izuku was correct. He waited at the door to see if the man would continue follow him, but after a couple of minutes he still didn't show. Most likely going back to Snipe's class. Once again Izuku found himself with nothing to do. Training facilities were off the table, mostly because he didn't want to be constantly under surveillance. One of the other things Denki had mentioned was the teachers. Izuku started off in the direction of the teacher's lounge. On his way, Izuku passed by the man with blonde hair. He thought nothing of it until he heard the man practically cough up one of his lungs. When Izuku turned to check on the man, he saw a while rag practically dyed red. That isn't healthy. He didn't need to be taught this to realize the pain the man was going through. Sir, I think you should go see recovery girl. None of this is healthy. Izuku gestured to the blood-soaked rag. That's very kind of you to suggest, but Chio-san already knows about this. It's a long-term condition. There isn't really a treatment at the moment. Sounds troublesome. I would offer to help, but I'm not licensed or anything yet, sorry. Oh, you must be Midoriya. Mirio has been talking about you non-stop. You've really made an impression. He must have the wrong person then. I've not done dash. Speak of the devil, Mirio bounding down the hallway towards the pair. I was hoping you could help me go through dash. Mirio turned his head to see who was with the man. His eyes basically lit up when he realized it was Izuku. Midoriya. I didn't realize you knew Mr. Yagi. I've only just met him. Oh, as long as I've not missed out on anything yet. Weird way to phrase that, almost as if something unnatural and time-consuming will involve me in the near future. Nothing interesting. Izuku shrugged. What were you up to then, Midoriya? I was going to see if one of the teachers could teach me something interesting. I've got way too much free time at the moment. If I'm not mistaken, quite a few of the staff know sign language. It's a practical skill, and from what I've picked up it's pretty interesting. The older blonde interjected, I'm sure none would be opposed to teaching you. Thanks for the idea, Mr. Tashinori Yagi. Mr. Yagi. I'll go look for someone to kidnap for an hour or so, see ya. Jibai Midoriya, Mirio announced as enthusiastically as ever. Izuku walked away from the pair now discussing something about trusting who to tell or something. It wasn't Izuku's business, so why should he bother being nosy? Now all Izuku had to do was find a teacher who didn't hate him for the disturbance from last night's commotion. Izuku knocked on the door but didn't wait for someone to call back. Inside was midnight and a few retired pros. After retiring from the hero scene, depending on your skill level, Principal Nizu would offer old heroes the chance to get there. Teaching license and work at the school or the uni in town. So, seeing older heroes was a common occurrence for the students at UA. You alright, kid? What wrong? Midnight beckoned him over to the table she was sat at. She was in her casual clothes. She had a room at U today and often stayed over due to the high security and the unlikely chances of creeps getting onto campus. Do you know sign language? Yeah, most staff know it. What about it? I was hoping you could teach me. Of course I'll teach you. What's brought this sudden train of thought though? I've got too much free time, so I went to the gym to see if anything there would be entertaining, but I got put off once I realized Aizawa was following me. Plus, I've never been good at fighting. I was slightly flexible but nothing special. Then I ran into Mr. Yagi, and he suggested sign language. Sounds like you've had an eventful day so far, Midoriya. I'll teach you if you're up to it. Midnight started pack away a few papers that she had been grading into a computer bag. I was waiting for an excuse to get away from this paperwork. Well, Izuku had come to the realization that not all the teachers hated him for last night. If this was his old school, he'd be in the corner facing the walls on his knees. Sure, UA was a hero school, but Izuku was expecting some sort of animosity. Are you sure you're okay with teaching me? Why wouldn't I be? Plus, I know a bit of acrobatics and things along those lines if you'd be interested. I know they aren't the most masculine, but what's the harm in being flexible? I make my third years take a class in it once a month. They've all grown to love it. That's really kind of you. As long as I'm not getting in the way or anything. Course not, you said you've been getting bored, and I needed an excuse to spend more time in the dance rooms. Midnight had gotten out a book that was aimed at college students. Now, normally we get people started on sign in their second year, but you wanted to learn so there isn't any harm done. Now we'll go through the basics. Izuku spent well over an hour with Midnight going through number and letters. By the end he had the entire alphabet and numbers up to 30 memorized. Midnight had insisted on learning the alphabet first because of how useful it is just knowing letters. They would be going through sentence structure in the next lesson, so Izuku knew how to form proper sentences before he started to sign them. The pair had also agreed to meet in the third dance room. Why a hero school needed a dance room, Izuku will never understand, at 7 later that day. Since they both stayed on campus, so Midnight suggested a later time, so all the other students had defiantly gone home and had left the facilities. Not much happened the rest of the day. He spent lunch and dinner in the kitchen at one of the counters by the ovens. Lunch Rush had offered for him to stay in the kitchen due to the unbearable number of stares he would get from other students. Why is having a meal so complicated here? Izuku found that sitting in the kitchen was way more entertaining anyway. He was able to watch Lunch Rush and the other 2 kitchen staff members run around the kitchen and serve the students. It was much more peaceful despite the staff constantly being on the move. It soon turned 7 and Izuku was taking his shoes off and putting them in one of the cubbies by the changing rooms. Midnight was already warming up in the middle of the floor. Izuku had never been in the Expressive Art Center. It was towards the back left of the campus and much like the rest of the school, Kfng massive. Even though the school didn't specialize in the performing arts, they had facilities that would make professionals drool. Izuku found that the whole floor in the third dance suite was completely spring-boarded, except for the entrance and changing rooms. Midoriya over here. Midnight called him onto the floor. What do you think? I managed to persuade Nizu to get this room fitted with the springy floor a while back. Just had to convince him that it was to help the students to improve and not for my own personal use. She rolled her eyes at the last part. Anyway, I was thinking I would get a grip on you capabilities then go on to try tumbling and try out silks. Sounds good. I haven't done anything like this since I was 3. The girls used to drag me into doing splits with them in the playground before. What are silks? If Midnight noticed the change in topic, she wasn't going to bring it up. You know, the long pieces of fabric over there. Midnight tilted her head to the long drapes to the left of the room whilst her hands were busy putting her hair up. By the way, we should get you some leggings or something because your joggers won't last long unless they're specially made. I'll make you some in the workshop tomorrow if you give me your measurements. Thank you, Midnight-san. Sometimes Izuku forgot that Midnight mostly taught the design students. I'll give them to you after. Sounds great. Now, go take a quick jog around the room twice and then we'll get to stretching. Izuku took into a light jog and did his 2 laps before meeting back with Midnight, bottle in hand. He realized that his body had regressed in its natural capabilities. He was still able to do the front splits without any major pain. Side splits were a completely different situation. How was he able to do them when he was a kid is beyond his knowledge. You're still in pretty good shape. We'll work on the side splits, but apart from that you're pretty good. Do you want to try the silks? I'll understand if you don't. No. I'd like to give it a try. Izuku was fumbling with his hands. He'd never really felt successful in anything but academics. Yet whilst doing what felt like the bare minimum in something he knew PP all about, Izuku felt slightly accomplished. His mum always used to talk about how she wished she should have gotten him started in gymnastics when he was a kid. Maybe that had a part in it? Either way, Izuku was going to embrace the sport despite it being feminine. I knew I wouldn't regret teaching you. Midnight ruffled his hair. We either need to get your hair cut or get you the proper products for curly hair. No student of mine will walk around looking like a shrub. Right? This is what you'll be putting your trust onto. Midnight picked up the piece of silk. Izuku was able to gain a few of the basics before Midnight realized it had just turned 9:30. They had grabbed their things and were about to leave the hall when Present Mike walked in. He had his hair in a low bun again and was wearing some sort of stirrup jogging legging things. Sup you two, what the little listener doing here? Yamada had put his bag down on one of the benches in favor of talking to Midnight and Izuku. I've taken the little rat on as a student. We were just doing some tumbling and whatnot. Shota is gonna be mad that he wasn't able to grab the kid before you. It's nice that you're getting into acrobatics and stuff though. Me and Midnight both started at the same time. She took it way more seriously than I ever did. You would have been so good if you actually put effort in. Anyway, I need to get this guy's measurements and material choices before students lights out, so we'll be off. I've got some paperwork to give to you tomorrow, so I'll see you then. Fair enough, see ya kid. Izuku opted to just nodding at the man and followed Midnight into the main buildings and up into one of the design rooms. You saw what Yamada was wearing, right? Yeah, what were they? They're like leggings but slightly looser. They used to wear them in the Olympics way back. I'll just grab your measurement, then you can head back to your room. Izuku lifted his arms and Midnight wrote his numbers down in a little notepad. I have a feeling that you're just going to keep growing. My mum's side of the family were never the tallest, couldn't tell you about my dad's though. Noted, I'll just keep on having to make more of the leggings then. All sorted, go and have a shower, you smell like a rubbish sight. I don't know what you expected of a rat. Izuku snarked back. Scamper along then, Tiske children. Izuku laughed as he made his way out of the room and back to his dorm. He checked his phone before he got ready for a shower. He found that Currently Exploding had messaged him only 2 minutes ago. Currently Exploding. Lasers or infrared? Most of their chat was just Exploding asking Izuku to improve their babies or fault find her blueprints. That's how their friendship started. Exploding had showed one of her blueprints on a server and Izuku had DM'd her about a few suggestions he had. Exploding had immediately started bombarding Izuku with ways they could improve their works and if there are any drawbacks or complications with the design. Most of their casual banter occurred in the group chat, if they weren't basically hibernating in their workshop. From what Izuku had gathered, they would send a quick message to him asking for his opinion on a project, go MIA for a week to a month, then emerge with a new invention that was either completely ridiculous or an ingenious piece of equipment, never in between. Before heading to the shower, he shot back. Mossball. Inferred. Whatever the project was, infrared was always more practical in Izuku's way of thinking. It was Wednesday lunch and Izuku wasn't eating in the kitchen. He had promised Mirio that he would sit with him and his mates on Tuesday, but his exams overlapped with their lunch time frame. So, he promised the blonde to eat with him the next day. So, Izuku was now making his way over to one of the loudest tables in the cafeteria. From what he had gathered from his time observing in the kitchen, the group regularly had other people asking to sit with them, or just finding themselves in the middle of a conversation that would transpire on 2 different sides of the room. They always seemed to be at the center of attention. The complete opposite of what Izuku aimed for. It was inevitable that when Mirio caught sight of Izuku and called his name, half of the canteen went silent in awe of what had just occurred. Izuku was known to be brash and cold-hearted, so why was the king of the school inviting him over? Honestly, Izuku was still thinking the same thing. In an attempt to make things slightly less awkward, Izuku opted to ignore the stares and mummers and just make his way over to the table. Mirio had saved a space next to him for Izuku. The other 2 were sitting opposite with the boy in front of Mirio and the socially oblivious girl now in front of Izuku. Midoriya. I kinda thought you were gonna ignore me for a sec there and go back into the kitchen. Izuku had debated that option, but Mirio had seemingly helped him out on his little escapade the other day, so Izuku felt that he owed it to the noisy second year. Ah, this is Nijire and the untalkative one over there is Tamaki. Mirio hasn't stopped talking about you. To be honest, I wanted to find the time to apologize for that one time but didn't get a chance before now. I get a little caught up in the moment and forget about what is deemed socially acceptable. What? No, I didn't do anything like that. Nijire got distracted by a conversation that had started on the table next to theirs. She's so loud. The recluse boy shrunk further into himself. He appeared to hate the attention the table got more than Izuku. I think that sums us up really. Most of the time there are other people here but it's pretty quiet for once. Yeah, 'cause I'm here. The two boys ended up conversing about their timetables. Nijire occasionally tuned in and asked Izuku about a few things, then went back to one of the many conversations she had been partaking in. After school time's end, midnight teaches me. Mirio raised one of his eyebrows as a gesture to get Izuku to keep talking. She mostly just helps me with tumbling and is teaching me stuff with the silks. Midnight teaches you 111, lucky. So many of the girls have tried to convince her to get her to coach them. Nijire had turned her attention to the conversation only briefly, then went back to shouting at someone halfway across the table. She's rejected people? This is new to Izuku. Most of the teachers here do. Unless they've chosen to mentor you, they'd hardly coach anyone. Some will hold group studies and go through things with a group after school, but it's hardly ever one-on-one training. Why is Izuku so slow at finding things like this out? Izuku knew that people were listening into their conversation. He'd known their whole lunch that people were eavesdropping. He'd been half tempted to call them out on it, but he figured this is what he had signed up for if he sat with Mirio. With the new information he'd just acquired, more questions arose in Izuku's mind. He'd never really had anyone take special interest in him, and if what Present Mike had said about Aizawa wanting to teach him was true, Izuku's questions only increased tenfold. I've got to go. I'll see you around. See ya. Come sit with us again next week. We've got things on basically every other day, so make sure to be here, yeah? Sure thing, Mirio-senpai. With that, Izuku picked up his tray and made his way out of the cafeteria. As the fates would have it, he would only get to the cart where you put your dirty trays before he got intercepted. Izuku was seriously growing to hate mealtimes. It was a group of girls who had decided on trying to corner him near the doorway. We heard that you were getting taught by Midnight. How did you do it? We've been trying for weeks to get her to coach our dance team, but she always turns us down. I wish I knew. Izuku tried to get around the girls when he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was too big to be a girl. Why couldn't people just leave him alone? Hey, the girls asked you a question, you should answer them. A few boys had come over to back the girls up, most likely to trying to win their favors. I did. It's not my problem if Midnight didn't want to teach them. Izuku could feel the adrenaline begin to rise. He wasn't about to back down and be treated like shit because someone had wanted to teach him. He looked at the boy's hand on his shoulder. Could you get your hand off of me? The older boy released his grip on Izuku. You're right, I don't know if your people are contagious. His people? What the f was he going on up to you? The dimwit just kept prattling on about how feminine it made him seem, and that it's not something that men should be doing, and he should get Midnight to teach the girls instead of him. Izuku wasn't paying attention to this though. His ears had popped, and his vision tunneled. Unknown to the group, the rest of the cafeteria had dropped their voices and most of what was being said could be heard by almost everybody. A few of the third years had gotten up from their seats along with Mirio, determined to de-escalate the situation before it could turn quite ugly. Their plans to try and resolve the situation peacefully had crumbled when Izuku launched himself at the boy. He'd been on the receiving end of beatings and had gotten quite familiar with how they were executed. Getting a hit on the boy wasn't actually that difficult. The dumbass had landed one in on Izuku before he dropped from a hook to the jaw. Izuku didn't allow the boy any chance to get up before straddling him, repeatedly bashing the boy's face. My what? Say it again, you homophobic piece of shit. Blood began to fly off of the boy's face. His nose had concaved, and his eyes were swollen shut. Izuku didn't notice that his clothes were starting to stain red. It's people like you that make the world a living hell. It's none of your business who other people like T.O. Izuku felt someone's arms wrap around his torso, pulling him off the unconscious body. He struggled against the person, only briefly acknowledging that his elbow had made a connection with something. Before he was properly pulled away, he managed to get one last headbutt in before the butt was out of reach. Try me again, Beach. You'll find that there won't be anyone who wants to heal you in 20 years because I'll be all that's left. You'll be left to die. Izuku was being pulled away from the room by a couple of people at this point. Despite him knowing there was no chance of the boy being able to hear him, he kept yelling obscenities until his mouth was covered. Mirio was enjoying lunch. Midoriya was actually quite sociable if you were able to get him to open up to you, which seemed to be difficult for those who weren't Mirio. Midoriya gave blunt answers to other students if they asked him anything. Mirio was slightly pleased that Midoriya had a bias towards him. He had to admit that he saw the like a younger brother. They had been talking about private teaching when Midoriya excused himself. Mirio had a suspicion that he just needed to go speak to Midnight, so he let Izuku leave without any major pushback. He mostly just made the boy promise to eat with them next week. Things went back to normal after Izuku left. A few more people joined their table. Most definitely because Midoriya had left. It was quite funny that half of the student body were scared of a 13-year-old. Then the room went quiet. Mirio had to listen for a minute to gauge what was going on. It then became apparent that Izuku was being crowded by a group of twats known for giving others a rough time. After one of the boys had started on how dudes shouldn't do acrobatics and it isn't befitting of men, Mirio made eye contact with some third years that took Midnight's gym class once a month. Visibly irked themselves, they got up from their tables and began to make their way over to try and calm the situation down. They hadn't gotten far before Izuku pounced on the boy. If Mario was correct, the boy was Akita Roku. The boy was in the business department and in his second year with Mirio. The group of boys who had gotten up to help were now running over to the one-sided beatdown. Mirio attempted to get Izuku off the senseless body. However, Mirio had underestimated Izuku's strength and ended up getting a whack to the nose before a teacher had gotten over and was helping him pry Izuku off the Roku. The third years were moving Roku onto his side in case he choked on any vomit or blood. A few seconds later, you could hear a retch and then the sound of vomit hitting the ground. It turns out that it was Mr. Aizawa who had managed to get over to the brawl the fastest. He used his binding cloth to cover Izuku's mouth, mostly because he was going to say something that would get himself in trouble. Aizawa used the rest of his cloth to bind Izuku's body. Mirio picked the caterpillar figure up and followed the teacher to wherever he had in mind. Mirio turned to see if the others had the situation under control. They did. That's if you don't count the boy with a face covered in welts with blood and vomit mixed into a puddle pooling by his mouth. One of the first-year girls had taken it upon herself to try and clean the boy up while a third year was rubbing his back to try and soothe the nausea. Who knew such a scrawny kid could do so much damage? Izuku had given up trying to break free after they had left the cafeteria. He allowed himself to be fireman carried to wherever they were headed. There wasn't much of a chance that he would be able to get out, so why waste the energy? After a couple more minutes of walking, he heard a door open and found himself being placed on a sofa. It didn't take long to gather that he had been taken to Hound Dog's office. Aizawa sat down on the sofa opposite Izuku and Mirio next to him. Hound Dog wasn't present yet, so the trio were sat in the office alone. Izuku made a muffled coughing noise to try and get the pro's attention. He had a scratch on his neck, and it was getting too itchy to ignore. Once Aizawa was paying attention, Izuku raised one of his eyebrows, looked down at the cocoon he was in, then raised his head again. Yet again, the two had a silent conversation, resulting Aizawa loosening his bindings to just his wrists and ankles. Tiawa. Izuku began scratching at his neck. It was one of the most satisfying scratches in his life. I thought I was going to go insane. Mirio let out a small chuckle. Now that Izuku was able to converse again, what's going to happen? Mario and Izuku looked to Aizawa for an answer. They were only met with parental disappointment. Most likely house arrest or something. Though I don't know how practical that would be considering you're already locked down pretty harsh as it is. We're just waiting for Nizu, Hound Dog, Midnight and Recovery Girl. Not long after Aizawa said that the door opened, and all of the previously mentioned individuals walked through. Hound Dog sat at his desk, Midnight and Recovery Girl sat beside Aizawa whilst Nizu made himself at home in the pro's scarf. It would have been quite amusing if it weren't for the situation. I would like to state that he provoked me before anyone starts accusing me of anything. Izuku raised his hands to his chest. Granted that it didn't do much considering they were still bound together, it was the effort that mattered in Izuku's mind. I am aware of that, Mr. Midoriya. We just wanted to talk about what made you go to such extreme measures. Izuku felt Mirio shift in his seat. The blonde clearly knew the reason why. Hell, most of the school probably knew. There was no doubt that the fight was the prime piece of gossip as of right now. Nizu had eyes and ears everywhere, so why is this Godmed chimera making Izuku say it aloud? I think we both know why, sir. Do we? Nizu responded as if he hadn't a clue. Izuku leaned forward. Who would have thought that once again, the top hero school would slip up so badly? First it was my escape, now it's hate speech against homosexual people. Aizawa's eyebrows threaded together. Clearly, he hadn't had time to speak with Nizu about the incident since he was dealing with Izuku, so he hadn't been briefed on the matter. Is that why you got so aggravated, Midoriya? Hound Dog finally spoke. You'd think that the counselor would want to lead this talk. Izuku decided it would be better to not to respond. He put his knees up to his chest and rested his head. He didn't feel like having a communal counseling session. However, his silence had said enough to the others in the room. Mirio put his hand on his head and ruffled his hair. He said some pretty offensive things. I'm surprised Izuku didn't go further. Why was Mirio defending him? Izuku found himself in a position where someone had decided to back him up despite Izuku not having done anything himself to earn their trust. Get your hands out of his hair. With that, Midnight began to lecture Mirio on the intricacies of curly hair. It seems as though she has planned or Izuku to grow it out and take proper care of it by doing things like plopping. The other three adults left them to discuss hairdressing and turned their attention back to Izuku. Are you all right, boy? Recovery Girl had gotten up from her seat and was making her way over to Izuku. Let me take a look at you. Izuku uncurled himself and presented the woman with his hands. A rainbow of bruises had emerged on his skin, a few cuts here and there from where his skin had torn from the punching. Other than that, Izuku felt fine. It's nothing major, I'll survive. I'm not having any student of mine all damaged. Without leaving Izuku much room to argue, Recovery Girl kissed his knuckles and gave him a warm smile. You're much better off than the other chap. You would have been a mighty hero in another life. If Midnight let me have him once a week to train, I'm sure he'd make it onto the hero program. This pulled Midnight out of her extensive conversation with Mirio about hair dye and corresponding undertones. Sod off. I got to him before you, you're just salty. Plus, he has amazing skills as a performer. Aizawa let out a huff and turned his head away from Midnight seemingly in a strop. It's a kind offer, but I'd rather not be a hero. Like Recovery Girl said, maybe in another life. I might take you up on the training though. It seems as if I attract bigots who like to pick fights. It was Izuku's turn to sigh for once. Aizawa, though, had forgotten about his strop and had gone back to being completely neutral at the new development in his plans to train Izuku. Well, as natural as sticking his middle finger up at Midnight would be. That was how it started, wasn't it? Mirio brought the conversation back onto the rails. They wanted you to forfeit your place as Midnight's student. When you didn't, the guy got mad and began to... Yeah. The atmosphere in the room dampened again. SCKS to be him though, it's not gonna affect me. Sure, I'll be grounded for a few weeks. Nizu nodded with approval, but I'm not going to be labeled as a homophobic beach. I've already got a stupid reputation following me around. Oh, by the way, Izuku turned to Nizu, could you send someone to water the plants at my house or bring them over? Of course, young Midoriya, you were correct about the grounding situation. No going back to your house for 2 weeks, but you can invite your boyfriend around if you want. Thanks, Dash. It almost went over Izuku's head, almost. Ichi's not me boyfriend. We've literally only met once. I don't know what's going on in that seedy little brain of yours, but I won't be afraid to dash. Izuku decided not to finish that sentence, mostly because he was already in some trouble and the rat had the ability to extend his grounding, not because his bindings were getting increasingly tighter by the second. If that's all you wanted to talk to me about, I'm going to leave. I've been persecuted way too much today. The bindings on his wrists and ankles flew off and returned to Aizawa's neck. Izuku rubbed his wrists and made his way to the door. Wait for me outside, Midoriya. Mirio called out to him. With the little meeting over, Izuku left the room. Mirio had begun before Nizu was able to get a word in. I'll keep an eye on him, sir. Don't worry. Thank you. There are only a handful of people that boy could even think about trusting, it seems. He needs someone to be in his corner when we're unable to. It wasn't Nizu who responded but Hound Dog. The man hadn't spoken much over the meeting, but Mirio assumed that it was to get a reading on Midoriya's character. Mirio stepped out into the hall and found Midoriya standing at the window across from the door. Midnight had let him in on her plans for Izuku's hair. He wasn't about to go against her by recommending he cut it, but it was starting to get in his eyes and become a nuisance. "I'll buy you some scrunchies, your hair keeps getting in your face." "Scrunchies? Why not just normal hairbands?" Midnight said that they damage your hair follicle. "You're scared of her, just admit it." "I'm being serious, Midoriya. I don't want Midnight on my back over your hair." For the first time, Izuku smiled. It wasn't one of his lopsided ones he'd make to get people off his back, it was one that would light up the world. "Izuku, just call me Izuku." This kid just kept surprising Mirio. Unable to hold back, he put Izuku into a headlock and ruffled his hair. "I'm gonna steal you. Your boyfriend can find someone new, I've got to protect your remaining innocence." "Oh my god. Hisn't my boyfriend. And go find someone else to adopt. According to Denki, I've been collecting heroes. He keeps messaging me that I've been adopted by the staff here." Izuku was still trying to worm his way out of Mirio's grip. "So, his name is Denki, huh?" "Akuf." The two kept jabbing at each other the whole time until they needed to separate. Izuku needed to change out of the bloodied clothes and Mirio had to get back to classes. Izuku was sat in one of the dance rooms with Midnight doing their cooldowns. They had just finished going through that night session. Izuku had taken his finals the previous day and there was the whole ordeal at lunch, so he was told by Midnight to not worry about doing anything for a couple of days, but Izuku wanted to keep his mind preoccupied whilst waiting for his results. "Oh, I brought the products from the salon, wait here." Midnight disappeared to her bag. When she re-emerged, she had a paper carrier bag in hand. She put it down in front of her, taking a seat in front of Izuku. She sat crossed-legged, making her look like a kid on Christmas Day. She was defiantly more excited for this than Izuku was. "I've brought you the essentials, there are instructions on the back, and I've written a note on what to do on a piece of paper." The pro began a rundown on each product and how to use it. By the end, Izuku was able to tell what type of hair pattern he had and the scientific breakdown behind it. If Midnight hadn't gone down the hero course, she would have put all of her attention into a formula for shampoo or something as detailed as that. The two were making their way back to the main building. "Thank you, Midnight, you didn't have to do this for me." Izuku had his equipment bag over his shoulder and the paper bag in his left hand. He tried to pay the hero back for the equipment and fitted leggings, but apparently it wasn't anything major, even though Izuku recognized that the branded products were usually very expensive. The gear she ordered for him had been custom-made as well. How loaded are heroes? "Don't worry about it, rat boy. Once you find the right way to treat your hair, it makes living with it so much more manageable. I've got quite thick hair so it can be quite a pain to deal with, I just wanted to help you sort it out. Plus, I think you'd look pretty good with longer hair, like Aizawa length." "What's show done now?" The two spun around and saw Mike with a smile on his face. He was just entering through the doors into the building. "Just talking about hair." Izuku raised the paper bag to show the salon logo on the side. Yamada nodded with understanding. Izuku had seen how many hair products were lining their bathroom shelves. "What are you up to, Cockatoo?" "I was just putting our things in the car. Me and Shota are going back to the apartment tonight." Yamada presented the fancy-looking keys. "I forget that you two bounce back and forth. Izuku, feel free to go to your room. I need to talk to Yamada about preparations for the entrance exam." "Already?" "Sure, they were important but they were 10 months away." Izuku wouldn't be going through any sort of selection process, luckily, but he knew that Yurei always went big for the entrance exams. He didn't know that they spent so much time preparing for them though. "Oh, before you go, what type of metal are your earrings?" "Don't encourage him, earrings aren't permitted." Aizawa walked down the hallway to join the conversation. "Here we go." Izuku muttered under his breath. Midnight had caught what he said and chuckled. "Only 4 in uniform, and if I'm correct, our dear Midoriya doesn't wear the uniform." "She has a point show," Hizashi leered, "and by the looks of it, they are probably silver." A nice design too, you've got a good eye, kiddo. Thanks. Only Aizawa knew that they were his mother's. Izuku was grateful that the man didn't bring it up. Cool, I'll grab you some more when I next go into town. You spoil him. Yamada teased. Despite the occasional bickering, the two seemed to get along like a house on fire. A very loud house on fire. I just don't want my student looking like a rat. Our student, he said that he would take up my offer. Aizawa sure was persistent for Izuku to get some sort of teaching from him. Even more of a reason to try and keep him from looking like a rat. It'll only get worse if he trains with a hobo-looking sloth. Sloth? With that, Midnight and Yamada began to barge at each other. It wasn't anything malicious, just playful. They've been like this since high school. You better go, they'll be at it for ages. The hero brought a hand up to his face and pinched the bridge of his nose. You're not planning on stopping this, are you? I'll get the rest of our things from our room into the car first, then pull them apart. With Yamada and Midnight still snarking at each other, Izuku bid goodbye and went up to his dorm. After he got a shower, Izuku opened the sign language textbook and continued reading until late into the night, only allowing himself to doze for a couple of hours. A paper envelope laid by his feet. Izuku never got mail unless it was from the school, leaving this to be one of two things: his exam results or therapy. Breakfast could wait. His stomach seemingly growled in protest. Izuku picked the brown paper up and retreated back into his room. 13 had swung by his house and grabbed all his plants from his apartment. His room now belonged more to the plant life than to Izuku. It gave the room more personality, due to Izuku not taking much from his home. Because he would still be able to go home, he didn't have much to put up in his dorm, leaving most of it bare apart from a few photos he had taken from around the lounge. He grabbed a pair of scissors and opened the envelope. It turns out Izuku was correct. It was both therapy and his results. He picked out the letter from Hound Dog first. All it read was that his appointment was on Thursday mornings at 11, starting from next week. He put the letter on a bulletin board in his room. Next were the exam results. Izuku knew that he would study medicine regardless of the outcome, but he prided himself of his academic ability. It was one of the ways he was able to detach himself from any unpleasant experiences that had occurred throughout the school day. To each their own. Izuku had been sat on the sofa for around 20 minutes before he came to the conclusion that he wasn't going to be able to open them on his own. He got up from the sofa and strode down to the teacher's office. Lessons hadn't started yet, so quite a few of the faculty were grabbing a coffee or getting some last-minute marking done. A few heads turned when Izuku entered. Most had grown accustomed to him knocking and not waiting for a callback to let him in. What are you here for, Midoriya? Midnight was standing by the coffee machine with Aizawa. I got dash. What was he doing here? He knew that he didn't want to open his results, but why did he go to the teachers about it? What would they do about it? He looked at the envelope in his hands. I don't know. Has it got something to do with the mail in your hands? Midnight gestured for him to move further into the room, so he wasn't standing in the doorway. Yeah, it's nothing though. Izuku was out of the door before he could finish his sentence. What kind of decision was that? Sure, he didn't want to open his results on his own, but what line of thinking had led his brain to make that connection? Izuku! Mirio raised his hand. What are you doing here again? What have you done now? Why do you assume I've gotten into trouble? Well, your track record isn't the cleanest. Izuku bashed Mirio's shoulder. Seriously though, why the teacher's office? I don't know, I just got my results for my finals dash. That's great. How'd you do? I haven't opened them yet, I can't bring myself to. Oh, I've got some time to spare until homeroom. But didn't you need to see a teacher? Mr. Yagi can wait. We need to see how smart you really are. What is it with people and insulting my intelligence? Izuku flailed his arms in the air. Let's go to the common area. Mirio pulled Izuku away from the teacher's room and to the elevator. Izuku had been at this school for over a week, yet he still had no idea that there was a common room for students who had residency. Mirio dropped onto one of the sofas and pulled Izuku down with him. Ready when you are, little man. I am not that small, plus, midnight recons I'll keep growing. I'm now hoping I do just to hold it over your head, Mirio sniggered. Izuku put his hand in the envelope and pulled out the rest of the papers. Inside were 2 sheets of paper. One had a list of his results and the other a certificate of validation. The results slip had all of subjects he'd taken in a line. To the right were the results. Overwhelming delights fell over him once he read the results. I passed. Miro, I did it. Izuku could feel a smile spread on his face. And then some. You got top marks in everything, Izuku. Mirio pulled Izuku into another headlock. You're too smart for your own good. Izuku was too high on adrenaline to try and resist against Boy's grip, letting himself laugh as Mirio rubbed against his hair. Others in the common room were in disbelief. Midoriya was smiling? Like, a proper smile, not just that, he was laughing. The only time he had come relatively close was that one time at lunch with Mirio. The boy's smile was intoxicating. If he wanted, he'd be able to have the whole school wrapped around his little finger with just a flash of his grin. Izuku was unaware of the shock that he had caused to the other students. He was even more unaware that some people had taken photos of the occurrence. Izuku's elation was short-lived. His and Mirio's celebration got cut short by the morning bell for homeroom. DMN already. Mirio let Izuku drop to the ground. Anyway, I'll see you around, Izuku. With that, the older boy jogged out of the room to try and get to homeroom relatively on time. Izuku watched the boy leave, then refocused his attention back onto the piece of paper. Izuku knew he would get good marks, but all of the grades that were listed were the top of the top. Midoriya. Izuku looked over to the tired man that called his name. Do you have time to talk? Aizawa looked around the room for any lingering students. Everyone had left once they heard their bell, not wanting to be left in the same room with Izuku after Mirio had left. Yeah. Aizawa stalked further into the room. You'll be starting training with Recovery Girl tomorrow at 2, that's assuming you passed your exams? Izuku basically gave himself whiplash as a response. Of course you did. I've booked time slots in Gym Gamma every Saturday at 7. It was the only day I could wrangle out of Midnight's hands. I'll expect to see you there. Izuku snapped his head to look over to Aizawa. He looked the man over for any signs of a joke or even regret. You mean it? I don't say things I don't mean, problem child. I'll keep that in mind. Shouldn't you be teaching right now though? I expelled a couple of my classes, so I have some newfound free time. There's got to be a good reason behind that. They had no potential. I wasn't going to let them out onto the field if there was a chance that they'll die. Aizawa appeared to think the conversation was coming to an end and began to walk out of the room. You could have just trained them? The hero didn't seem interested in keeping the conversation going, so just lifted his hand as a response. Izuku rolled his eyes at the lack of reply. It was currently Friday. He'd have a lesson with Recovery Girl tomorrow and then the day off. He wouldn't be allowed to go home, so he'd have to find a way to spend his time. None of the classes would be on and only a couple of teachers and students would be in the dorms. He'd probably spend his time reading or in the dance room. With nothing else to do, he sat in one of Yamada's classes on English with the first years. Izuku had a relatively normal night. That's if you count 2 hours of really sheet sleep as normal. He didn't want to go back to sleep and ended up on call with "fuck off, I'm tired" for the rest of the night. He had breakfast in the kitchen. Izuku didn't trust being in the main seating area without Mirio at this point, and watched 13 scold a class of first years for not following the correct protocol in a talk-through simulation that they had all most definitely failed. Eventually 2 o'clock rolled around and Izuku was stood outside of the nurse's office. This was going to be his future. He sure hoped that it was going to be entertaining. With that, Izuku opened the door and greeted the older woman sat at her desk. Next to it was an empty desk that had a couple of books and papers on it. Ah, Midoriya. I was worried that you were going to back out for a second there. As if I'd be given a chance. Right, let's get straight into things. No point in wasting time. I've got you until 5 on school days. If at any point you feel yourself start to burn out, tell me. I can see the circles under your eyes, and I don't want them getting any bigger. She waved her cane at his face. I understand that insomnia is quite impractical, but so is a sloppy medic. Thank you for worrying about me, but I've gotten used to it at this point. If I need time to rest, I'll just drop one of the days I learn under midnight. I was going to speak to her about only training 3 nights a week anyway. I'm glad you know your limits. Right, there's a couple of books I need you to read through. The methods might seem a bit outdated initially, however there's no problem in understanding pre-quirk methods. That's what you'll be starting on anyway. Everything in life goes back to the basics. Izuku couldn't help but smile a little. He knew that if he went down the medicine path, he'd want to rely on more traditional methods than his quirk, almost as an homage to the time he presented as quirkless. Of course, he wouldn't let a little grudge get in the way of someone's life. If it was completely necessary, he would use his quirk. He was glad Recovery Girl wasn't going to push him to constantly rely on his quirk. What's got you smiling now? You didn't think I would let you onto the field and your only way of helping would be to exhaust yourself. Oh no, it's not that. It's just that I'd rather use more outdated methods if I were to go on the field. Recovery Girl looked at him like he was a diamond. That's quite refreshing. It's not common to find someone with your outlook on quirks to come around. In fact, you're quite like my old mentor. She was very stubborn on who she would and wouldn't treat and the method of treatment. Her reputation led her to be very respected within the medical community. A fond smile spread on the heroine's face. Anyway, you might want to get started on those books. I've seen your exam results, so I'd think it won't take long for you to memorize the contents. Izuku blushed under the praise. To try and get away from the conversation's topic, he picked up one of the books and sat down at the desk. It was an A4 book well over 1,000 pages. This was going to be a long read. Students came and went as he read, not paying them any mind as he read up on lacerations to the top layers of skin. Eventually it turned 5:10. Recovery Girl shooed him out of the nurse's office and told Izuku to take the stack of books with him. He made his way back to his dorm and continued emergency medicine. The only time he put the book down was the next day to go and meet with Aizawa. He put on a tank top and the jogger legging things that Midnight had tailored for him and made his way down to the Gamma Gym. Izuku found that Aizawa was waiting at the entrance doors for him like Midnight does. Originally, he'd thought that the heroine was just being polite. Apparently it was just one of the safety measures Nizu had put in place. What's in the bag? I didn't think you'd have equipment. It's just some stuff Midnight gave me, protein powders, stretching bands, micropore tape, knife stash. Knives? Yeah, she gave them to me last night when I brought up training with you. How considerate. I'll take a look at them when we get to the gym. They'd left the main building and were nearing the entrance to the gym. Izuku had only been in the building twice, once from the tour around the campus and the other from when he sat in on Aizawa's and Snipe's class. Maybe he should learn how to use a gun. It'd be a practical skill, plus it doesn't require a quirk for usage. Izuku would try and ask Snipe about it at some point. The pair walked up to the two towering doors. Izuku followed Aizawa through. Cementos had gotten rid of the mountains and cliffs from the latest lesson, so the floor was even throughout the room. Izuku set his bag and bottle down on one of the benches. He pulled out the pair of knives Midnight had gotten them. She told him that they were shock-resistant carbon steel and had a multi-chrome finish, something about fighting with fashion. Izuku handed the knives over to Aizawa. Carbon steel, right? Izuku nodded. They're well made. I've got no problem against teaching you how to use them if you want. You do that? Might as well. Really? Aizawa didn't respond immediately. Izuku looked to see if the hero was okay. The man didn't look like he was about to kill everyone within 10 feet for once. He had a complacent glimmer in his eyes. It didn't last long before he snapped back to reality. No use in standing around. Go take a jog to warm up. Not wanting to push limits and ask, Izuku began to jog around the perimeters of the room. Aizawa went through the basics of throwing a punch. Don't tuck your thumb in, it would break due to the impact. Just keep it to the side of your knuckles. It could get caught on clothes or something if you leave it loose. Next was kicking, which was significantly more difficult. Twist your hips over, otherwise you're just going to be kicking them with your instep. Twist your back foot as well. It gives you more rotation. They finished with the proper grip for knife throwing. Hold the handle. We're not going for anything fancy, so you can just start with a full spin. Izuku was starting to realize how demanding this was going to be. They both called it quits at 7, so Izuku had time before lights out, not like he ever followed the sleeping guidance. But it gave him time to read. You had training with Recovery Girl yesterday, right? HM? Oh yeah. Silence settled over the two. Well, how was it? It was good. I've gotten a couple of books to read over. but nothing too challenging so far. Aizawa nodded, picked up his bottle and strode over to Izuku who was waiting by the doors. You know about the outside rule then. You guys weren't very discreet about it. The hero let out an exasperated sigh. The rest of the walk back was silent, the only noise coming from the wildlife that's inhabiting the grounds. Me and Zashi are back at the apartment. He said he would wait in the car. I'll watch you get into the building though. Thank you for the lesson, Aizawa. Izuku dipped his head and took up a quick walk to get back into the school. When he would get back to his room, he'd grab a shower then pick his book up where he left off in one of the armchairs. The next week was quite quiet. He ate lunch with Mirio and the others. No one picked a fight with him, which was a bonus. The third years who helped Mirio intervene in the fight actually greeted him. They had told him their names, but Izuku wasn't able to remember them. After he finished the books, Recovery Girl began to structure the lessons around the students who came in. She would ask him about the injury, then how he would handle the situation. And if there weren't any injuries, he would just reread one of the books. Lessons with Midnight had been progressing rather steadily. He was able to notice a difference in his flexibility. Midnight had been slightly disheartened when he asked to drop their lessons to only 3 times a week, but once he explained that burnout wasn't on his to-do list, her resentment basically dissolved. Aizawa went through the combat basics again with him to refine and drill the movements, so nothing particularly interesting happened in that lesson. In the mornings, Izuku would spend time in the library with his nose in a book. The different genres he had been particularly drawn to were the Percy Jackson series, sad romances, and sign language guides. Midnight would sometimes teach him bits of the language, but after she saw his development from reading the revision guides, she told him to just ask her stuff he didn't understand and to continue learning as he was. A couple times after classes had ended, Mirio would find him and kidnap him to hang out. They'd mostly just wander around the campus and joking around, greeting teachers that passed by with their most innocent smiles, then going back to making crude jokes. Izuku spent Saturday on call with Denki. He'd offered to start helping with his quirk, so the two sat on FaceTime brainstorming ideas. What about like that Spider-Boy comic from Pre-Quirks? You mean Spider-Man? Amusement spread across Izuku's face. Yeah, like what if I used a material that lets my quirk through? IDs send out the web and my lightning can travel down it. That's such a good idea, Denki. I think currently exploding would be able to make something like that for you, but she's gone into one of her shut-out PRDS, so you'll have to wait a bit. You really think it's a good idea? You're not messing with me, right? Denki's voice was laced with skepticism. That was something Izuku had noticed. Denki always had to double-check that something he had said was valuable. Izuku could understand why he felt the need for reassurance. From what he had been told, the blonde wasn't taken very seriously at his school. It's kinda shit to see him feel so degraded after some days after school. It's an amazing idea, Kaminari. We just now need to cover your close-range combat. Like how Midnight has her whip in case the criminal is female or resistant to her quirk. Denki looked to be lost in thought. Izuku left him to his mind and began running those ideas for his quirk. I got a dip, Mum just shouted for dinner. Oh, you're able to come round next week still? Of course. Ait by Danks. Izuku only realized the use of the nickname after he had said it. The other boy didn't seem too bothered by the name. In fact, he seemed to be rather pleased. Without stuttering, Denki responded with, Adius querida, then hung up. He can speak other languages? That's something Izuku will ask about next week. Izuku's stomach groaned, motivating Izuku to get dinner from the cafeteria. He grabbed his share of the food and strode into the kitchen. He sat at one of the stools and talked with Lunch Rush as the hero prepared dough for tomorrow's bagels. They were damn good bagels. Katsuki hadn't seen Izuku for well over a month. After his little hissy fit, that's what his mum refers to it as, the nerd hadn't been to school since. Which was kinda shitty. The old hag had sat him down and told him of Auntie Inko's death. It was clear that she had been crying before this and just managed to get herself to stop as to not worry Katsuki. I need you to watch out for Izuku for a while. I know you two drifted a bit, but he's going to need someone to support him. Why did Katsuki have to do it? It's just like the woman said, he and Deku hadn't had a friendship for ages. Plus, Yurei entrance exams were coming up. Babysitting wasn't going to help improve his abilities. But if he was going to be a hero, that meant doing things that weren't the most appealing. On Monday, Katsuki waited at his desk for the nerd to show up. He wasn't going to be a buddy-buddy with Deku, but he supposed he could calm down on the teasing. But when Deku didn't show, Katsuki felt himself become slightly more restless. Why was he becoming so paranoid? It's not like he couldn't miss a day of school, plus his mother literally just died. He's probably fine. But it wasn't just one day he missed, it was 1 week, then 2, then 3, then a whole FING month. None of the teachers addressed it and the class acted if he were never there. Why did no one care? Why did Katsuki care? It's not like the two had been close. In fact, Deku was really FNG annoying. He's weak and would never stand up for himself, and it set him off. No matter how much teasing or fighting, Deku would cower to him. So why didn't he stop? If Deku wasn't going to change, the why should Katsuki make him? Because it felt good. Having the power to control someone's safety, the adrenaline highs, and people would praise him. But when all of that came to an abrupt stop, he saw how damaging that was to other people and to himself. Now that his superiority complex had been pulled to a halt, he felt nauseous. How made kids scream in pain as their flesh would burn off? How the F was Deku still alive? After his withdrawal, he began to distance himself from his friends. They weren't really that, to be honest. They just wanted him for FG money and the ability to say, I was mates with him, for when he goes pro. He began to hang around a group of boys from the class next door. They didn't mind his brash personality and didn't treat him as a god like the teachers did. He still had his outbursts, but they just weren't aimed at weaker people. Katsuki picked up the habit of waiting outside the Midoriya's home for an hour after school. Surely he was going to run into the nerd at some point. But he never did. The closest he got was a woman moving all of their plants into a car. He tried to ask about what was going on, but she brushed him off, quoting, "Official hero business," and showed him her license. So, he just watched as the plants got loaded into the car and drove off. About a month after the plant lady, Katsuki was on his way home from the Midoriya's apartment. He had told one of his mates that he could meet up, so he was on his way down into town. He was told to wait by the center while his mates finished cram school. The old hag had pushed him to go to cram school, but he never really needed it. He would always get in the top 10 of the year even with the minimal studying he did. Katsuki wondered if going to cram school would actually help him. However, he was too busy thinking about academics to register someone's screaming villain before a gas pipe exploded. Unfortunately, there was a man with a fire quirk standing right next to the open gas. Due to well science, there was a massive explosion. The surrounding area became engulfed in flames. Some buildings remained standing due to archaeologists making their supports more resilient to different situations. However, that couldn't be said for the stalls and other buildings that were constructed under different regulations. People were crushed under debris or unconscious from the initial blast. Katsuki couldn't make his way over to help the injured. Instead, he had been lifted off the ground and had his mouth covered by a strange goo. Now, heroes, don't get any closer. I just want to get away. I don't want to cause this little boy any harm. Literally. Thank God his mouth was covered. Otherwise he would most definitely be dead if he was able to speak his mind. Katsuki slowly felt his conciseness slip away. He'd hoped that his explosions were hurting the villain, but they ended up just making him more exhausted. The last thing that he was able to process before blacking out was a tall man with bunny ears running at him. Izuku's day didn't start great. In fact, it had been a rather shit morning. Running to the toilet to vomit really does set the day up to be miserable. He had no appetite after emptying his guts and knew better than to overwhelm it, so Izuku settled on just sipping some water. It had been the first time in a while that he actively attempted to get some sleep in a week. Aizawa and Recovery Girl kept finding him napping in the infirmary and would send him back to his dorm. Yesterday had been one of those instances. With nothing to do, Izuku grabbed one of his books and made his way down to see Recovery Girl. There should be something happening in the nurse's office. Aizawa was carrying out a quirk development assessment with the second years. Izuku had been correct. On 2 beds were students with light lacerations to their heads and arms. Nothing a few plasters wouldn't cover. Recovery Girl was grabbing some antiseptic cream to apply before the plasters. "Ah, Midoriya. How come you're here early? Didn't I send you to get extra sleep?" "Trust me, I got more than I wanted. Izuku's heart lightened at the older lady's concern. And how much is that HM? You're looking quite pale as well. You've not been sick, have you? You don't need to worry so much, I'm fine. Anything interesting come through yet, Chio-sensei? I've heard many people say just that, then they ended up having an issue that worsened because they haven't told me. She gave Izuku one of those looks, like she knew something was going on but didn't quite know what. But she didn't pry any further, only letting out a sigh. No dearie, just buffoons who can't avoid being thrown. You'd think that after 2 years of fighting lessons that they'd be able to handle themselves a bit better by now. The 2 second years looked around sheepishly, slight blush rising on their skin. I'm sure they tried. A pager in Recovery Girl's pocket began to start beeping. It wasn't a loud sound, just loud enough to wake someone. With a sigh, Recovery Girl grabbed her portable medical bag and called for Snipe. Are you alright? Is there a problem? It hadn't been a minute since Chio asked for the hero before he was checking for any dangers in the room. No, well, nothing wrong with us at least. I've been called out, let's head off. Izuku, if you could just finish up with these two, I'd be very grateful. Consider it done. I knew I could count on you. She handed Snipe her bag and wrapped Izuku in a hug. In the short time he's been at you, he'd grown slightly. Mirio joked that it wasn't noticeable, but Izuku was thinking he'd need a new pair of jeans soon. With that, Recovery Girl walked out of the nurse's office, Snipe following behind. Right? Izuku turned to the second years. Let's disinfect your wounds. Izuku's shitty day only got worse at the sight of the victim being brought into the office. He'd decided to stick around after the students left in case Recovery Girl needed a hand with the call-out. If victims needed extra treatment that wasn't too dramatic, Recovery Girl would bring them back to UA as to try to relieve some pressure for the hospitals. Izuku should have left. In came Katsuki Bakugo on an ambulance bed with a gas mask covering his mouth, followed by Recovery Girl, Snipe, and Yuriko. As soon as the team caught sight of Izuku, he leapt off the bed and pushed away the gas. He took that as his cue to make a quick exit from the room. Izuku grabbed his book and made a break for the door. He'd gotten halfway down the hallway before Bakugo caught up to him. Leave me alone, Bakugo. No, stop walking away. I need to talk to you. You don't get to fall off the face of the earth for weeks and not say anything. I said leave me alone. And Mum's been worried sick. We all have. I thought you all made it very clear that you didn't want me around. Izuku, I swear to Dash. Shut up. You don't get to call me Izuku, you don't get to talk to me, and you sure as hell don't get to care about me. You can save your savior complex for people who will actually believe it, because I sure as hell won't. Tears begin to pool in the corners of his eyes, his voice cracking between words. This isn't the same Deku from 10 years ago, hell even 6 months ago. You've never stuck your neck out for anyone but yourself, so don't start acting so self-righteous because a few heroes commended you on some act of bravery. Maybe one day I'll think about letting any sort of relationship between us form, but that will only happen if you start acting like a decent human being. Izuku, you good? I heard screaming. Izuku? I'm fine, we're fine. We were finished anyway. He wiped his eyes with the corner of his sleeve. Is Midoriya please just dash? Bakugo followed Izuku back into the medical center. He would have rather gone to his dorm, but if Bakugo was still aiming to get into you, he didn't want him knowing where his room was. Plus, he had undoubtedly just ran away from Recovery Girl. Where did you go, boy? I thought we had a patient on the loose. Sit yourself back down on the bed. Bakugo just brushed Recovery Girl off and tried to grab Izuku's arm. Just listen to me. Izuku was starting to get a headache. The constant nagging and lack of sleep was starting to chip away at him. In fact, with the amount of chipping being done, an impressive sculpture of the Eiffel Tower could have been made. With his patience wearing thin, he grabbed Snipe's gun out of its holster. He chambered around and held it to the boy's chest. Everyone in the room stilled. Even Bakugo. Despite his gun being taken from him, Snipe did nothing to stop the encounter. Mirio, on the other hand, wasn't as calm. He left the room and could be heard breaking into a run to grab someone to de-escalate the situation. Finally, he let out a sigh. Today's been really rough. And you constant nagging hasn't been improving mood. Well, nothing you could do would make my mood any better. Chio, if you wouldn't mind, could you grab half a dose of the QHR? It'll be enough for now until he can get a regulator pump. Catching on, Recovery Girl grabbed a syringe from in the cabinet and filled it with a transparent liquid. This shouldn't hurt, dearie, and injected it into Bakugo. It didn't take long for the boy's posture to visibly relax. And that's what it's like to process emotions without your quirk interfering. You're welcome. Izuku took a bow. Just after Izuku lowered his head, in came charging a group of heroes. Most notably Aizawa. And All Might? What was he doing here? What are you doing with that gun, young boy? You know how dangerous they can be, yes. Izuku looked to the pistol in his hand, then back to the group of adults. It's not dangerous at the moment. As to further prove his point, Izuku lifted the gun to the roof and pulled the trigger. No noise broke out of the gun. The safety lock was on. I wouldn't go around undoing Recovery Girl's work. That would be impractical. The adults all relaxed in their stances. Now that the situation was under control, most of the responders left for the staff room and some semblance of peace. Please tell me why you thought this whole thing was a good idea? Aizawa rubbed the bridge of his nose. He wouldn't leave me alone otherwise. Plus, he'd object to an injection, so this was the only way I could work around it. That was your thought process. Bakugo's temper rose, however it wasn't as bad as it would be without the injection. Stop with the shouting, would ya? He wouldn't have refused it if Recovery Girl had administered it. Why not just do it that way? It's not as fun. I should get one of these. They really give you control of the situation, huh? After looking over the pistol, he handed it back to Snipe, who reholstered it. We could aim to get you a license next year if you would like. Really? No, Aizawa interjected, however his input wasn't really acknowledged. Of course, Midoriya. I'll ask Nizu about it whenever I next see him. Hey! Katsuki had come out of his otherworldly experience that the drag had undoubtedly given him and grabbed Izuku by the collar. Right? Sit down again, you're not used to having a clear thought process. You'll feel lightheaded for a while, but nothing major. Katsuki seemed unsure of himself but followed Izuku's orders to rest on the bed. What exactly was that? It was a QHR or quirk regulator. And why did you give me that? I was reading one of the books Recovery Girl had given me. It mentioned that occasionally people's quirks interfere or influence how people process things. If you ask Recovery Girl nicely, I'm sure she'll write you a referral for a consultant so they can sort out the details, or a pump. Pump? Like how diabetic people have one so they don't need to constantly prick their fingers and whatnot. Katsuki seemingly thought before he spoke. Thanks, I guess. Taking that as he came to leave, Izuku grabbed his book and made his way out of the room. Aizawa, Mirio, and All Might followed him out. Why is All Might here? Why is he here and not with Nizu, just following Mirio around? That'll be something to add to the Ask Later list that had been growing in size recently. Before Izuku could get far enough away, Aizawa called him over. Here, now. Izuku stopped in his tracks and did a 180 to face the trio. He only needed to briefly look into the Aizawa's eyes to catch the anger that was seeping from the man. To Izuku's amusement, though, Mirio and All Might had taken a slight step away from Aizawa. Not liking the chance of a lecture again, he turned around again and began sprinting down the hall. He didn't get very far before he had been tangled up in a capture weapon and being dragged along the floor back to the other. Not today, problem child. Only a slight shiver went down Izuku's spine. I have a few questions that will need answering. The extension of your grounding will be dependent on your answers. He was already grounded. How can he be double grounded? Grounded times 2? Grounded superscript 2? Instead of pushing his luck, he nodded and allowed the interrogation to begin. Why the gun? Getting to the point, It was the quickest way to get things done. Everyone's scared of a gun. Plus it was on safety lock, it wouldn't have hurt anyone. It is still a dangerous situation, young man. All Might tilted his head as if he still didn't understand the reasoning behind his actions. Izuku just shrugged and avoided the tall man's gaze like the plague. Sure, he's the number one, but he's still pretty FNG intimidating. Thank God he'd taken down some of his posters in his room back at the apartment. He would have rather drowned in a vat of acid than let other people see his old interior. Realizing that Izuku wasn't going to further explain his reasonings, Aizawa moved on to the next question. How do you know that boy? That whole conversation was one of the reasons he hoped his running away would work out. Sure, he could answer the man and give the three some context behind his seemingly short temper towards Bakugo, but that would ruin the boy's chances at improvement. Sure, Izuku would love for his tormentor to fall to pieces before him, allow society to see the product of their teaching, but after seeing how well the QHR had worked on him, it became apparent how much of the boy's actions had been influenced by his quirk's explosive nature. It didn't help that he had been praised by the teachers for his brash personality and strong morals since kindergarten. Plus, it doesn't hurt to have an IOU for when he's climbing the hero ranks. After drawing to the conclusion to not out Bakugo's past behavior, Izuku realized just how interesting the ceiling could be. He hadn't been released from Aizawa's capture scarf, so he was able to put all of his body weight onto leaning on it. Are you seriously not going to answer? Izuku dropped his gaze to the side of the pro, not that there was anything there, just that it allowed him to avoid eye contact with any of the three. Izuku isn't gonna budge. Once he's made his mind up, he becomes insufferable. Mirio almost sounded defeated. You're only saying that because I'm not allowing you to meet Denki. Izuku broke his silence to jab back at Mirio. I just want to meet your boyfriend. You don't tell me anything about him. Because you wouldn't let me live it down. No, I wouldn't. Izuku stuck out his tongue and went back to refusing to talk. All Might looked like the two of them had been speaking in a foreign language while Aizawa was massaging the bridge of his nose. He let go of Izuku and allowed the boy to drop from the fall now that he had nothing to lean on. Izuku looked at the man with skepticism. You're not going to answer any questions about the boy, so there's no point in keeping you, scram. Izuku didn't bat an eye and made a break for it before Mirio had stopped talking to All Might. He was only able to make it to the end of the hallway before he was pulled into a headlock. Katsuki watched as Midoriya walked out of the room, no impulse to punch or harm the boy anywhere in his mind. His brain wasn't overreacting to every inconvenience that would irk him for once. You'll just be here until the bag empties, then you can be on your way. No doubt that you parents would like to see you safe and home. The police should be in touch with you within the next 24 hours. If any side effects arise, go to your GP immediately. Oh, speaking of GP. The old lady scribbled some notes on a document and handed it to Katsuki. Your reference. As young Midoriya said, it would benefit you to get a pump to help regulate that fiery temper of yours. With that, the lady left the room with no time for Katsuki to ask what a pump was. That was quite a show carrot. The woman was sat in the chair to the left of his bed. If he remembered correctly, her name was Mirko, that rabbit hero or something. He might not know much about her, but what he did know was that she was pretty fing strong. You're still here? Don't you have some dumb patrol to do? Katsuki repositioned himself on the bed to be sitting against the back of the bed. I got off officially 5 minutes ago, twerp. Then why are you still here? I'm not gonna get attacked by an 4 drip. This seemed to be the peak of comedy for the hero. Ha! Kid, I never said I doubted your strength. If anything, that's why I'm here. We might not have the same type of quirks, but I like your fight. Sorry to tell you, but my fight has been suppressed. He waved the prescription paper in her direction. All the drag does is allow you to properly think through your actions without diving headfirst into a volcano. It won't change your shitty personality. Why? My personality is anything but shitty. Like you have much room to speak anyway, all you've done is try to provoke me. And have you tried to hit me yet? He hadn't. This maniac had been winding him up the whole conversation, and not once has he attempted to hit her. You've still not told me why you're here. There wasn't any point in trying to fight against this woman. Yeah, I did. I like your fight. Stating it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. What does that mean? She had to be thicker than pig sheet. I know you just insulted me. That's beside the point. What I'm trying to get at is that I want to train you. Hiya? And why would you want to do that? You don't look like the type to raise the next generation, or whatever. As if I've only asked you 'cause you're like me, and you could clearly use some help in the socializing department. He dropped his eye contact at the mention of the incident. Sure, you can get into UA with your skills, but once you blow someone up for stepping on your feet, you'll be thrown onto the curb. And even if you make it through, you, society, ain't gonna wanna bully as the top hero. And what if you're right? How are you gonna help me? As if I'd tell you. You'll only get to know that once you turn up on Monday. I'll be at Takoba Beach at 5:30, be there on time, or I'll drag your butt out from wherever you decide to try and hide. With that, the hero got up and walked out of the door. She was psychotic. Why did Katsuki have to do as she says? But the mentoring would be helpful in the long run. Aside, Katsuki knew that she would have a manic grin on her face when he would inevitably show up. A week had passed since Izuku's run-in with Bakugo. Thankful things had been fairly quiet. The only new thing to pop up in his face would be that the school were now referring to him as the Grim Reaper, something about choosing who lives and what not. He'd give them their dues. It was more on theme than Asclepius. Reaper was also catchier as a nickname then. The normalcy that Izuku was leaning on pulled away the second Mirio asked to speak with Izuku in a conference room. Sure, that wasn't anything abnormal or peculiar, but what was strange was that Nizu, Recovery Girl, and Mr. Yagi were also in said conference room. Realizing that this wasn't going to be a simple talk, Izuku let out a sigh and sat in the chair next to Recovery Girl. Nizu was at the head with Mirio and Mr. Yagi to his left, Recovery Girl a seat down on his right. Izuku was now sat between Nizu and Recovery Girl, no chance for a getaway. Since no one is willing to start speaking first, what's going on? Izuku phrased it as a demand more than a question. Straight to the point, I see. Well, I think it would be fitting for Yoshinori to explain. The skeleton man shrunk slightly at having to explain. I suppose you're right. Young Midoriya, have you ever studied quirk theory? Yeah, quite a few of the books in the library covered the topic. Why? And none of them divulged in transferable quirks? No. I've thought of this before but concluded that, how do you know about this? Whose quirk is it? He was a quirk nerd, so what if he got a bit obsessive over a groundbreaking breakthrough just popped out of nowhere that would literally change society's thoughts and perceptions of quirks? Sue him. That would be. Mr. Yagi responded with a slight chuckle. Mirio seemed to be conflicted on how to answer the question. However, it's a bit more complicated than that. Just show him your big form, you dolt. Recovery Girl sounded so done with this conversation already. Ah, right, and with that a puff of smoke filled the room. Once it cleared stood a very tall man. Scrap that, completely burn it. It was All Might. Dread filled Izuku's stomach. He blinked a couple of times before letting out a sigh. He wasn't a complete idiot. All Might's appearance at the incident with Bakugo last week now made more sense, as did Mr. Yagi's and Mirio's mentorship. His head snapped to Mirio. The blonde seemed uncertain with Izuku's reaction. Mirio? His voice a hushed whisper. It's all right, Izuku, it's not dangerous. See, he poked his face in an attempt to rationalize the situation. I'm fine. Mirio? Izuku made eye contact with the blonde. Why? I don't. What the F? You accept a quirk without knowing the repercussions, and then on top of that, it's All Might's quirk. Are you trying to explode? Izuku had lost his breath slightly, leaving him to take deep breaths. His eyes were wide, and his hands hurt from where he had apparently slammed them on the table. I didn't think you were this stupid. That hurts. Mirio didn't even try to defend his thinking. Midoriya, I ask that you calm down slightly. Nizu chirped in his usual cheerful tone. Not wanting to extend his grounding and not going home, he followed the principal's advice and sunk back into his chair. He still crossed his arms and looked like a 3-year-old in a sulk. I would just like to quickly preface that Mirio had gone through extensive training to prepare his body. I don't give a shit about preparation. We don't know the long-term effects of this. Izuku let out a sigh. What's the point in telling me this? Recover Girl seems to already know and would have definitely chewed the pair of you out already. I'd like you to be my healer. Was he for real? Was Mirio being serious? He knew that Izuku wasn't going to sign to any hero or agency. No. No, not like that. Each holder of All for One have had a certain person who they go to if there's any complications. I'm not asking you to be my healer, I was asking if you just watch my back, quirk-wise. Izuku held gaze, letting his senior squirm in his seat slightly. You could have said that in the first place, I wouldn't have been so quick to say no. So, you're saying yes? Yadash. Nizu, the hero commissions here for a meeting. Aizawa had popped his head into the conference room. Yes, sorry to leave but we must get going. I'll schedule another meeting so we can go over the more intricate details of the agreement. Nizu crawled out of his chair and made his way to Aizawa's scarf. Recovery girl, Midoriya, I believe that you're both needed for this meeting as well. The four of them said goodbye to Mirio and Mr. Yagi and left for the meeting room the floor above. What's this one about? They've never called me in for any meetings before. Well, they want you for this one. Both Recovery Girl and Repair Mate were able to align their schedules for today, so the HSP took it upon themselves to arrange the meeting. Me and Nizu will also be sitting in, so you don't need to think we're just throwing you at the wolves. Sounds manageable. But why are the HSP involved? Repair Mate is one of theirs. Izuku nodded his head as if those made things make more sense. It didn't, it just gave him more questions. I've never met him, but he has a reputation for not being able to read the room. Izuku followed the adults through the door and began to shuffle to his seat next to Recovery Girl. At the head of the table was Nizu and to his left was Ni Isamu, the man from the registry office, leaving the man next to him to be Repair Mate. When Izuku did a once-over of the man he had to do a double take. It's not every day you see your father. The man was also sporting a face of extreme confusion, or horror. Izuku took in his features. He had uncontrollable black hair and freckles, much like Izuku's. There was no doubt that this man was Hisashi Midoriya. Izuku, opting to keep things civil, Izuku ignored Hisashi and took his place next to Recovery Girl. Apparently, others in the room had caught on and were now waiting for Izuku's reaction, which would either be a meltdown or a nuclear bomb. Just start the meeting. At least it wasn't the nuclear bomb. As you wish. Nizu had chosen to oversee and direct the meeting. Now, today's meeting will be to cover the future of the areas that each hero will oversee. I'm sure that there will be another healer to spring up soon, so we should be prepared to accommodate to any more changes that would need to be made. Sounds reasonable. I assume that Izuku is to take over Recovery Girl's portion of Japan? You'd be correct. I've already started to teach him about the basics, isn't that right, dearie? Recovery Girl had tried to pull Izuku's attention away from the man opposite him, but he only responded with a grunt, not tearing his eyes away from the man. The two of them had entered in a staring contest of some sorts, neither intent on letting the other win. Aizawa sighed and rubbed at his temples. Spit it out, Midoriya. The both of them looked to respond. I meant Izuku. Don't know what you mean. Why would I have something to say to a stranger? You're going to act like you don't know me? Hisashi sounded somewhat disappointed. Do I know you? I've never seen you before. Don't be smart, I know there are photos of me in the lounge. Nope, Izuku popped the pea, not anymore. Inko took them down? The man now looked like a kicked dog. I did. Why would I keep photos of a stranger up in my house? Sure, he sends childcare, but nothing more than that. Did your mother not protest against that? And what do you mean your house? They didn't tell him. Izuku looked to Isamu, his face still remaining professional. Hisashi followed his gaze. Look, we were going to tell you, but things picked up and you got busier. She's dead, isn't she? Hisashi cut to the chase. Yes. Isamu avoided eye contact with the healer. He didn't cry, he didn't shed a single tear. He took a moment to still himself, then carried on as if nothing had been said. Oh, that's disappointing. Disappointing? He just found out that someone he presumably loved had died and it's disappointing? Let's get back to the meeting. There's no point on lingering over the lost. Izuku couldn't explain what he was feeling. It wasn't anger over the lack of sympathy, it wasn't sadness over someone brushing off his mother's death, it wasn't disappointment over the fact that there was a chance father might still have cared. He didn't really know what it was. But it was tearing Izuku up inside. What an a-hole. Why would Mum ever fall in love with a stone-cold beach of a man? This had clearly gotten to the healer. As he leant forward to get closer to Izuku. You don't know anything about our relationship. Izuku leaned forward to level eye contact with the man. I don't, but what I do know was that she still loved you. Izuku spat the words in the man's face. He didn't want to sit in the same room as that monster anymore, so he got up and walked out. Nizu seemed to be slightly irked since the meeting started. Hisashi looked like a major inconvenience had just been thrown in his face, and Isamu knew that he would never get the two healers in the same room ever again. Aizawa followed him out and inevitably caught him as he fell to the ground, broken sobs filling the hallway. He stroked Izuku's back, trying to give him some sort of reassurance that things are okay. However, Izuku's body was too tired to function at the moment. Izuku passed out in the pro-hero's arms after 5 minutes of sobbing and constant screaming. The kid's head lolled to one side, allowing Aizawa to see the dark eye bags that were gripping onto his swollen eyes. It wasn't long after Izuku had fainted that the rest from the meeting made their way out. Recovery Girl probably stepped in for Midoriya after he walked out. As the others made their way into the corridor, they were greeted with the sight of Aizawa cradling the boy against the far wall under the windows. Midoriya was fast asleep and gripping onto Aizawa's t-shirt. He wasn't going to let go anytime soon. "Thank you for having us, Nizu. Despite the events, I'm glad we came to a mutual agreement. Let's hope next time won't cause one of my pupils any more emotional damage." The rat wasn't even trying to be discreet. He looked at the older Midoriya, waiting for an answer. "T's not my problem. Others aren't able to deal with grief like me. He'll need to be more resilient if he wants to follow my career path." "He's not following you anywhere. He'd wanted to do this before he knew about you." Repair Mate looked Aizawa up and down, his eyes lingering where Izuku was holding the hero. "Some say like father like son, but it seems as if I've lost the role as his father. Now boys, let's not wake the little one up. Otherwise, you have to put him back to sleep. You both know how hard that would be with insomnia." Recovery Girl stepped in as to try and postpone the impending brawl. "Let's get going before you cause any more harm, Midoriya." Isamu began to walk down the hallway. Midoriya looked as if he wanted to say something but held his tongue, following Isamu out. "Would you be alright staying like that for a while longer, dear? He hasn't had a restful sleep in quite some time, and he seems rather at peace right now." Aizawa looked down at the boy. Recovery Girl was right. Midoriya did seem pretty calm. It was very different from the mask he would put up around others. "I have no class at the moment, so I can spare some time." "Thank you. I'll be with Nizu in his office next door." With that, the two trotted into the rat's office, not closing the door behind them. Seems like Aizawa's not the only one that's gotten attached. This wasn't his room. The bed was too springy to be one of the ones that Yurare would provide. In fact, the bed had none of its usual qualities. Izuku wasn't even lying down horizontally. As he pried his eyes open, they'd been somewhat sealed shut from the dried tears. His head was being held in place against Aizawa. It seemed as if the hero had allowed himself to follow Izuku into unconsciousness. Not wanting to wake the hero, because he undoubtedly had just as much trouble sleeping, Izuku slowly pulled himself away from Aizawa's embrace. It was like a fly trying to break out of a spider's web. The pro had a serious grip even while sleeping. Eventually Izuku had managed to break free from the hold and was covering Aizawa with his sleeping bag. "I don't have a class now." "No. Hisashi." Izuku wasn't going to allow his attempts at not causing the both of them major embarrassment by not waking Aizawa up, go up in flames because his sleep talking was going to make Izuku cackle. Surely the other students knew about their teachers' relationships if one of them could reveal their secret whilst sleeping. Izuku could ask Mirio about it later. Izuku had safely made it out of the corridor and down to the main hallways of the school. Thankfully, where he and Aizawa were napping was in one of the hallways where students didn't frequent. Izuku checked the time on his phone. A couple of notifications from his mates were mixed in with the general junk that would flood his lock screen. He opened the Smeal app and looked through the messages he'd gotten. Quite a few were just general banter on some group chats. The only two Izuku felt obliged to answer at the moment were from Denki and Mirio. Denki had asked about meeting up, but since there was now so much hassle in going home, Izuku offered for Denki to come over to Yurare and just use the facilities here. The boys agreed to meet on Sunday. Mirio had only asked to hang out after classes finished. Izuku's brain had become congested with all of the information from today and could really use a talk with Mirio to unblock his thinking, even if it was just interrogating the boy about his new powers. It was half an hour till classes would be let out, so Izuku had some time to burn. He found himself wandering down to the nurse's office by reflex. There was almost always something going on that could pose as a distraction. Once again, Izuku was correct. Mirio and the bouncy blue-haired girl were sitting on beds awaiting Recovery Girl's treatment. Ah, Midoriya. I assume you got enough sleep? Recovery Girl had her back facing Izuku, but he knew that a knowing grin was plastered on her face. His own face had gone red from the mention of the nap. For once, yeah. I'm starting to think that it's the room that's giving me the insomnia. I'll look into it later for you, dearie. Recovery Girl turned to him and gave him a warm smile. Thank you. Izuku replied sheepishly, what's landed these two knuckleheads here then? I'm not even going to be offended by that Midoriya-kun. Nijire stuck her nose in the air, but the mock offense was overwhelmed by the joke. Izuku had gradually warmed up to the trio over the lunches he'd spent with them. He himself even joined in on the banter and running jokes that would arise. We were going through some quirk training when You should have seen it, Midoriya-kun. Mirio's quirk evolved. He was just throwing a normal punch, then whoosh. Mirio cut in, but Nijire didn't seem to mind. It was as if these two were siblings in the way they acted sometimes. A massive gust of air came from nowhere and threw Nijire halfway across the field. Nijire took back control of the conversation. Thankfully I was able to reduce the impact before I hit the ground, but Mirio wasn't as lucky. He flew back a couple feet from the force even though he was the one throwing the punch. How insane is that? Mirio was just as high on adrenaline as Nijire. Sounds pretty cool. Quirk mutations are hard to come by. Mirio must be thrilled that his arms didn't blow off or something, huh? Izuku gave Mirio a knowing look. Why would his arms blow off? Because of the increase of tension and power his punch created? I'm sure his arms aren't used to it. And that is precisely why the both of them are badly bruised and require some more treatment. Nijire, you fine to go back to what's left of lesson, but I'm going to keep Mirio here for a while longer. Would you be a dear and let your teacher know that he won't be back before the end of class? Recovery Girl gave the second-year girl a comforting smile and a lollipop. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that you need to be more careful. You don't want to give Midoriya here this much trouble when he takes over now, do you? I'll let Mr. Mike know. And about causing the squirt trouble, I'll be even stronger by then, but it does serve as a good excuse to see Midoriya-kun. Don't hurt yourself as an excuse to talk to me. Izuku shouted at the girl as she turned out of the door. I don't think she heard me. I've found heroes have selective hearing. This one here is a good example. Recovery Girl turned her attention back to the boy with two bruised arms. The purple and black colors faded out around the top of his elbows. I gave you exact orders to refrain from using one for all around others until you've got a grip on it, didn't I? I'm sorry, Shizenji, it just slipped out of my body. You should be glad that Nijire was able to use her quirk to prevent any more damaging injuries to herself. Mirio nodded. He looked like a kicked puppy. That's the least of your problems now. Izuku chirped in. He'd sat on the bed next to Mirio. Now your class know about a secondary power. It was smart of you to pose it as a mutation though. Realization flooded Mirio's features, that was then closely followed by a groan of complete exasperation. I totally forgot. They're all going to interrogate me about it. Izuku giggled at his mate's misery. Izuku, don't laugh at me. Now the boy sounded like a whining toddler. You're on your own for this one. I just keep you physical being alive. I'm sure Mr. Yagi could help dash. No, Shizenji cut in. That man has the most horrible ideas sometimes. He's only been able to get this far with a successor thanks to Night Eye's help. What's Night Eye got to do with this? Izuku's attention that was originally focused on Mirio was grabbed by the door opening. In came Mr. Yagi, followed by a very tall man with hair that reminded Izuku of peas and sweet corn. Izuku didn't get to say something before Shizenji started. I told you both that this was being postponed. What are you doing here? I doubt that whatever happened takes priority over one for all. If you're talking about me, I'd like to be part of the conversation. I get really bugged by people that talk about me as if I'm not in the room. Sorry, dearie. I told them to come at a later date due to everything that's happened today. Thank you, Shizenji, but I've got enough sleep and I need something to distract me from my apparent daddy issues. Daddy issues? Mirio looked at Izuku incredulously. I'll tell you later, long story and not enough energy. Mirio gave one of those fair enough faces. This is who you've decided to be your healer. It would have been easier to get an adult like Repair Dash. We'll have none of that, young man. Something in Chiyo's eyes must have scared the pro, because the lanky man agreed with no pushback. If you're worried about my age, I've got enough practice to keep this blockhead alive. But I thought you hadn't done any quirk practice with Recovery Girl. I haven't. Izuku stated matter-of-factually. But whoever said that I've never used my quirk? You've said that you haven't used it on anyone though? Mirio was clearly confused by Izuku's choice of words. I never said that haven't used it on myself. Why did you need to do that? Yagi chirped in, clearly curious about this as well. Izuku locked eyes with small might. No. No. Yeah, no. Anyway, why are you here? Izuku refocused his attention back to the tall man. I wanted to meet you and run through details and any questions you have. I heard that your meeting earlier was cut short. I wasn't able to be there. Due to work, but I was planning on coming over anyway. Isn't this perfect? I was going to interrogate Mirio about this after school, but now that all parties are here I'll be able to get as much information out of you as possible. Yet again Izuku's attention was caught by the door opening. Surprisingly, it was Aizawa. The man singled his gaze on Izuku, causing him to look everywhere but the pro. Sorry to interrupt, but Midoriya isn't in any state to be dealing with whatever this is. Yagi and Night Eyes seemed to unfreeze when Aizawa said that he didn't know what was going on. I'm sorry, but this is a very important matter that must be attended to. Then attend to it later. Midoriya's had a long enough day as it is. Aizawa extended his capture scarf to grab Izuku and pull him along the floor. Izuku was barely able to say goodbye to the others before he was being hauled down the corridor. I don't think I'm that worn out. I had a nightmare-free nap for once. You can have as many of them as you want. You need time without something stress-inducing before you deal with whatever was going on in there. I don't really want to deal with them at all, to be honest. You've been going to your sessions with Hound Dog, right? Izuku grunted in response. What's he told you to do when this sort of thing happens? To be with people. Izuku said it under his breath, meaning that Aizawa wasn't able to hear what he had said. What was that? To be around people I trust. Izuku knew he sounded like a toddler, but it was an effective way to get his opinions across. I was around people, then you dragged me away. I don't know what you were talking about, but it was clear that it was another responsibility you were intending to take on. If you want to do it, great. But at the moment, just don't do anything that requires any more thinking power as it is. Yes, Aizawa. The hero dragged Izuku along a little more before they got to the staff room. Look what the cat dragged in, my little rat boy. Rat Queen. Midnight had taken to referring to him as a rat shortly after she first used the alias, so in retaliation Izuku thought that it would be an ingenious idea to refer to her as the Rat Queen. That only landed him out of her favor when Aizawa asked her to put him to sleep. The pros would never force him into slumber if Izuku was having a rough time. They respected his boundaries, mostly. But if Izuku was pushing himself too far, they would intervene and take care of him. Why did you drag the little listener here, Sho? Mike was sitting on the sofa with Midnight nursing a cup of coffee. He needs a timeout again. I take my eye off of him for a second and he ends up in a conference that would undoubtedly increase the unresolved mental strain he already has. Toss him over here. Following the orders, Aizawa placed Izuku on the sofa in between Mike and Midnight, then walked over to the coffee pot to pour himself a cup. So, Mirio and Aizawa keep talking about this boyfriend of yours. Izuku didn't need to verbalize his thoughts for the heroes to know that something was going on. His face, ears, and neck turning a deep red told them enough as it is. He's not my boyfriend. Izuku pulled his knees up to his chest and lowered his head against them. I'm not even sure if he's into guys anyway. It was like that for me. Izuku turned his head to face Mike, ear leaning on his knees still. I was oblivious to all of the apparent, gooey heart-eyed looks he would give me. Midnight had to push both of us to talk about it. A fond look spread over Mick's features. Izuku wouldn't be able to get over the change in character sometimes. So, when is he coming over next? I want to meet the squirt. We agreed to meet on Sunday. I offered for him to come over here. You're still grounded? It's been longer than the designated time span surely. The problem child just kept getting into trouble. Izuku allowed a small grin to form. What can I say? I'm a man worthy of my title. The adults gave a light chuckle, all glad that they had been able to distract the kid, if only momentarily. Have you thought about your hero suit yet? I overheard Recovery Girl and Nizu talking about getting one fitted for you. Izuku had never really thought about a medical suit. He knew that a doctor's coat of some sorts would be required, but he hadn't run through any major designs for any suits. Does it have to be white? 'Cause the blood is going to be a pain to try and get out. Not necessarily. Aizawa had sat down on the opposite sofa with his drink and sleeping bag. Recovery Girl's mentor had a green one and dash. Mike hesitated, deciding on whether to finish his sentence. What he's trying to say is no. Your hero costume will be up to you, though I'd advise you to get some knife holsters integrated into the design. And a gun one for later. You won't learn how to handle one for a couple of years yet, but a knife to the throat can be just as intimidating. Midnight winked as she took a sip from her drink. Izuku couldn't be entirely sure on what it was. Midnight had mentioned that alcohol and some other intoxicating agents would increase the drowsiness aspect of her quirk. I'll sketch up some designs later tonight. Give them to me once you're done, Rugrat. It'll speed up the production process since I'm the one who usually clears designs within the department. Our medical school. You that one, Shadow, 5H. I was told that this is the better place to go for medical stuff. I recently overheard a couple of UDATA students talking about their healer and calling him a deranged insomniac. I thought Recovery Girl was a girl? Has she transitioned or is there something else going on? 1.2K upvotes, 245 comments. Chapter text. Take a swan dive off the roof and pray you'll be born with a quirk in your next life. The cycle of words just repeated in his head, the look of Midoriya standing in disbelief that he had been told to kill himself. Katsuki had to guess that the only reason he didn't was because he wasn't truly quirkless. Katsuki still couldn't picture Izuku with a healing quirk, or any quirk at all. However, the Greenette had landed himself a role with Recovery Girl and somehow inside UA. What are you just standing around for, twerp? There's a beach to clean, Beanpole's done more than you. Katsuki was pulled out of his thoughts. Yeah. You put us through hell yesterday with those stupid fighting drills, remember? I did, didn't I? You forgot. A little further away, the taller boy with eye bags for days intervened. Why would you? Remember? You just sat around and laughed when one of us fell over. You're making me sound like a villain. With that, Muriko bounded over to Shinso and pulled him into a headlock, leaving Katsuki to his thoughts once more. He was enjoying having the control over his actions now that he had been fitted for a pump. It was a rectangular box with a digital screen fixed to his arm with a non-toxic adhesive. Coming out of it was a tube that was injected into his arm. The first week of being diagnosed without the regulator had been so tedious. He would take quick blood tests every hour and depending on his levels, he would take an injection. But when the pump got implanted, the machine would just beep whenever his regulator was running thin. Apart from putting in the liquid and changing the needle every week, Katsuki could live relatively normally. The doctors gave him some basic information that when his anger increased, he would need more regulator and just other random things like that. Katsuki also found that quite a few people who ended up in prisons would get tested before their court case or when entering the facility. This could be used to lighten their sentence, but not by much. In fact, the worst cases would be when a criminal first experiences the rationality and would have a breakdown over their actions whilst influenced by their quirks' secondary factors. They would end up in long-term therapy or even a mental facility. So, all in all, he owed Midoriya once again. He's kept Katsuki out of prison or legal repercussions twice now. Katsuki had buckled down on his decision to go to UA. If he could be around Midoriya more, then he could hopefully start and maintain a semi-healthy relationship with the boy. And it seems as if the facilities within the school were up to par, because Midoriya had clearly gotten some muscle under his clothes. They were more filled out and clung to his body more. Katsuki didn't get enough time to properly check him out, but Midoriya had gotten quite attractive in other people's eyes over the weeks he'd been absent. Sunday quickly rolled around. Izuku had cleaned and dusted his happy cave. Somehow, he was able to keep plants alive yet not his will to live. Big Pikachu. I'm at the gates, .. Izuku rushed out of his room and to the elevator. A staff member would be informed of his movements and sent to follow him, so Izuku wasn't going to bother to waste time going and getting them himself. The elevator opened at the ground level. Izuku ran out and through the front doors. Denki had been let in already. Nizu had been informed beforehand and had let the guards know in advance. Izuku didn't bother to slow down before he leapt at the blonde. "Zuka, slow down or I'm dash." Denki didn't get to finish his sentence before he was tackled by Izuku. Due to the slight muscle mass that Denki had begun to build up, the pair didn't fall over. The taller boy had managed to catch Izuku after he jumped. "That was close. But you caught me, so it's fine. Speaking of, you can put me down now, Denki." Izuku could feel the back of his neck heat up. "Oh right." The blonde seemed to hesitate before he released his grip on Izuku's back to allow him to hop off. "I forgot I was still holding you. You're getting lighter, Zuku. Are you eating enough?" "I'm a healthy weight. If anything, you've gotten stronger thanks to my diet plan and workout regimen." "Were you able to find a fighting gym of some sorts?" "There's a boxing gym a couple streets down. Everyone there's nice, so I was going to stick with it." "I'll write that down when I get B-dash." Izuku felt a shiver run down his back. He was hoping that it would be midnight to follow him out. Alas, no such luck. "Midoriya, you know about the rules. Please try to abide by them." Aizawa was in civvies and had his hair tied up. "You were going to follow me out anyways, so what's the point of wasting time to grab a guardian?" Apparently, he had no immediate response to that and just let out a long sigh. The gruff man didn't have nothing else to add, so he just waited for the boys to go back inside. "It's getting cold just standing here. There's a common space for dorm students if you want to just go there." "Sure, why not? But what does your uncle mean about the guardian thing? Is it to do with you being grounded?" "Firstly, I was put on a temporary lockdown. I've never been grounded dash." Izuku began to head back into the building, Denki flowing at his side. "That sounds like the equivalent of a grounding." "It is," Aizawa interjected, clearly trying to get his own back at Izuku for not following protocol. In spite, Izuku brought his leg up and whipped it out behind him. The pro just lazily dodged the kick and went to open the door for the boys. "Maybe we should go back to the basics again, Midoriya, if your back kick looks that sloppy." "I'm just tired, that's all. No need to put me through that torture again." Izuku let Denki walk in first, following behind him. The pair had made their way to the common room only after Izuku let Denki freak out about being in UA before the entrance exams. They'd found an unoccupied corner with a TV and beanbags to settle down in. Denki had brought his maths and English homework so Izuku could help him, and Izuku himself was drawing up random designs of a medic costume. Since Midnight had brought the topic up, Izuku had been sketching concept designs, only to just scrunch them up and chuck them in the bin. He wanted it to have ties to Recovery Girl's own, as an homage to her tanking him on as a student. The only notable aspect to her costume were the two panels that ran down the sides of her dress. "You've been drawing very intensely for the last hour. What's got you so invested?" Denki put down his textbook and peered over Izuku's shoulder. "Costume designs? Some nice ones at that." Denki took the book out of Izuku's hands and began flipping through the pages. Thankfully, Izuku had a weird habit of completing a journal from back to front so none of his analysis would be seen by the blonde. "Midnight and the others told me that I should think of some designs for next year. None of them seem to really appeal to me though." "That's because you're not designing these for you to wear, duh." Kaminari said it so matter-of-factly that Izuku would have been inclined to agree. That's if he had understood what the boy was saying. Apparently, his face was giving his thoughts away. "You're designing costumes that other heroes would wear, or that the public expects of a healer, you know? I could never see you in a white and blue bunny ESC suit." Denki handed back the journal with a small giggle. As it turns out, Izuku is inclined to agree with the blonde. Looking back down at his previous renditions, none of them would be something he would actually enjoy being seen in. "God Kami, you're a genius. I could almost kiss you." Izuku missed the way Denki's ears burned a deep shade of red. He was too busy redesigning his costume in a way that he thought would outwardly reflect his personality. In the end, it came out looking more like an underground hero's consume than a healer, but that wasn't going to stop him from wearing it. "Denki, how does this one look?" The blonde put his textbook down again and took the journal again. Why? It's you, defiantly. This time Izuku didn't miss the red tinge on Denki's ears, making his own glow the same color. It's not too. Hira, why is it? Nah, you'll look amazing in it. Not that you don't look amazing anyway. You always look good. Just that you'd break the internet if you showed up in something this kick but dash. Boys, it's getting late, and I don't want Kaminari out in the dark. It might be summer, but that doesn't stop people from being troublesome. Midnight rounded the corner, cup of coffee in hand. My mum's on her way anyway, miss. Thanks for caring about me though. Don't worry about it, Rugrat. Midnight just brushed the thanks off. Make sure to see him off, Midoriya. Midnight made her way back into the teacher's common area. I don't think I'll ever get used to seeing heroes on the daily. Kaminari was stuffing papers and books into a bag he brought. It gets old quickly, trust me. Izuku, I was wondering if you were free after school to meet with me, Mr. Yagi and Night Eye? They've been pestering me about getting to talk to you. I should be free. Aizawa and Kayama are still fighting each other over my after-class schedule, so I have nothing to do until that gets finalized. I swear they've been going over your timetable for almost a week now? They have. I've told them that if they've not sorted it out in 2 days, I'm dropping both their lessons and asking Snipe to teach me. The older boy let out a chuckle. I've got to get to classes, but I'll wait for you after class in the dorm's common room. The older boy slapped Izuku on the shoulder and began to run down the hall before Izuku could get his own back. Just as he had said, Mirio was stood with a group of third years, waiting for Izuku. He seemed to be enjoying the conversation because as Izuku approached the group, Mirio let off one of his hearty laughs. What are you talking about? The group seemed to scare out of their conversation at Izuku's question. Even more so, a couple of the girls turned red. Weird. Not much. You ready to leave? Without leaving Izuku to further pry into the situation, they made their way out of the common area. Squeals came from the group after their exit. Like he'd thought, weird. That really didn't sound like nothing. Izuku looked to Mirio. You're so nosy, if you must know. They were just asking after you. They were. Apparently it's strange to see us apart, something about being brothers or something. Definitely weird. The boys walked for a while longer before reaching the room that their meeting had been assigned to. Boys, I was about to come find you. Mirio was flirting with a group of girls. A group of girls that were asking after you. Izuku just shrugged as he took a seat next to Mirio. He pulled out a blank notebook labeled Partnership. You brought a notebook? Mirio was giving a very judgmental side eye. Just for notes. I don't think it's a wise idea to write down what we are going to discuss. And I don't think it's a wise idea to question my methods of work. Would you disrespect Chio-sensei's methods of practice? I don't think Night I meant to offend young Midoriya. Sorry if you took it that way. Instead of accepting or acknowledging the misunderstanding, Izuku brushed it off with a TSK. Sensing the tension in the room, Mirio began, You said you had questions? Spit 'em out. Yes, dearest big brother. Mirio seemed to be caught off guard at this sentiment and began coughing. Izuku, however, didn't bother batting an eye. You had said that there was some sort of preparation training before you accepted this power? I'll need to know what it was. It was mostly muscle work. We needed to give Mirio's build more mass if he were to withstand the physical pressure that One for All would give off. Did he have an MRI before or after taking on the power? No. Should I have? It would have been nice. Before and after photos are always nice. Has there been a test to see the density of his muscle mass, if his muscles are getting enough oxygenated blood, or even to see if his cellular biology has changed? No, we don't want this going down on record. You might not want it to go down on record, but I need some results. Night, I seem to be more on edge about this than All Might. I'll run those tests with you on Monday instead of you going to Principles of Heroic Society. I won't put the results down on official record, so you don't have to get you panties in a twist, Mr. Night Eye. Izuku took his gaze off where he was jotting down some notes to make eye contact with the sweet corn man, giving him a gentle smile. Now, can I get a full history of the quirk and its previous owners? The meeting ended up being Izuku scolding the men on their lack of precautions towards Mirio's health. Who knew that two adult men were such imbeciles? I'm off, Lunch Rush is making donut holes for pudding and Vlad King is staying here for the night. Mirio isn't allowed to use his quirk, like Recovery Girl had already stated, until get the lab tests done and have the results. If anything dramatic happens, please let me know. Mirio watched as the door closed with a click. Are you sure this is the boy you want to be in an alliance with? I'm sure you'd be able to wait for another healer to come through the ranks. Nope, I've chosen Izuku. He doesn't seem it, but he's very trustworthy. He just doesn't like people trying to intimidate him and push him around. Mirio picked his bag up and made way for the door. You're gonna have to get used to my judgment calls, sir. Mirio didn't allow his mentor to try and push back before he was out of the door. He was praying that Izuku and Vlad King hadn't finished all of the donut holes. Wha? Is this a stupid little sketch that I had done while I was planning out the first bit of the plot? Yes, it is. https mr-saradanaland.tumblr.com post 6848533883960688664 just posting this year so I edit to. The godly link happy face carrot. How are the stitches coming along? Recovery Girl looked over from her desk. Almost finished. Only a couple more left. Izuku finished tying off one of the knots and began to start another. They aren't particularly difficult, just tedious and time-consuming. Isn't it all? She turned back to the paper she was signing off. Are the painkillers still working? The girl sitting on the bed didn't register that he was talking to her until he looked up for an answer. Why yeah, can't feel anything at the moment. All right, all put back together. If Recovery Girl wasn't going to heal up the process, then I'd advise that you keep it clean and reapply the gauze daily, but I don't think that'll be necessary in this case. He smiled up at the first year, bedside manners and all. Chio had been on his but about being nicer to the students that weren't going to cause him problems. Izuku could see where she was coming from and was trying to indulge in her request. He didn't get a nod or anything back from the girl. It seemed as if he'd scared her into a state of shock. She just turned her head and avoided his eyes for the rest of her treatment. Hey sensei? Is my smile scary or something? The girl seemed put off after I smiled at her earlier. The heroine let off a small chuckle. Anything but dearie. Don't be offended, but it's not every day that you smile at other students. If you put it like that, it makes me seem like I have a case or RBF. Resting beach face. Recovery Girl laughed and went back to finishing some paperwork, not denying Izuku's observations about himself. You alright, Aoi? Did the nurse's visit go well? Aoi was sitting back down at her desk. Midoriya. Don't tell me he was mean to you. I get that he has to keep a reputation up, but he shouldn't be mean to everyone he talks to dash. No, not that, Aoi tuned to her friend. He smiled at me. Why is it so busy today? That was like the third person that's had a stomachache and has wanted to lie down. Is there a stomach bug going round? Izuku took his gloves off and put them in the bin. Don't think it's a stomach bug, dear. Recovery Girl muttered without taking her eyes off of the computer. What's that supposed to mean dash? Before he could get an answer out of the hero, another knock sounded at the door. Hello, anyone in? Why can't I catch a break today? Izuku grabbed a pear or LTX glove from the box and began to walk over to the door. This time it was two boys who'd wandered through the doors. What's wrong with you two? Izuku was looking them over whist he spoke. Yudo took a nasty punch to the face in training. Snipe told us to come here. Thank F dash, someone who was actually hurt. Go sit on one of the beds, I'll go grab an ice pack and some cotton for the nosebleed. Izuku smiled at the boys. Before Izuku could turn to grab the stuff, the boy holding his friend practically yelled, So it is true. Huh. Izuku gave him a deadpan face. What's true? The girls have been talking about you and how you've stated to smile at people. I think they've started a fan club. Don't accept brownies from anyone that you don't know. Overlooking the brownie statement, why has my bedside manner become gossip? 'Cause you're FNG hot dude. The obviously concussed other boy chimed in. Izuku was dumbfounded. He was completely shell-shocked. One could even say discombobulated. But Izuku would say what the F dash. Just go and sit down on the bed, I'll be over in a minute. Sensei. Is there a problem, Izuku? How long have you known that I've become the topic of some unusual rumors? This pulled her attention from the computer. Who's told you this? The pair of boys that just came in. Ever since that girl the other day. I figured she wouldn't be able to keep it to herself that you smiled at her. Who knew that it would spread around the school this quickly? Is this why I've been so busy today? Over some stupid rumor? Izuku pulled out a chair that's at the spare desk. He flopped down onto it with a very tired and fed-up sight. Can you deal with the concussed boy, please, sensei? I don't think I've got any mental energy left after that conversation. Of course I can, dearie. Why don't you leave for the rest of today? Think of it as compensation for not telling you about your newly found fan club. She grabbed a pair of gloves and walked over to the pair of boys. Izuku shoved his books into his bag and got up to leave the room. No, not the hot one. I thought he versus GNA tret MMM. The boy didn't get to finish his sentence before he was passes out from Recovery Girl's quirk. I'm so glad I got that on video. His friend had a devilish grin plastered on his face. See you around, Midoriya. Thanks for the help. I really didn't do much, it was all Recovery Girl this time. As for seeing you around, it better not be in here. With that, Izuku took his leave and made beeline straight to the teacher's area. Izuku opened the door with as much force as he could muster up, without breaking the door. All heads turned to face him. Young Midoriya, I don't think it's wise to slam the door open dash. Not now, tiny man, I've been betrayed. All Might seemed caught off guard by his back chat. How hasn't he gotten used to that? And went back to his paperwork. Apparently it was easier than trying to understand whatever Izuku was talking about. Midnight, you betray me. Izuku slammed his fist onto the table where Midnight and the other teachers were doing paperwork. She put her pen down and gave Izuku her attention. All right, I'll bite. How hath I ever done you so wrong? The gossip that fills your brain is bound to rinse mine ear. No such format has relayed new as big as you're talking. Really? You don't know? Izuku snapped out of the character that he'd began to play. Following Izuku's lead, Midnight dropped the role as well. Sorry, Rat, I haven't heard anything yet. But since you know about it, you can tell me. And here I was thinking you class told you everything. He took a seat next to Midnight. They do, eventually. Now spill. If they'll tell you eventually, then what's the point of me telling you? No, Rat, you're not gonna get out of this that easily. He's talking about the fan club that been started. Aizawa placed his cup on the table where the two were and sat in one of the chairs. The third-year girls were talking quite loudly whilst going through their stretches at the end of combat. Fan club? Mirio already has one, and so does Yasuhiro. It's our dearest healer this time. 13 had also been listening into their conversation since Izuku had started on his Shakespeare speech. Izuku's been smiling and wooing women. I have not. 13 gave him an incredulous look. Chio-sensei had told me to work on my bedside manner and all, so I thought smiling at the non-dickheads was a god way to start. Midnight pulled him into a strangled hug and began either ruffling or tearing out his hair. Our Izuku is wooing the women with his widal charms. Not. Izuku pulled himself out of the gorilla grip Midnight had on him, and if smiling is causing this many problems, then I'll go back to being a stony beach. I'm sure there's no need for that, Izuku. They'll get used to it eventually. 13 turned his attention back to her computer and began to type away again. But what about the fan club they're creating? They won't do much, just don't accept any brownies from people you don't know. You're the second person to warn me about brownies today. What going on with that? Before Aizawa could give a response, the door slid open again and Mirio was standing in the door frame. Come on, Izu, I want to get there before the others do. Oh shit, I forgot that was today. Izuku pulled out a piece of paper from his bag and handed it over to Midnight. I've got to go. Promised Mirio we'd go have tea under the cherry blossoms in the back garden with the other second years. Midoriya ran to Mirio at the door and they both set off with a hurried pace. I'm glad those two get along so well. I was worried that Izuku would get lonely with just us and that Denki boy to talk to. 13 nodded in agreement. He needed people his own age to talk to. What did he hand you? Midnight opened the folded piece of paper and began looking through it. That little rascal, If he weren't a healer, I'd want him in my design department. What is it? Aizawa had become interested in the piece of paper. Take a look yourself. Midnight put the piece of paper on the table for others to see. On it was a hero design with annotations and his measurements. I'll start on it later today, then get him in for a fitting and then get the cleanup done. I was worried he'd try and go for something more fantastical or bright. I don't think I could imagine him with anything but a black-based costume. Midnight picked up the piece of paper after it had been passes around the table. Who knew other teachers were so interested in Izuku's development? Achoo! You've not got a cold, have you? Mirio stopped shoving rice ball in his mouth to Mother Izuku. Nah, I don't get ill. It's probably nothing. Some of the third-year girls who were having their own picnic managed to get a video of Izuku sneezing to send to the school-wide group chat. A protection squad. 3,509 users, 700 active right now. Cheesieskindikizi, 2F. How have we never seen this kid be so gentle? Tino 2. The Boogeyman, 3F. BC he looked like his hamster had been shot of the majority of time he's been here. Itino 3. Slithermfker, 1. I thought his RBF was kinda 1803. Respect for Junpei, 1. At Slithermfker I'm glad I wasn't the only one. Itino 3. 38 unread messages below. Our medical school. You slippery clogs, 13H. A healer. Has anyone found anything on the healer yet? I remember a post about it a while back but can't find any follow-ups from the thread. Normally Reddit's able to figure this stuff out quite quickly. 4.3k upvotes, 390 comments. Circumstances around fossils. If I remember correctly, nothing apart from speculations came out of it. Udata students were very tight-lipped about it. They didn't respond to the question, even if they did it was a troll. Reply 1.2k. Phantom at the farm. There was one guy who was basically harassing a student about it, and the next day his phone was hacked with "snitches end up in ditches" and "we know you lost your D, but you don't need to act like a PP" and other funny one-liners on his lock screen. He changed phone and deleted his social media after that. Reply 548. Thubos. He also got doxxed if I remember correctly. Reply 147. Mini rubber ducks. One of my Udata friends has recently been messaging on a group a ton. From what I can tell, it's a school group chat. If this helps, but that's all I know about the school gossip-wise. By the way, he got punched in the face the other day, so I might just be looking too far into brain damage or something. Eyebrow emoji. Reply 3.9k. Chewie's mother-in-law. Ask him who he got treated by. Reply 1.1k. Mini rubber ducks. Already did, he said it was Recovery Girl. Edit. I'm 100% sure that it was Rec Girl cause one of our other mates showed me a vid of him whilst suffering from the side effects of Rec Girl's quirk. Stop pestering me into interrogating the guy, see. Reply 773. You alright D-Ink? You've been looking at your phone for ages? HM? Oh, it's just Reddit. Reddit? If Denki is reading, then it can either be good news or the world is coming to an end. What's got people talking this time? People keep posting about a healer? The blonde showed Izuku his phone. HM? As far as I know, Recovery Girl is the only healer here. He murmurs whilst reading through the comments. Maybe they're talking about when Repair Mate was over. It wasn't that long ago, so they might just be confused. Possibly, though I don't understand the hype around that a-hole. Anyone can see he's the commission's boy toy. And a shitty father. Denki made note to hide the autograph he got from the hero when he was a kid. What was the last part? What last part? You said something after boy toy, didn't you? No. Izuku raised an eyebrow to make his little lies slightly more convincing. But anyway, how's your medical training going? Denki put his phone down after he'd finished typing. Oh, actually, are you a healer? You big Pikachu, 2 minutes ago. A friend of mine just told me that Repair Mate was at a while ago, around the time the first post was made. Might be him people are getting confused over? It just thought I'd put that out there. 1.2k upvotes, 295 comments chapter. The Shrimp Simps. Sunday, 7:30 a.m. Mossball. Good luck on your exams, guys. Big Pikachu. I would say the same to you, but you've already gotten into your school. How did that happen, by the way? Mossball. Not important ATM. The only thing you guys should be concerned with is passing your hero exams. Currently exploding. I'm all sorted. Might have taken me the last few months, but my latest baby is sure to get me the top marks. Still can't get over you calling your inventions babies. Currently exploding. Just 'cause you don't have any flair. I have plenty of flair, just mostly happens at the witching. Big Pikachu. So you're a witch? Not what I meant. Big Pikachu. What did you mean? Never mind. Big Pikachu. Mossball. How did your training go? Tired? Big Pikachu. Yeah. You said your tutor was a SDST? Honestly, I think I'd rather have decaf than go through that hell again. Mossball. Sounds rough. Midoriya, let's get going, we need to be there and getting ready before the exam starts. Recovery Girl was standing in the nurse's office's doorway, bag in hand waiting to leave for the other medical bay in one of the gyms. Yurare had their recommended and support students exams today, and then regular hero exams tomorrow, and then business and general education would be just before the summer holidays. Izuku and Recovery Girl were only needed for the first 2 days due to the general lack of explosions and injuries from Gen Ed and business departments. Izuku pocketed his phone and began to walk down with Recovery Girl. Remember, no using your quirk today unless I've directly told you to. There will be heroes here and we don't want your quirk out to the scouts and public yet. That's what tomorrow is for. The numerous times Chiyo-sensei had repeated the phrase made Izuku's less than enthusiastic reply justifiable. As long as you aware. The pair made their way out of the main doors and to the gym allocated to the specific test today. Izuku opened the door for Recovery Girl and followed her in. To Izuku's surprise, most of the applicants had already showed up for their exam. The applicants were standing quite awkwardly in the arena whilst their allocated heroes were sitting in the stands, talking amongst themselves. All heads turned to face the healing duo before a couple of heroes came over to converse with Recovery Girl. Chiyo-sensei, how've you been? A man in black dress trousers and a white shirt and tie began. If Izuku was correct, which he often is, it was Ingenium that was speaking. I didn't know you were putting in a student for the exam? The question that quite a few heroes wanted answering, if their reaction to him walking in behind Chiyo-sensei was anything to go by. Izuku let out a soft laugh at the not-so-subtle eavesdropping that was going around them, however this attracted the attention of the heroes that Chiyo-sensei was talking to. Sorry, I'm not taking the exam. Izuku put his hands up in defense. I'm already learning at you, why would I need to take the exam? Oh, you're a new second year here to help out. Once again Izuku couldn't help but giggle at the speculations. The man wasn't wrong about the helping bit. No. He's going to be a first year along with the rest of the other kids here. He's just entered a different course is all. Fair enough. With that Recovery Girl made her way down through the stands to a station that was through a door in one of the hallways in the arena. Izuku bowed to the heroes and followed his mentor. Leave talking to heroes to me in the future. Recovery Girl was unpacking her bag and getting things ready. Izuku followed suit and began putting sheets on the beds. I thought I handled that pretty well. If you count laughing at them pretty well, then sure. It's not my fault their speculations made me laugh. Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow, essentially ending their conversation with her winning. Would you mind grabbing some anti-BAC spray from one of the supply rooms? The key is on the table. Sure. Izuku picked up the key and left the nurse's office. Thankfully the supply room was only down the corridor that led to the changing rooms. However, before he could make it to the door, a hand grabbed at his shoulder. Izuku jumped out of his skin and pivoted on his heels, taking up a guard stance. Whoa. Calm down, it's only your queen. Oh thank fuck, I thought I was about to get kidnapped by some random hero. Midnight raised an eyebrow. I am a healer, ya no? Whatever, I've got your costume. Midnight shoved a case in his hands. You can wear it tomorrow at the hero exams. Since you seem so on edge about a hero agency trying to steal you, it's probably better if we wait until tomorrow for your debut. Izuku looked at the silver case in his hands, then back up at Midnight. A wide smile was now plastered on his face. Thank you, Midnight. No problem, tiny man. I hope everything fits right. It should do since we had the secondary fitting and all. I'm sure it'll be great. Midnight ruffled his hair. What were you doing out here anyway? Oh, Recovery Girl asked me to get some anti-BAC spray form storage. Let me grab it for you. Not letting Izuku argue back, Kayama unlocked the door and grabbed a couple of spray bottles. This should be enough, right? Izuku nodded and Midnight closed and locked the door behind her. The pair made their way back out of the corridor and back out onto the arena. Izuku took the bottles from Midnight and went back into the nurse's office. Hello, lovely lady. Midnight had taken a seat in the stands after watching Midoriya get back to Chio safely. And to what do I owe the pleasure, Ingenium? Must there be a reason why I want to talk with you? Ingenium had now taken a seat next to Midnight. Nice try, hot stuff, what's going on? Midnight dropped out of the act and relaxed her posture slightly. The boy who was with Recovery Girl, what course is he doing? I don't know what Nizu put him down under, to be honest. Aizawa or Yamada would probably know more on that than me. They helped with the papers and all that stuff. I'll try and ask Mike later then. The two sat in a comfortable silence whilst the first 4 applicants lined up at the beginning of the obstacle course. What's his quirk? It's got to be something big if Nizu has taken an interest. Who even said he has a quirk? You know the rat doesn't have a bias towards quirked or quirkless people. That is a possibility. Thank you for the information, Kiyama. I'll see you later. After picking his blazer up, Ida went back to his seat, only a row back from Midnight, where a couple other heroes and his sidekick were watching the trials. A quiet murmur began amongst the group. Midnight had brought the squirt some time. He'd have a peaceful day today and most of tomorrow. However, Tuesday would be a societal uproar. Good thing Midoriya was staying in UA. The press could be relentless. Nemuri would know. The door slid open 10 minutes after the air horn had gone off. 3 out of the 4 beginning applicants walked in, each in varying states of disappointment and pain. Izuku kept cleaning the counters whilst Chio-sensei checked each of them over. From what Izuku had caught, there were mostly only concussions and a few light lacerations, nothing major. After giving them each a bag of Tommy Bows, the 3 left and presumably went to their respective guardian. Even with all of the training most of them have gone through, they still managed to get hurt. Prideful and reckless? That's the one, dearie. The second air horn sounded, and a massive bang followed immediately. A red light flashed in the nurse office and small alarm began simultaneously. Like I said, reckless. Recovery Girl burst through the doors and motioned to Izuku to follow. Smoke was beginning to clear out, a body was laying on the floor shaking, the victim curling in on themselves. What happened, Mike? I think he got hit with the residue that another applicant created. It was a wind quirk. So, it was like a shrapnel bomb then? Izuku chimed in as Recovery Girl began to try and uncurl the applicant. High wind forces and debris, some fool clearly didn't think their actions through. There was leftover debris from the previous run-through. I'll call Cementos to come and smooth the course over again. Thank you, Mike. Honey, I'm going to need you to take your hand off of your leg. Recovery Girl had relaxed her voice to try and calm the patient. Good job. I'm going to have to cut your trousers to get a better look. Okay? A vague confirmation came from the applicant. What happened? Are they going to be okay? A woman in a suit had come down from the stands, most likely their referral. They'll be fine. Recovery Girl had things sorted. The reassurance allowed the hero to visibly relax. They stayed as close as they could without getting. A man and his referral came over to where Recovery Girl was treading the injured person. Hey, could you get Recovery Girl to quickly heal my applicant? He got a few cuts and bruises from going overboard just now. Send him into the nurse's room and she'll be in once we've sorted them out. Izuku nodded in the vague direction of the corridor where the room would be, not wanting to take his attention off where he was supporting the injured applicant. Couldn't you just do it now? It'll be quicker if she just did it now. I'm sure they'll be fine if she steps away for a second. Izuku gave motion for the lady in the suit to take over what he was doing. Once he handed over his position, he got up from where he was kneeling down. After all, Izuku doesn't like being looked down upon. That's not how this works. Your kid doesn't take priority over anyone else's. Go wait like everyone else. The man's entitlement was getting on Izuku's nerves. Hound Dog had helped him with some anger management over a couple of his sessions, so he'd like to think that he doesn't blow up as much as before. Well, that's if someone isn't trying to push him around. Do you know who I am? Who do you think you are to talk to me like that, just because Recovery Girl has taken you on as a student? No, who the do you think you are? We're trying to sedate and take care of someone who has been badly injured by your applicant, and you want us to pause what we are doing to heal a few cuts your idiot of a student got because he was going overboard. Rip your head out of your butt and go sit down, you twat. Izuku wasn't shouting, but he was loud enough for most people to hear him, nothing like ruining reputations. You can't speak to me like this. Clearly this man hadn't been put in his place for a while, his arrogance was clearly showing. Yes, I can. Just because other healers have a filter doesn't mean I do. Izuku let out a small chuckle at the thought of just being told what to do by some self-righteous bigot. Yudata really allows people like you in? I'm sure it isn't just you today that wants me F-face. Noticing that things were getting a little heated, Mike guided the pair away from where Izuku was standing. Thanks for that, he's known for being a bit of an a-hole in the field. The woman in the suit looked up from where she was now sitting by her applicant. Her help wasn't needed by Recovery Girl anymore. It's not a problem, I don't like treating people who feel entitled to our services. It gets to be a pain when he's helping me in the school though. Recovery Girl was trying to keep the applicant from sitting up. Take it easy, you need to go to the hospital to get further treatment. I've managed to reduce the pain, but the drags will only last 2 hours. An ambulance has arrived to take you. Izuku, if you could grab the gentleman waiting out the front, that would be lovely. Izuku looked back in the direction where Mike had led the a-hole before going to bring in the 2 paramedics. Namuri was glad that she and the others that were sat in the stands had heard that. Mostly because of the reactions from the others. Yudata really let him in? Tensei had leant forward so Midnight could hear him. With open arms, darling. Blum in heck, Japan must really be in need of what that kid has to offer. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. So, you'd be willing to tell me then? Fat chance, Sonic. A huff vaguely resembling a laugh came from the man as he sat back in his seat. The rest of the exam went on in relative peace. People would come in for some cut or whatnot, but nothing major like what the other applicant had experienced. Mike had given everyone a quick lecture about not harming others in the process to achieving their goals, or something silly like that. I haven't had a call from my Jima yet, so I'm going to assume that the support exams were relatively peaceful. You'd assume. Recovery Girl and Izuku had packed up the nurse's room in the arena and were walking out of the building. Outside the doors were a couple of heroes that had wanted to talk to Recovery Girl before they left, so Izuku was standing off to the side slightly, waiting for Chio to finish her conversations. Not into meeting heroes? Yamada had made his way over to Izuku. Not really, younger me would have been ecstatic about being near so many heroes. Not much of a fanboy now though. His infatuation with heroes quickly ended once he had to label himself as quirkless. Nothing ruins a dream like hardcore bullying, laughing face. Fair enough, people grow out of their interests quite often. One of the many elements of life. You wouldn't be wrong. Apparently, their chatting hadn't gone unnoticed. A hero, Yoroi Masha, Izuku's mind had supplied, was calling over to the pair. Mike, come join us. Bring the boy as well. He hasn't spoken a word to us, and Ida here is desperate to get to know the kid. People don't even know who you are yet, and you're still the most talked about topic. Is it too late to quit now? Whist I'm ahead and all. Mike gave a hearty laugh and ruffled Izuku's hair before walking over to join in on the conversation. His loud persona slipping on effortlessly. Izuku always wondered how draining it must be to wear a mask or a persona for hours on end like the heroes he knows do. Good thing he wasn't going to bother with public relations and all that shit. He was going to be a healer and he was going to do it his way. Midoriya, come over and introduce yourself properly. Recovery Girl had clearly had enough of Ingenium's relentless questioning and wanted Izuku to answer for himself. But for now, he could indulge in Chio-sensei's pleasantries. You'd out of school. U.A_official_Twitter. U.A hero exams tomorrow, better be ready. 13:37 a.m., February 25th XX30, Twitter for iPhone chapter text. You look absolutely shattered. Did you escape again last night or something? Mirio greeted Izuku as he came out of his room for a drink. I wish, I just haven't slept great the past week and for some reason I'm feeling it today. Izuku grabbed a cup of coffee from the kitchen and went to join Mirio on the sofa with some of the other dormers. Due to the entrance exams, classes had been cancelled the last 2 days. Mirio was here because he wanted to help out, something about meeting the new first years. Were you using your quirk at all? Oh yeah, I was. How'd you know? You've used up your remaining energy on your quirk and exhausted yourself, you dolt. Weird, I've never had the exhaustion problem before. Yeah, well you didn't have insomnia either. Izuku gave Mirio the side eye, fair play. Mirio began chatting with the others, ever the sociable one between the two. The number of mates Mirio had basically made up for Izuku's lack thereof, much to Mirio's bemusement. As the conversation flowed, Izuku began to feel his eyelids close and his head lolled to the side, resting on whatever was next to him. Izuku allowed himself to drift off, not fearing the possibility of a nightmare for some reason. Maybe it was just the goddamned room he had. Mirio felt a weight fall onto his shoulder, a pile of hair brushing against his cheek at the same time. Knowing what it was, he grabbed the cup of coffee from Izuku's hands and gave it to the person next to him so that they could put it on the table. Waking up to a burn wouldn't be pleasant, even if you have a healing quirk. He must have been proper knackered if he's fallen asleep out here. The only other time he's done this was once in mixed class when he first came here. I'm surprised he doesn't do it more often with the massive eye bags he's got. You and me both. I don't think I'd be able to function on the amount of sleep he gets. Mirio sat still whilst Izuku was resting on him, trying to be as quiet as possible or restraining his laugh. At some point, Izuku had maneuvered to be resting on Mirio more, basically using him as a wall. The others found this very amusing and took photos so they could show others. Mirio just rolled his eyes, not discouraging their behavior. Izuku woke to a constant jostle, not one of someone trying to wake him, but to him moving down halls on Mirio's back. Mirio! Oh, welcome back to reality, princess. Not that I don't appreciate it, but why am I on you back? You needed to get to the nurse's wing, and I needed to go help out, but you were asleep. The others just suggested that I just carry you down to save waking you up. Izuku let himself think for a second. Mirio's story adds up and it sounds like one of those selfless things he'd do. Fair enough. Mirio didn't mention putting Izuku down, so neither did he. Being carried was actually quite enjoyable. Izuku let his head rest on Mirio's shoulder and watched as the pair made their way down the hallways and out of the back doors. People would already be arriving, and it's always quicker to avoid crowds. Midoriya, I was just about to send someone out to find you. Chio was pottering around the room getting a few things ready. Sorry, his late recovery girl. He was napping and I didn't want to wake him. Izuku got off of Mirio's back and stretched his limbs. Don't worry about it, dearie. Ectoplasm was looking for you, so you might want to go and see what he wants. Mirio perked up at being needed and began for the door. Thanks, Chio-sensei. I'll catch you after the exams, Izuku. Once again, Mirio left without letting Izuku express his gratitude for carrying him. He always leaves without letting me talk. Maybe I don't want to see him later, he wouldn't know. Well, do you? Recovery girl asked, pottering around, Izuku following suit. I mean yeah, but dash. Then problem solved. Can you put the antiseptic wipes around the room please? There's a list of things to do over there once you're done with that. Chio motioned to the counter and turned to finish off some paperwork. Izuku would take restoking draws over paperwork any day. The third years began to appear. They'd offered to help out with keeping the medical wing in order so Izuku and Chio could just do their thing without having to worry about the state of their surroundings. It had been 40 minutes since the start siren for the first exam had sounded. Patients were beginning to come through, starting Izuku's and recovery girl's work. Would you mind if I put some music on? Of course not, dearie. Go ahead. I won't stop you from making yourself comfortable. Seriously? You really don't mind? Nope, I would refuse to work sometimes if I wasn't allowed to play something in an or. The atmosphere would be too tense if not. I know the commission-raised recruits aren't allowed to have anything in the background apart from a track the commission made specifically for the or. Izuku shuddered at the thought of all of the pressure of doing a surgery without something to distract yourself with. Doesn't sound pleasant. It isn't. Izuku looked around for the cable to plug his phone into the speakers and opened a playlist from pre-Quirk times. Music began to flow through the speakers. Applicants that were conscious looked at the source of the noise. Some relaxed again when they recognized the tune, but the majority kept their attention on the song. Granted, it wasn't that common of a song, but it was recognizable for people into the music. Izuku went back to tending to the applicants with a slight beat in his step. Most of what Izuku was treating were light lacerations or friction burns. He left the heavy stuff to Recovery Girl, occasionally helping with his own healing quirk. He still hadn't been permitted to use his quirk by himself, so it was plasters and disinfectant for the unlucky sods. Recovery Girl, I need you over here to fix a broken bone. I've set it and re-x-rayed it again, just waiting for you. Izuku looked over to where Recovery Girl was cleaning out a particularly large gash in someone's knee. I can't leave this boy at the moment, just use your quirk. The press conference is in 3 days anyway, might as well get some practice in. The instructions were like music to Izuku's ears. He didn't use his quirk yesterday due to other heroes being there, but today he was basically left off of his leash. The moths of reading anatomy books were paying off finally, as you wish. Leaving no time for the girl to register the conversation that had just transpired, Izuku grabbed a pill containing his blood and gave it to the girl to swallow. I asked for a sugar coating so it shouldn't taste that bad. Izuku tried to reassure the girl with a smile, but she still took the pill quite skeptically. As soon as the casing containing his blood had evaporated, Izuku began to speed up the healing process in the girl's leg. Was that your blood? The girl had raised her voice loud enough to catch others' attention. Did I just drink your blood? Only a small amount, most of it was Ribena. The girl's face morphed into disgust. She got off the bed and pulled Izuku in by the collar. Ma'am, can you please let me go? You made me drink your blood. Apparently shrugging wasn't the right move, the girl raised her fist to swing at Izuku. However, she never made contact with his face. Mostly because her arm was now pinned against her back and face up against the wall. A few carts were knocked around in the process. Look, if you really didn't want your leg fixing, I can just break it again. Izuku pressed down on her knee in a way knees don't bend. It seems as if her healed leg was only just apparent to her. What how did you? Healing quirks need to be activated, darling. Now, are you going to be thankful, or would you like me to continue? Izuku was speaking near her ear as to not let others hear their conversation. I'm sorry, I'll go and sign out now. Izuku released the girl and allowed his cheerful D minor to fall back into place. Not caring about the audience the encounter had gathered, he went back to dancing around and cleaning the bed the girl had been using. Twitter was a mess. The exams had been time staggered as to not overwhelm the med bay, so groups of 20 applicants or more would stagger in, all feeling sorry for themselves. Normally the contestants would complain about the wait time or how difficult the exams had been. However, this year, there was an attractive boy dancing through the bay, playing old rock and occasionally the air guitar. Denki walked through the double doors to the facility to try and get an electrical burn looked at, only to be greeted by the said hot Griantet sliding down near his feet on his knees to, "You give love a bad name. Cammy, how did it go? Was it difficult? Why are you here?" Before he was able to get a word in, Izuku was being called over to take over some stitches that Recovery Girl needed doing. Denki grabbed a number and sat down to wait to be seen. The waiting room allowed the applicants to see into the main treatment facility, giving Denki a clear view of a certain Izuku. However, everyone else was also given the sight of Izuku, and they were also enjoying watching him dance back and forth between patients. Half an hour passed before Izuku came back over to talk to Denki. Recovery Girl gave me a 10-minute break. You have been pretty active. It's not my fault all of the songs have been complete bangers. Speaking of... Izuku got back up at the opening riff to Wonderwall began to play through the speakers, pulling Denki up with him. You know how to dance, right? I've never danced a day in my life, I'd rather just watch you dance. But Denki couldn't say that, it would inconvenience the plot, only a bit. That's enough. Just follow my lead. Izuku pulled Denki close and began spinning round. It wasn't anything organized or graceful, it was just purely for the fun of it. At the song picked up beat, as did the pair, spinning and galloping in the free space of the room. Izuku span Denki around and let him sit back in his chair. He was starting to get dizzy. However, Izuku hadn't finished with his little performance as "Does Your Mother Know" began to play. His eyes basically lit up when the lyrics started. The beat continued as he walked back over to Denki. Sitting next to him, he began to sing to the blonde. 12:30. Sure, the singing was unexpected as was the dancing, but Denki never thought that at his high school exam, he would be getting sung to by a very attractive boy. The other applicants thought this as well, but they were still giving cheers of encouragement, wanting a distraction from their pain. A couple of girls from the seating area got up to dance with each other as Izuku sung. There's not a soul out there. No one to hear my prayer. Cheers arose again as Izuku held the note. A few more people got up to dance along to Izuku, but Denki remained seated, phone in hand, recording a video to look back on if he ever need bribery or a pick-me-up in the future. By the end of the song, Izuku was on a table and the majority of the applicants waiting for treatment were on their feet, dancing along to the miracle that was Izuku Midoriya. At least that's what Denki thinks. The song ended and Chiquitita followed, making Izuku stop on in his attempt to get down from the table. Yet again cheers arose as he began to sing along to another song. Before long 10 minutes were up and went back to calling people through. However, the atmosphere in the waiting room was much lighter than it had been 10 minutes ago. Are you a healer? You the hedgehog 5 minutes ago. OMG. You guys were correct. There's a dude in here healing alongside Rec Girl. 10 Kate 4763 replies. At u.a_official_witter. Cat's out of the bag, everyone. The rumors are correct. Starting in the new year we'll have a new healer training in U.A under the guidance of Recovery Girl. There will be a press conference in 3 days. Make sure to set a reminder. #u.a_healer #you-were-correct #press conference. 15:22 p.m. February 26th XX30 Twitter for iPhone. Trending. Are you a healer? You bingus_bongus. 3 minutes ago. I'm never going to doubt Reddit ever again. Y'all are too scary. 296:52 replies chapter text. How'd you do? I think it went alright. I'm bloody knackered though. Mirio and Izuku were sat on the sofa in the common area. Feel free to sleep then. You need your beauty sleep after all. My cursed room isn't helping with that. I never feel rested afterwards. Mirio let Izuku mumble to himself as he drifted off, once again falling against Mirio like a pillar. The stress in his face eased and his breathing shallowed out. Midoriya really need more downtime. Mirio picked his phone up from beside him on the sofa, he powered it on and waited for his lock screen to appear. He'd turned it off whilst helping around with the exams and hadn't bothered to turn it back on for a couple of hours. Once his lock screen flashed on, a rush of notifications came flooding onto his phone. Mirio just watched as different app banners rolled down his screen, and then promptly powered his phone off again. He'd find out what was going on from one of the dormers later. You gonna get ripped into by your uncle? But I need to do this, I've got a 50 quid bed with Mirio on it, and he's not my uncle, I've you told this. Izuku was standing in front of his mirror with his phone propped up against his sink. Fine your dad. Izuku stuck his tongue out at the other teen as he finished marking the holes on his ears. He grabbed the sanitized needle and shoved it through one of the black dots. Ah, you beach. I thought you've done this before? Doesn't stop it from hurting though. Izuku and Tired had been on call for a couple of hours, mostly because Izuku had wanted to let his friends know about his quirk before it went on international television. Exploding and Denki had been on the call earlier, but other things came up and had to leave. They all took the news well and they chatted about the entrance exams. It turns out Exploding had applied to the support course at UDA and Tired was planning on pulling an Aizawa and getting into the course a different way. Denki had already told Izuku about his plans for the hero course before and ranted to Izuku about the entrance exam over call once they'd both had dinner. Izuku slipped and Silver stood into the hole and activated his quirk to heal said hole. 1 down 7 to go. After an array of colorful language and yelps, Izuku's ears were covered in silver and black metal. Midnight had brought him plenty of earrings for his firsts, why let them go to waste? Looking good, Mossy. You flatter me, tired dash. Come on, kid, we need to get going. We've booked an appointment, and this is a tailor we don't want to upset. Midnight was calling from outside his door. You heard the lady, get going? I'll message you later. Yeah. Izuku ended the call and grabbed his phone to leave. Midnight's eyes lit up when she saw his ears. Oh, Cammy. Aizawa is going to murder you. What made you do this? A wide smile grew on the heroine's face. The pair began to walk down to the car park. I had a very valid 50-pound bet placed on it. I wasn't going to allow Mirio the satisfaction of winning. Kayama chuckled as a response and quickly forgot about Izuku's change in appearance in favor of some gossip from her agency. The pair had to take one of the tinted cars and had left through the back. Due to the accumulated press and paparazzi that had swarmed the front of UA, I don't think I'll ever understand the big deal about healers. People with minor healing quirks or no quirk at all could do just as much as me with enough knowledge. Society just put people with powerful quirks on a pedestal. Izuku was looking out of his window, watching as the left U.A and the press without being noticed. People with your type of quirk appear less than a blue moon Midoriya. You've got to be patient with the public for a while. To be honest, you're going to be in the public's eye for quite a long time. You're going to need to set standards from day one. If you put it like that, it sounds like a good reason to not censor myself at the conference. Dean, right? You don't see Nizu refrain from making comments on national TV. Whatever you do, don't bring up the hero gala from 4 years ago around this guy. He's still salty about it. Midnight whispered in Izuku's ear as they were entering the shop. It was on a nice high street littered by perfume and other fancy shops. Izuku didn't get a chance to question Midnight before a man with blue floating hair walked in from out the back of the shop. Namuri, you're actually here on time. Anything for you, Oboro. Kayama saw the confusion on Izuku's face. Midoriya, this is Oboro. He went to school with Aizawa, Yamada and I. Nice to meet you. I've heard lots about you, Midoriya. The man gave a warm smile and reached his hand out. It took a while for Izuku to process what he was doing but quickly realized it was only a handshake. I've told you no one around here shakes hands. London really got to your head, huh? Midnight had taken a seat on one of the velvet settees. You're just jealous because you couldn't go. The man turned to face Izuku again. Anyway, you're here for a suit, yes? Apparently so. I've been told I can't wear my joggers so. I remember talking Aizawa out of wearing a hoodie to our graduation ceremony. I told you he was a bad influence on my little ratling. Kayama complained from her seat. The blue-haired man just smiled and rolled his eyes at Midnight's whinging. What are we thinking? The tailor Oboro had led Izuku to a podium near some suits and motioned for him to get on it. No ties. The man gave a small chuckle. All right, no ties. He took Izuku's measurements and jotted them down in a book as he went. I do believe that I have something in mind. Oboro walked off and went to search for something along the rows of handmade garments. He pulled a couple of hangers off of the rail. It was a shirt, trousers, and an oversized jacket. What about something like this? You'd leave the top couple of buttons undone and the jacket would hang around your shoulders. It's not too informal and doesn't have a tie. A balanced garment. Midnight paid for the clothes on the UA card and picked up the suit bag the garment was in. I'll see you on Thursday, Oboro. See you then, Nem. It was nice to meet you, Midoriya. Please come to me if you have any need for formal attire in the future. It'd be a pleasure to style you again. Izuku bowed and followed Midnight out of the shop. He seems like a nice person. He is. He used to be in the hero course with Aizawa, Yamada and I, but he sustained an injury and had transferred to the design department. If I have any design problems of my own, I always ask Oboro for his opinion. Izuku and Kayama filled the walk down the high street with mindless banter, weaving through people living their own lives. Who knows, maybe in a couple of years he'd be healing some of them. Midoriya, I was hoping to speak to you, Abu. Aizawa paused midway through his sentence, just standing there, eyes attached to Izuku's ears. He looked to Kiyama next to him and back at Izuku. Kid, are you trying to put me in an early grave? You have a national conference in 5 bloody days. Could you not have put this off? Aizawa was genuinely stressed out about this. His hands were trying to rub the tension from his face, trying. A sigh left the man. Never mind, dinner's ready. I have to talk to you about traveling after. Scram. Izuku felt genuinely upset, like he'd let a parent down. He bowed to the pair and ran down the halls to grab dinner, trying to get away from the unease that had settled in his gut. True to Aizawa's words, he knocked on Izuku's door later that evening. Are you free to talk about the transport at the moment? Course. Izuku followed the man out of the student dorms and into the teacher's area. The tired pro sunk into a sofa. Izuku followed suit. We've got 3 cars prepared for the transport down. Do you get motion sickness at all? It's a 4-hour car drive and I'd rather be prepared if you were. Izuku hadn't really been in a car much, let alone a 4-hour car drive. Couldn't tell ya. The longest I've been in a car was the 20-minute trip from the hospital to you, that one time. Mum didn't have a car. Aizawa grumbled in acknowledgement and wrote a few things down on a pad of paper. There will be security on the floor we're staying on. They might not be as lenient as we are at you, so just be careful. They'll also follow the group around when we get there. There's also lights out and the dinners with government officials and briefings. All this for a conference? Isn't this a bit overkill? Surely the U staff are enough protection, and what's with the dinners? If they have a question they can go to the conference like the others. Glad to know I'm not the only one who thinks that way. The HPSC thinks differently. To them you're like a diamond, an irreplaceable asset. A stupid way of thinking if you ask me. Nice to know they don't think of me as a human. Izuku bit out. Look kid, I'm not going to ask you to be on your best behavior but try and refrain from getting angry. You can make as many snide remarks as you want but keep your shouting and degrading to a minimum. If you can promise me that you'll try, then I'll leave you alone about paperwork. You're gonna have to add more than that, Aizawa. I've got no problem with paperwork. The man let out another begrudging sigh, knowing what Izuku was hoping for. I'll buy you matching earrings? Izuku felt his face smile. His guilt from earlier melted away knowing the pro wasn't as frustrated about them as he was before dinner. You know how to bargain, Aizawa. I promised to try to not lose my temper whilst on international TV. It wasn't what Aizawa's original agreement was on, but the man nodded his head and pulled the scattered papers together. Thank you, Midoriya. You have a long ride tomorrow. Go and try and get some rest. You're gonna need to make another deal for that, Aizawa. See ya? Izuku could hear the man sigh as he walked back to his greenhouse room, as Mirio had dubbed it. You ready to Midoriya? Got everything you need. 13 was helping Izuku put his suitcase in the boot of the car, along with the other bags and formal wear hung up on hooks. You're not letting me take Mirio, so? Yeah, that's everything. I've got to pass this year still, just because your spot is secure. End-of-year exams are coming up and I want to be ready. Mirio nudged Izuku's shoulder with some reassurance. You'll be fine without me, Izuku. I'll be watching from school anyway. Nizu has promised to get the teachers to broadcast it. That's not the same as having you with me. Esigus to be you then. I'm pretty sure that's gaslighting. Izuku gave an uneasy laugh. You've taken the travel pill, right? Izuku nodded. And your headphones? Izuku raised the wires to show Mirio. You're worse than my mum, honestly. Before the mood turned somber and Izuku could apologize, 13 had closed the boot and began to walk to the driver's seat. Let's get going, Midoriya. Don't want to be caught in the traffic. Mirio pulled Izuku into a bear hug, making it clear to him that he was just as nervous as not being with Izuku. Message me if you need anything. You have Aizawa-sensei with you and I'm sure he'll help you out in a heartbeat. Izuku nodded into the blonde's shoulder and pulled away to get in the car, much to his reluctance. You know, when I get back, I'm going to be more famous than you are. Midnight helped me make a Twitter to launch for when the interview begins. Bet I'll have more followers than you. Those are your parting words, really? Izuku raised his eyebrow at the blonde. All right, challenge accepted. They both knew that Izuku would return with more fame than Mirio. the world's perception of him completely different, but they both didn't acknowledge it in favor of leaving in a light-hearted manner. Izuku opened the door to behind the driver and climbed in. Mirio closed the door for him. Nizu and Aizawa were already plugged in, with Nizu sat behind the passenger and Aizawa facing the back in the seat in front of Izuku. "DM these fancy cars." The car started and Izuku's urge to jump out increased. They began to drive down to the main gates, following the HPSC out and the other on tow. Izuku kept watching Mirio, who just waved until the car was no longer in sight. "You alright, kid?" I don't know why I'm feeling down. It's not like I'm not coming back. It might be the knowledge that when you return, things won't be the same as they were. You are leaving your simple life behind, so to say." Niza basically put Izuku's emotions into words. Yeah. Izuku realized his eyebrows were taut and relaxed the muscles, rubbing them gently with his fingers. Around an hour into the trip, Aizawa reached into the bag he had with him and pulled out a carrier bag with a bunch or jewelry boxes inside. He offered the bag to Izuku, and he took it skeptically. "They're the earrings you demanded." Izuku took his attention off of the boxes to give the pro a cheeky grin. "Me and Zashi picked them out for you yesterday." Izuku's heart warmed with the knowledge that the couple had gone out and hand-picked them for him. Izuku pulled out the boxes and lined them up on the table that was between him and Nizu. Rich people. After opening them all, he'd realized that they were all the same dark silver as his mother's earrings. There were 2 pairs of studs for his seconds and thirds, a cuff for slightly further up on his left ear, and an industrial shaped as the old Greek medicine symbol with a chain connecting the 2 sides for his right. Izuku felt his heart get heavy. A small stream of tears began to roll down his cheeks and he looked over the gifts. Izuku felt his heart well up. He didn't want to cry. Family traits, huh? Aizawa let him collect his emotions and gave a small reassuring smile. Thanks, Zawa." No one commented on the nickname. "Glad you like him, kid." Izuku felt himself well up again. The car ride was mostly uneventful after that. Just a few more tears from Izuku. One, he'd put all of the piercings in. He was very grateful to Aizawa and Yamada. Unbeknownst to Izuku, the pro had taken a photo of the kid with his new earrings and tear tracks still prominently running down his face. A message attached. "I think he likes them. I can't wait for tomorrow. I really want to know what this guy looks like so bad. #U.Undersuler. 15:22 p.m. February 29th XX30. Twitter for iPhone chapter text. The cars were nearing the hotel. The phrase massive would be understatement. Izuku hadn't really been to a hotel, let alone a 5-star luxury one. However, he didn't really get the chance to gawk at the phenomenal architecture that was integrated into the building, mostly because as soon as his car pulled round to the entrance, there was a mob of reporters being held back by security, stealing his attention. "What a bother!" Nizu chirped, after putting his teacup down and unbuckled his seatbelt. "Who knew that you'd be this popular, Midoriya?" Aizawa sighed and pulled out a mask, hat, and sunglasses, presenting them to Izuku. In return, Izuku gave the pro a very unimpressed look. "Would you mind humoring me this one time? It's just whilst you get booked in and get to our floor." With a huff, Izuku put the disguise on. Aizawa pulled his hood up for him after Izuku had adjusted the hat. Just to be safe. Aizawa would swap with 13 and park the car whilst 13 would act as Izuku's bodyguard in Aizawa's absence. The door opened and 13 appeared. A rush of noise and flashing came flooding through the car. "Are you both ready?" "I do believe we are." Nizu had gotten down from his seat and was hopping onto 13's shoulder. "Apparently so." Izuku climbed through the car and out of the door. The noise of reports got louder, and the camera flashed more intense. Izuku stood with an arm raised to his eyes to avoid his retinas burning even with the sunglasses on. Izuku decided that the car was much safer and quiet. So, he turned on his heels and got back into the car, closing the door. "No," Izuku shot Aizawa down before the pro could even get a word in. "If they stop with the flashes and screaming, then I'd be happy to walk past them. But I'm not gonna if they're acting like buffoons." Aizawa knew that Izuku had his heels buried in the sand. With a sigh, the man pulled his phone out and began to scroll through his contacts. "What are you doing?" Izuku's voice came out skeptical despite trying his best at covering his fear up. Apparently Aizawa had found who he was looking for and pressed call. He set the ring to speaker. Recovery girl's voice came out through the phone speakers. Aizawa, what seems to be the problem? Izuku instantly knew that he wasn't going to win this fight. He made eye contact with the pro, pleading not to get him into trouble. His message had gotten through to the man because his annoyingly smug smile had spread across his face. Oh, sorry recovery girl. Izuku had wanted to ask about something, but we've just found the answer. Sorry for the unexpected call. No problem, dear. I'm glad you were able to find the correct solution to your problem. Once we figured it out, it became rather effective. Izuku knew that was aimed at him. Mirio is getting his butt whopped when Izuku gets back. I'll let you get back to your day, Chio-sensei. Alright, make sure to keep an eye on the kid. You know how he gets around crowds and all the attention nonsense as he calls it. Izuku felt his heart warm, knowing that the others had picked up on all the small things Izuku found inconvenient and possibly scary, reassured him that he had people in his corner. Will do, see you when we get back. Alrighty, bye-bye. Aizawa pressed the red button and the line disconnected. Aizawa didn't talk to Izuku. He didn't need to. Izuku knew that he had people relying on him. People that needed him for the future or just to defy the restrictions that were put on healers. After a couple of minutes, Izuku let out a deep breath and opened the door once more. He didn't realize, but the pro in the front seat was deeply proud of him. The flashes and questions rushed him again, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, he wasn't as overwhelmed as the first time. He heard the unintentional encouragement that Recovery Girl had given him and closed the door behind him with some confidence that he wouldn't need to run away again. Most of the questions were the same. What's your name? Why are you covering up? Could you give a comment? Izuku didn't give any indication that he had heard the questions and kept his gaze settled on the entrance to the hotel. None of them caught Izuku's attention, and he walked to catch up to Nizu and 13 who had waited by the doors and a group of brutish-looking bodyguards. 13 had told Izuku, Nizu, and the guards to wait by the elevator whilst she booked the group in for their stay. Izuku was taking in the sheer beauty of the hotel when 13 began to walk back to the group. Some of the walls had lush green plants running down them. Even a waterfall system had been incorporated into the design. The group got into the elevators and rode it up to the top floor. Nizu had booked them the penthouse rooms, bloody money. Izuku pulled his hood down and took the mask and sunglasses off. He felt eyes watching him as he did so. Izuku turned to level his gaze at the group of bodyguards who were staring at him. Not what you were expecting? Izuku's question pulled their heads out of the clouds, and 2 guards went to stand post outside of the elevator and rest went to survey the floor they'd be staying on. Aizawa came up 10 minutes after and just collapsed on one of the sofas. He pulled his scarf up to his nose and closed his eyes. Snipe had walked in behind Aizawa and went to the kitchen with 13. He'd ridden in the 3rd car. Izuku was already on the sofa watching a documentary on the Great Quirk War. Nothing that Izuku hadn't already known came up. His class in middle school glossed over the subject, so Izuku spent many afternoons researching all about the subject. The briefing wasn't for another 2 hours. Izuku followed his teacher's example, fell onto the sofa and closed his eyes to fall asleep. Aizawa registered a thump of weight fall onto his right shoulder. A mess of green hair brushed against his ear. He opened his eyes and saw the kid doze lightly against his shoulder. His face calm. Aizawa had only seen Midoriya this serene once, and that was when he'd passed out in his arms after crying himself to the brink of exhaustion. He wondered if he usually looked this at peace while sleeping. Being unbothered by the extra weight and not wanting to move himself, Aizawa concluded that it would be easier for the pair to just stay as they are, letting everyone else sort things out for the kid. Izuku was woken by a nudge. He let out an irritated groan and tried to push whatever was trying to wake him up away. Come on, Midoriya. The HPSC and other politicians are here for a briefing. Now's not the time to be sleepy. Recognizing Aizawa's voice, Izuku opened his eyes and waited for them to focus. In front of him was Aizawa, and behind him were 5 or so people dressed in suits and formal wear. Is the briefing really that important? All there is to know is that there are going to be questions that I'll answer. But we need to talk to you about how you'll answer. A man with a rather big nose offered. Izuku sat up and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. The way Izuku would answer the questions is up to him and him alone. I'll answer them with my voice, or are you going to try and convince me to speak in sign language? You know what, that isn't a bad idea dash. No Midoriya, please don't. Aizawa had sat back down next to him, coffee in hand from 13. Nizu came trotting in, taking a seat in one of the armchairs. Motioning for the politicians to follow, they politely followed the Chimera's instructions. I believe you've misunderstood my coworker. The lady that was speaking had her legs crossed and a briefcase next to her chair. What he was trying to get at is how you'd word your answers. No, I understood what he'd said. I just chose to blatantly ignore it. Izuku sunk into the sofa and pulled out his phone, hopefully showing his disinterest in the conversation that would happen around him. And why would you do that? The woman showed an earnest face, but to everyone with some common sense it was just a way to get Izuku to back down or something stupid like that. Because if you think that I'm going to listen to any of you, you're completely bloody delusional. Izuku didn't lift his eyes from his phone, but from his peripheral vision he saw the woman's face drop, showing that her sincerity or whatever you want to call it was a facade. Many of her coworkers shifted in their seats. I believe that it would be in your best interest to follow our guidance. You're new to the scene and the public can get to be quite difficult to get through to. Like I said, Izuku looked up to make eye contact with the woman. In return she pinched her eyebrows together. I'm good. I've seen how beaten Repair Mate looks. Hawks doesn't look any better. Besides, I'm under Udata custody. The only person I'm going to listen to is Nizu, and if him not paying attention to the conversation thus far is anything to go by, I don't think he's in much of a rush to follow your advice either. Izuku focused back on his phone. Denki was sending some quite funny photos of him on a roller coaster with his little cousin. I'm going to go to bed. If you need to go through any more stupid but excuses at controlling me, I'm sure Nizu would be happy to humor you. After saying his goodbye to the politicians, Izuku bid goodnight to 13 who was in the kitchen. As he passes by the hallway back to the main area, he could hear the adults talk. He's a liability to himself. You said you'd have him locked down until he was 18. It was a man speaking this time. He's only escaped successfully once so far. Nizu sounded very proud as he said that. A small grin pushed its way onto Izuku's face. You know what I mean, Nizu, we can't have him running around doing what he wants after he leaves Udata. And we can't let him feel like a pig walking to a slaughterhouse. I was never going to restrict his personality and, in the future, how he deals with his patients. It's up to the child if he wants to follow your guidance, and from the display just now it's clear where his intentions lie. Soon after Nizu finished, the threat started. Izuku didn't really listen to it, but he heard it. He sat on the floor outside of the lounge and listened to the adults try to tear Nizu down. The Chimera seemingly unaffected by the harsh words and threats that tried to get him to cower. Izuku eventually got up, not wanting to listen to what was being said. The blood in his legs had seemingly vanished. Izuku found himself on the floor again with a thud. The arguing in the lounge ceased. Someone got up from their seat and walked to Izuku's location. Izuku felt his face flush as Aizawa rounded the corner, finding him still on the floor. 13 came from the kitchen. She shared a look with Aizawa. Not needing any explanation, she nodded in understanding and walked into the doorway to the lounge. Sorry about that, I dropped my phone. Aizawa pulled him up from the floor and down the corridor to his room. Izuku felt like a kid caught with his hand in the biscuit tin. You shouldn't have been listening to that. Izuku nodded even though Aizawa had his back to him still. You shouldn't be hearing any of that yet. Not when we haven't had the time to warn you about it. This confused Izuku. The pair stopped outside Izuku's room. They stood there in silence, neither knowing how to address the situation. That I'll forget I heard anything. Izuku thought it would be the easiest course of action. He quickly escaped to his room, not giving Aizawa any time to argue back. Maybe it wasn't his room that was cursed, maybe nightmares just seemed to have a particular attraction to him. Izuku was standing in a factory. Rats in cages were being carried on conveyor belts, in and out of the room. Izuku saw Nizu, except he wasn't Nizu. He had the same features and qualities about his appearance, bar the scar, as Nizu did. He was in a cage, just sitting, eyes searching and settling on Izuku. He sat just watching him. It was only as a man in a laboratory coat walked to the cage did Nizu move. Nizu didn't stop looking at Izuku, eyes pleading. He squealed and pushed himself up against the bars of his cage, trying to force himself between the metal poles holding him in. However, he wasn't able to get away. The man pulled out a syringe and slipped it into not Nizu's skin. The chimera let out a shriek and bit the professor. The man liquidized and fell down a drain cover on the floor. Izuku wasn't able to catch whatever happened next because his dream shifted him back to the dreaded street. The one that would replay constantly in his mind. The drain cover shifted. Green sludge began to climb out of the hole towards Izuku. Izuku couldn't move, he never could. Always stuck to one spot, made to experience whatever tricks his mind put him through. The goo stopped right in front of Izuku. You're not going to try and fight me? The monster studied him. Not even if it were your mother here? The monster's gaze drifted to behind Izuku, watched as something began moving behind him. Izuku felt tears well in his eyes, still refusing to talk. I think you should watch this. Maybe then you can help someone when they actually need you. Izuku felt himself turn, aided by a glob of green goop clinging to his feet. Izuku watched as the monster curled its way around his mother. She let out a muffled scream as she caught sight of Izuku. Watch closely. And like that the monster was pushing its way into his mother's mouth and nose, blocking off her airways. The tears rolling down Izuku's cheeks picked up their pace, starting to cloud his vision. Izuku gave in, he sunk to his knee, head in his hands. I'm so sorry I couldn't help you, I'm sorry. Izuku couldn't hear his mum crying anymore, her corpse was lying on the ground. The monster had moved back in front of Izuku. You didn't even try to save her, what kinda of sheet healer are you? Someone else would have been better off with your quirk, maybe if you die someone else could get it. Izuku stopped his sobbing, horror flooded through his veins. Before Izuku could try and fight back, slime crawled up his nose and down his throat. It was suffocating, nauseating, and terrifying. Izuku watched his mother's corpse on the floor 2 meters away. His vision began to fade. Tears rolled down his face as he lost consciousness. Izuku was able to shout. Izuku wanted to escape. Izuku wanted to get away from the slime covering him. He crawled out of whatever was surrounding him and fell slightly. He was too caught up in escaping to notice that it was his bed covers. He scrambled up off the floor and ran out of the door, crashing into the wall outside. Let me go, let me go. Let me go. Izuku was pleading with his mind to let him out of the hell it was able to create. He grabbed at his hair, anything for release from his brain. But he couldn't escape from the corridors and rooms that lined his path. Something grabbed him as he ran down another hallway. "No, let me go. I had Inogu, you're right, I should die. Just let me go." Aizawa was woken by a deafening shriek, not long after he heard the door next to his slam open and something hit the wall outside. Almost certain of what was going on, he ran outside to check on the noise. 13 had also came out to see what was happening. They both saw Izuku running down the corridor towards the elevator. The pros both muttered a curse and bolted after the kid. They managed to catch up to Midoriya, purely because the kid kept crashing into the walls and tripping over. Aizawa pulled the kid into his chest, trying his best to restrain his arms. Aizawa felt the kid elbow into his ribs. Frantically trying to break from his hold. "Let me go, I don't want to be here. I'm going to need you to calm down, Izuku." Aizawa dodged a fist aimed at his head. "We can talk about this when you stop trying to hit me." "No, I am sorry, let go." The kid's voice was hoarse from all the screaming. 2 more people came out of their rooms. 13 had come out at the same time as Aizawa and blocked had off the exit to the elevator. So, it was Nizu and Snipe to come out. What's with the kid? Snipe was rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "I would love to know myself, he keeps yelling about leaving." Aizawa dodged punch to the face but got another hit to the ribs. He thinks he's still dreaming. Nizu wasn't his usual cheerful self this time. His face wasn't readable, emotionless even. The rat walked closer to where Aizawa was holding on to Midoriya. "Midoriya? Midoriya? Are you listening?" The kid stopped thrashing around in his hold. "Nizu," tears began to fall from Midoriya's eyes. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help you. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." All of the resistance against Aizawa's grip faded away. Midoriya curled into Aizawa, as if he'd never tried to escape. I'm sorry. Aizawa began to let him and Midoriya fall to the floor, not letting the other go still. Midoriya, I'm going to need you to explain why you're sorry? I couldn't help you, you looked so scared. And the man just kept sticking needles into you. Nizu's face almost dropped. Midoriya, I'm fine now. Izuku looked at the chimera, his eyes weren't glossed over, and his breathing began to settle. Why am I? You're okay? But I saw you. Dreams can become frighteningly realistic. Izuku's brain began to catch up. Daydream? It was a, nightmare? Izuku looked around, still in Aizawa's arms. He let out a shuddering breath. Holy shit! The kid brought his shaking hands up to his eye and just sank into Aizawa's now embrace. Aizawa saw the tears fall off the kid's hands. Not wanting to point them out, he just rubbed circles into the kid's back. Were they always this bad, Midoriya? The kid didn't speak, answering the rat with a nod. Have you talked to Hound Dog about them? Midoriya responded with another nod. We went through what to do. Normally I'm able to get them, but it was different this time. The kid's voice was raspy and still breaking in parts of his sentence. The Midoriya's heartbeat was still strong enough for Aizawa to feel eye against his arm. Do you need a drink? Izuku startled, apparently forgetting Aizawa was still behind him. But he didn't move. In fact, he leant into the pro, almost using him as a seat. Please. Snipe left to grab a glass of water. What do you normally do after an episode? Nizu had sat down against the wall, opposite from Aizawa and Midoriya. Episode? The kid thought for a while, trying to find an answer. I normally just stay awake and distract myself. Nothing else to do at 3 in the morning. Snipe returned and gave Midoriya the glass. The kid almost made it seem like he hadn't had a drink in days. Well, I do believe that a new documentary on vigilantism has been released on Netflix if you're interested in watching those. Aizawa had never seen Nizu so soft. He always had his happy-go-lucky mask held in place. Maybe it was because of what Midoriya had said earlier about not being able to help him. Nevertheless, it was helping the kid calm down. I've seen trailers on YouTube. Midoriya was still shaking, but his voice had begun to level off. Perfect. Nizu rose from his spot and walked towards the lounge area with the TV. I was weird watching a documentary with 4 teachers? Pros? Guardians? But it let Izuku felt safe, so he wasn't going to complain. At u.a_official_Twitter. 30. Hope you're watching. Hashtag u._. 1300 hours PM, March 1st XX 30, Twitter for iPhone. Get changed, Midoriya. We have to be down there in 20 minutes. Aizawa was nagging Izuku by this point. That's plenty of time. It's not like they can start without me anyways. Izuku grabbed his suit from the doorway and went to get changed in the bathroom. He'd been avoiding his hotel bedroom since 3 am. The adults seemed to catch on relatively quickly, offering to grab him things from in there if he needed anything. It didn't take long to get changed. Izuku spent a moment looking at himself in the mirror. It didn't look like him. Sure, it was the same face and colored hair, but it wasn't the Izuku from 3 years ago. Hell, not even one. Izuku hoped his mother would be proud of him, how far he'd come without her. Or maybe she wouldn't, disappointed that he broke his promise and was now telling the world about their secret. Midoriya. Let's get going. Aizawa stopped at the doorway to the bathroom. He just kind of watched Izuku. You've got. The hero motioned to his eyes. Izuku wiped his, surprised to find tears. Oh, I didn't realize. You've not done your hair still? The pro was able to change the conversation as if he hadn't just found Izuku basically crying in the bathroom. Let me put it up for you. We don't have enough time for you to do anything fancy. Aizawa walked to Izuku and picked up one of his hair baubles. Midnight would kill me if I let you walk around with bed head. I do not have bed head. Izuku found himself smile. This is so much calmer than bedhead. Sounds like a pain. The hero was now running his fingers gently through Izuku's curls. You're sure you don't want to get a haircut? I'll be fine. Aizawa had put his hair half up, half down. All done, problem child. Now we've really got to go. I don't think the HPSC have much patience left after last night. The pair met up with Nizu, Snipe and 13 by the escalator. They were all in formal attire, dressed in expensive suits and nice jewelry. Snipe still had some form of a mask on, but his blue dreads were pulled back from his face mask. Izawa pulled his own mask out and put it in front of his face. Izuku raised a brow at the hero. Underground heroes don't match well with press conferences. Nizu had this made for the hero gala. Most underground or more secretive heroes wear masks at public events. Right, lady and gentlemen, let's head out, shall we? After you, sir. 13 held the elevator open and let the rat into it first. She too was wearing a suit, but instead of a waistcoat she had a black corset. Pile in, boys. The ride down to the basement floor didn't take long. The 5 were greeted by guards and the same officials from the night before, some new people as well. You're late, never mind. We need to get you to the stage. It wasn't an official to tell the group off. Once again, Izawa seemed to be able to read Izuku's mind. He's the organizer, Nizu's particular to his theatrical flair. He's done all the massive hero events for the last 5 years. What, like the galas? Izawa just nodded. All this just increased Izuku's annoyance over this whole unnecessary announcement. The group were guided to the sidelines of the stage, curtains drawn and a massive table ran along said stage. Midoriya, you in the middle, Nizu you're to his right and Isamu you're to his left. Heroes on the right, politicians on the left. The group began to disperse to their allocated sides. Izuku watched and observed. Izawa sat next to Nizu, then it went 13, then Snipe. The woman was next to Isamu and the pointy-nosed man next. Someone from the night before was next to him, but Izuku hadn't heard her speak. A lady was sat behind the main able with a computer connected to a screen on the wall. She had a blonde buzz cut and bright pink skin. She gave Izuku a soft smile and went back to her computer. Midoriya? Go sit down, we only have a minute left before we raise the curtains. Speaking of. The organizers scurried off and to in front of the curtain. The small murmur of people behind it instantly died out. Izuku took that as his cue to sit down. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen and honored guests. Thank you for being here to witness a historical moment in Japanese history. You still have time to back out, Midoriya. Nizu was speaking in hushed tones as to not alert the politicians next to Izuku. No, I need to do this. Bigger than me for once. Nizu seemed proud of Izuku's answer. That's very mature of you, Midoriya. I am pleased to introduce you to Japan's newest healer. The curtains started to raise. I haven't forgotten about last night's incident, by the way. Nizu didn't let Izuku respond. Izuku was still looking at Nizu when the cameras began to flash. Please put your hands together for Izuku, Midoriya. No turning back now. His face would be in articles and newspapers by the end of the day. Over to you, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku grabbed the microphone from off of the table and turned it on. He stood and let his eyes roam over the crowd. In the front were rows of security, then it was important officials and some overseas heroes. Then the reporters, not all Japanese. There were rows upon rows of them, filling out the concert hall. After all of the flashing died down, Izuku brought the microphone up to his mouth. Nice to meet you, I guess? I'm Izuku Midoriya, as you're all aware of by now. I was told to prepare a speech, but I didn't get around to it over the last couple of days. To be honest, I was avoiding any thought or mention of this conference since I knew about it. Never really been a fan of publicity. I thought about wearing a mask like underground heroes, but then you wouldn't be able to see my RBF. This got a couple of chuckles from the crowd. Izuku took a deep breath. I wish to break the mold that has been set for me. All the healers before me have been willing to bend over for what the public, and respectively the commission, have asked of them. I'm not going to do that. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. If I'm going to help people, it's going to be because I want to. The paycheck won't be my driving cause, nor will societal pressure. Izuku waited for the cameras to calm down again. I believe that's all I have to say. Izuku sat back down in his chair and returned the first bump behind Nizu's chair from Izawa. The silent reassurance was very appreciated. Right, time for the questions. There are 2 mics at the front. Please form orderly lines and wait your turn. Instantly half of the first floor got up and rushed to get a place in the line. Let's start on the left first, ma'am if you will. Hiya, Karen from Heroes Outlet. Do you plan on changing your appearance at all? Izuku looked down at his suit that he'd gotten from Oboro's tailors, all handmade garments made with pretty expensive materials, from what Izuku could tell. I think I look fine. Why? Some in the medical profession would state that your piercings and other aspects are unprofessional and should be changed. I'm going to do whatever I want with my body. It's not going to affect my healing in any way, so I don't see why people would be so intent on changing me. They aren't going to like my healing costume if they think my earrings are bad. Toma from JHNA, what hero agency are you planning on working at? I'm sure that anyone would take you given your quirk. Bold of you to assume I'd work for someone else. Is it not safer for someone with your quirk to be kept under protection? Protection my butt. I'd be holed up in some tower and never see the light of day again. But repair mate frequently travels? Not without a team of guards following him around. A gun would be more efficient. Izuku to a breath to calm himself. Ask yourself this. When was the last time he wasn't wearing a pair of designer eye bags or had genuinely smiled at a camera? The reports saw that as important or something because quite a few of them were scratching his worlds down. Now from Japanese clock. Your quirk manifested as a child, right? So why did you wait until your first year of high school to receive training? Because my mother wanted me to have a stable and relatively stress-free childhood. Isn't it a bit selfish of you and your mother to have a normal childhood over helping other people? My mother did her demon best, more than my father did, more than any other adult had ever done until a hero had found me by chance. Some people raised eyebrows, expecting him to continue. With a sigh, Izuku began his little lecture. I was passing as quirkless. The hero that took me in after my mother's passing was the first person to treat me with respect and care, even before telling him about my quirk. No one treated me like a human being. To them, I was the scum of the earth. I've gained more experience from associating as quirkless than I would have if I were pushed into a cushy program and sheltered from the world. I might seem bitchy and rude to others, but some of you need to realize that I'm going to do whatever the F I want. I'll be dead before I get pushed around by some commission or hero agency. Takeo from HGC, you said a gun would be more effective than trained bodyguards. Do you plan on learning how to defend yourself or even use firearms? Nizu had decided to take over this question, giving Izuku time to recenter himself. Izuku is taking lessons from our staff at Yuda so he'd be able to handle himself when he leaves our protection, though he'll always be given a place to stay within Yuda's walls. Nanami from America International, how does your quirk work? If I can get my blood into someone else's system, I'm able to control their recovery rates and other cellular processes as well. How does it relate back to your parents' quirks? My mother had a fairly average telekinesis quirk, allowing the control aspect to my quirk. Apparently, his displeasure towards his father wasn't picked up upon earlier, either that or the reporters really didn't care about his opinions. And you father? Is he in the medical industry? You could say that I don't have not wished to have contact with that man. Met him once and once was enough. Joshua from Filipino Hero News, do you plan on working with other possible up-and-coming healers as well as already established healers such as Repair Mate within the future? I'd love to help and work with any new healers that appear. And Repair Mate? No, next question please. Most of the room wrote that down, not that Izuku minded. It means that there won't be any push for him to work with the asshat later on. Leith from Scotland Hero International, you mentioned your healer suit earlier. Would it be possible to see it? Yeah, Izuku turned to the woman who was doing all of the lighting for the conference and nodded. Photos of Izuku standing in his costume appeared behind Izuku and the others. Midnight made it and I designed it. Most people's eyes were wide. Mostly because this definitely isn't something for a healer to wear. The only way people would be able to tell he's a healer would be the medical symbol embroidered on the back and left sleeve of the medical coat in bright white to contrast the darker colors that made his costume. The embroidery was added to the costume by midnight later. That was the reason he wasn't wearing it at the entrance exams that day. Midnight insisted on it being perfect for its debut. Are those knife holsters? You would be correct. You've learned how to handle knives as part of your training? Among other things, yes. The answer didn't seem to satisfy the reporter, but if they wanted to get home, he'd have to leave the man in a state of curiosity. To be honest, that's how most of the reporters would be left by the end of the conference. The questions lasted for another 5 hours, 2 of those Izuku spent on his phone, mostly because the questions weren't directed at him. Twitter was blowing up to say the least. It was interesting to say the least. His account quickly garnered over 1 million followers, national and internationally. People seemed to be happy that he was fluent in English, tweeting at him with their surprise or expectation that he would keep tweeting in the foreign language. Izuku Midoriya was the top tag worldwide on trending. Photos of him talking and just staring off into space were all throughout the tag. Most of them were talking about his beginning speech or how attractive he was. Wonder_stars_left_. Holy shit, this guy is attractive. Hashtag u._. Hashtag Izuku Midoriya. 13:35 p.m. March 1st XX 30 Twitter for Android. When Debendi. Look at his ears. His industrial is the Greek symbol. Hashtag u._. 13:35 p.m. March 1 XX 30. The gender this boy has. Hashtag u._. 15:22 p.m. March 1st XX 30 Twitter for iPhone. If you missed it, yesterday we were first introduced to Japan's newest healer. Izuku Midoriya is a 13-year-old boy from Musutafu. He's currently residing at UA under Recovery Girl's guidance. Social media had been talking non-stop about the boy, in both his appearance and what some people are calling crude personality. Journalists have said his use of obscene language is offensive and it isn't proper for a healer to be speaking in such a manner. While some other journalists and most younger people on social media are saying it's refreshing to see a big public figure to not following the government's guidance and not hiding behind a marketing campaign, Izuku was sat at a table with Nizu and some officials from overseas. Originally, the Japanese politicians had wanted to sit with them, but Izuku was able to shoo them off. It's like being in kindergarten all over again. If you wouldn't mind me asking, Mr. Midoriya, would you be interested in transferring overseas? There were 2 Chinese and 3 Dubai officials sitting with him. Not really. Izuku took a spoonful of cheesy mash to his mouth. It was some of the best food he's ever had, bar his mother's katsudon. Why not? Because I'd be property to your governments, at least that's what I'm assuming. Unless you're from a private company, all the officials. No, politicians shook their heads. Exactly. UA hasn't taken my freedoms, nor have they forced me into a persona like the HPSC would have, and unless you can promise me the same conditions, I'm not interested. Izuku went back to shoveling spoonfuls of cheesy mask into his mouth. You're a persistent one, Mr. Midoriya. Not really, I just know how I want to be treated. Many others came over and tried to swindle Izuku out his remaining freedom. It's like none of them have listened to what he'd said at the beginning of the conference. The paycheck wasn't a deal-breaker for Izuku. Don't they see me turn the others away? What makes them think I'll choose them over someone else? Izuku was honestly exhausted at having to explain his situation to everyone over and over again. Their beliefs that they're the best. Nizu hadn't had any food and had opted to just drinking cucumber water. It's quite funny to watch their faces as you turn down million-yen contracts. No one in their right mind would do that. Well, I'm not exactly sane to most people. You and me both, Midoriya. Well, speaking of sanity, Izuku gave Nizu a smile before standing up. He straightened his jacket before getting to stand on his chair. Many eyes turned to watch him. He picked up a glass and spoon to get everyone's attention. It really wasn't necessary because almost everyone in the room had turned to look at him the moment he stood on the chair. If I could get your attention for a moment. Izuku waited for the last of the mummers to drown out before he stepped onto the table. I'm sure you all aware by now that everyone around you is interested in taking me back to their country. Now, despite my desire to travel, I'm not interested in your offers. It's like none of you listened to what I had to say in the conference. I'm not going to go to the highest bidder, unless that's your plan, Nizu. Izuku looked down at the rat for reassurance. Definitely not, young Midoriya. Could you pass me the salt? Izuku grabbed the shaker and handed it to Nizu. See, there will be no bidding war. which is most unfortunate for the Japanese government, mostly due to you taking me in. They'll never have access or monopoly over my rights and actions. I'll be free once I finish my 3rd year. I'm going to stay in Japan until the unforeseeable future. So, put your wallets away and F off if that's what you're here for. A man in a black 3-piece walked over to the table Izuku was standing on. Do you think this is appropriate behavior for someone such as yourself to be displaying? The man addressed Izuku in a very condescending tone, like Izuku was a toddler throwing a fit in the middle of a shop. This irked Izuku. So, Izuku got into a low crouch, now at eye level with said man. I get to behave however I like. No one can stop me. No one can threaten me. No one has any say in how I behave. I'm 1 in a billion. Half the countries with a healer have quirks that aren't half as good as mine. I'm an asset that gets to play by its own rules. Izuku was correct, he was indeed 1 in a billion, mostly because there were only 6 other individuals with a healing quirk as good as Izuku's. He wasn't counting repair mate in his statistics though. Izuku got close to the man's ear and gripped his shoulder, not anything painful, just a simple reassurance. Anyone close by would just hear murmurs, so next time you want to challenge my power, think twice about it before you do. You never know who might end up with power in the future. The man stepped back from the table, nose still raised. Izuku focused his attention back to the gathering, as you were. Izuku opened the French doors in his room. He hadn't noticed until recently that there was a small balcony, probably because of his avoidance of the room, but he'd noticed it from the coverage of their floor on the news. Izuku took in the gust of air that traveled into his room, the cold air grounding to the present. He hopped the waist-tall fence and perched on the edge of the concrete platform. He just sat, listening to the sleeping city. Midoriya? You in here? Aizawa made his way into the boy's room. He hadn't gotten an answer to his knock and assumed the kid was asleep. He should have known better really. Insomnia is never that generous. Instead of finding Izuku in his bed, he noticed that the doors to the balcony were open and the sheer drapes were moving in the wind that came through. Aizawa's heart dropped briefly, but it wanted to come back up his throat when he saw Izuku sitting in front of the rail. The sight was like a photo, a grim, unsettling photo. Kid, you could have sat behind the railing, you know. All Aizawa got as a reply was an absent-minded hum. With a sigh, Aizawa jumped over the railing also and sat down next to Izuku. The pair sat in silence for what felt like eternity before the kid spoke. I'm tired. Izuku made it sound more like a general statement than a complaint. You could go to bed. Aizawa just got another non-committed hum. The kitchen D waited for another eternity to pass before speaking again. Why do they say the city is sleeping? Because it never truly is. The amount of attacks that happen at night outweigh those during the day. And yet we have many more daylight heroes than night patrol. People don't seem to have as much reason as you do, Midoriya. This just received another hum from the kid. Aizawa sat with Izuku until the sun began to rise behind the concrete jungle. Rays of golden light would come streaming through the skyscrapers. Have you got everything? I haven't checked my room, but Aizawa and Snipe said there wasn't anything in it. That's good enough for me. Go stand by the elevator whilst I do another once-over. Aizawa and Snipe had already gone down to the cars, leaving Nizu, Izuku and 13 to check over their hotel floor. It had been 3 long days of formal dinners and rejecting business prepositions. Izuku was ready to head home away from the press and invasive questions. Yep, let's head down. 13 rounded the corner and presses the button for the elevator. Izuku's exit was much like his first in that there were reporters lining the path to his car. However, their questions have changed to more personal attack. Do you think it's right for you to have waited for so long? Why are you so blunt? Where's your bedside manner? Blah blah blah. If the idiots had watched the conference, then they'd realize Izuku wasn't going to have the traditional healer bedside manner. Geez, they're giving me a headache. Izuku was sat back in his car seat, waiting for the car to pull away. You and me both, kiddo. Aizawa had a particular look of sleep deprivation illuminating his face. He'd been with Izuku in the lounge for one night, then out on the balcony for the next. Izuku didn't want to sleep in his room, and Aizawa seemingly didn't want to let Izuku stay awake alone. The pair had ended up in the lounge again after last night's sunrise, watching more of the vigilante documentary series before eventually dozing off. A buzz came from Izuku's phone. Big Pikachu. You looked so good in your suit, Izuku. Definitely ABL to take over the world in it. Mossball. You're getting way too into this whole flattery thing, Denki. Big Pikachu. Good to know him getting good at it. Mossball. I wouldn't go that far. Big Pikachu. Izuku, you're mean. Mossball. I just speak from the heart, my dear Denki. Big Pikachu. You said the exact thing to the reporters a couple of days ago. Izuku, don't leave me on read. Can we stop at a food place, please? I didn't go down for breakfast and I'm going to eat my foot at some point soon. There are services in 3 miles we can stop at. Did you catch that, 13? Yep, I was just about to suggest food. Izuku nodded along to the adults' conversation, letting them plan things out. Izuku was too drained to decide on anything. The group stopped at a chicken nugget drive-thru. I need to get some petrol if that's okay. Feel free, would you mind? Izuku let the rest of the conversation drown out. If they needed his input, they'd just nudge him or something. 3 ambulances screamed past their car. The sea of traffic parted like the vans were bloody Jesus. Would that be Izuku in 8 or so years? Able to bend the Japanese society around his pinky finger? Would he be able to retire to a little cottage in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by golden revivers and rivers? Go on walks with his partner, whispering sweat nothings to each other late into the evening. But Izuku quickly remembered Recovery Girl. She had to wait for Izuku to come along before she could retire, not wanting to put Japan's full load onto Repair Mate's shoulders. Who knew when the next healer would come along to free Repair Mate, let alone Izuku? How many nuggets do you want, kid? HM? Oh, 12 please. The cars quickly got through the restaurant's drive-thru and were now parked at the petrol station. 13 had gotten out to fill the car while the 3 boys remained inside. The radio quickly filled the silence. 3 buildings have now collapsed in result of this fire. It appears that 5 more are soon to follow. All surrounding areas have been evacuated and heroes are on site. Sounds like a fun day at the insurance office. Izawa drawled. Indeed it does. I'll be there in 8 or so years, unable to help those in the buildings, just watching it happen. Apparently Izuku's line of thought hadn't really been much of a thought. I guess, that's one way to put it. Izawa didn't seem enthusiastic at Izuku's revelation. Midoriya, you might not be able to help those in the building, but for the people who make it out, you'll be a saving grace. Izuku went back to eating, not really taking Nizu's wisdoms to heart. The cars got back around 3 in the afternoon. They had to go through the back once again as the mob of reporters had almost tripled in size. The group got out from the cars and grabbed their luggage from the boot. I'm sure the student body loved getting through this in the mornings. Home sweet home. Oh, don't you sound enthusiastic. What, can a boy not wallow in self-pity in peace? Izawa just rolled his eyes and went in through U.A's back door. Izuku followed suit. Thankfully classes were still going and kept Izuku from having to navigate his way through the crowded halls. Everyone took the elevator up to the dorming areas and unloaded at the respective floor. See you guys at dinner. Izuku waved to the adults and lugged his luggage back to his room. Izuku placed his finger on the scanner and used his key to unlock the door to his room. I'm back, green babies. The only thing Izuku had missed was his plants. Despite his room being hellish to sleep in, it was perfect as a regular day room. Cozy and peaceful. After around an hour, a knock came from his door. Knowing exactly who it was, Izuku got up from his bed and opened the door. Izuku. Mirio pulled Izuku into one of his rib-rushing hugs. Maybe there was another thing Izuku missed about you. You did so good. Everyone was watching in class and everyone was so proud. Gah, Mirio, you're squeezing too tight, can't breath dash. Oh, Mirio released Izuku and walked into his room. The older boy didn't need to be invited in at this point. You're trending on Twitter still. Izuku joined the blonde on his bed after closing his door. I told you I'd be more famous than you. Besides, who wouldn't want to talk about me? I mean, with the way you address the reports, you'll be the talk of the town for a while. If me talking is going to increase my popularity, I might as well be the ruler of the world. Well, aren't you cocky? Mirio pulled Izuku into a headlock, digging his knuckles into his scalp at the same time. If you saw the amount of money other countries were offering for me, you'd have a bit of an ego as well. You were offered to be exported? Mirio recoiled back in disbelief. You know, I never thought of it like that. Izuku's smile only grew wider. He'd missed Mirio's presence and witty comments. Who knew the pair had grown so close? Mirio stayed until dinner and left Izuku on his way to the canteen. Nothing had changed in the school's eyes. They'd known about his quirk and what was going to come with that. He greeted a couple of people and went to sit with Lunch Rush in the kitchen. His regular routine was easy to fall back into. Midoriya? Are you in here? Midnight stuck her head through the doorway. Upon seeing Izuku, she ran over and pulled him into a hug. You were stunning. And looked handsome at the same time. Oboro has had so many clients since the conference, he wasn't able to come out for drinks on Saturday because of it. You're going to strangle the poor bird. Yamada had come in with Aizawa wrapped around his waist after Nenanen. But she is right, you totally looked like a rising star, idol-worthy. Yes, Tutor loved it. Midnight released Izuku and sat down on one of the stools. I've not been on Twitter since I've seen how many thirst toots there are, I'll just post at random intervals. But what about the fan art? I have fan art? People adore you, Izuku. They can keep their adoration to themselves. Now if you're just going to harass me about my new obsessive fanbase, which is 10 times bigger than any of yours, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. This is some bloody brilliant Katsudon and I don't want to ruin it. Izuku gave Lunch Rush an adoring smile. The hero gave Izuku a bashful wave in response. Nizu asked if you'd be willing to go on a TV show on Monday? Japan's national news station reached out and asked for an interview. Izuku took his time of an answer, mostly because his mouth was full of Katsudon. Why not? Nothing like ruining people's day more than appearing on national news. Izuku would say he was smiling, the adults around him would call it more of a grin. I'll let Nizu know later then. Aizawa pulled away from his spouse and grabbed their plates. I'll get to making your outfit then. Before letting Izuku protest, Midnight had jogged out of the kitchen with her food and, most likely, down to her design room. She's never going to let you look bad on national news, Birdie. It's like you have a personal designer. Yamada mused. Couldn't ask for anyone better, don't let her know I said that. Izuku gave the two men a suspicious look, like the one Aizawa does when he thinks Izuku might try and run away again. Our lips are sealed. The blonde gave Izuku a reassuring smile. You're telling her when you next see her, aren't you? You bet I am. Yamada left the kitchen, Aizawa in tow. Make sure you try to get some rest, kid, you've had a couple of long days. Aizawa spoke with resignation in his voice, even though he was trying to parent Izuku. Izuku waved to the pair, watching their backs as they walked out of the canteen. It's like I've always had a dad with the way you lot act sometimes. Lunch Rush's shoulders bounced from laughter, the man ruffled Izuku's hair and went back to cooking. Yes, he did wash his hands before touching anything again. Monday rolled around fairly quickly. Izuku had been back to lessons with his teachers and time began to flow fairly quickly once he was back into routine. Izuku, don't forget your keys. Aizawa was waiting in his doorframe whilst Izuku ran around his room trying to find some clothes to wear. Zawa, I'm not even dressed yet, leave me alone. You have 10 minutes, I'll be in the students' lounge. The older man left, closing the door behind him. Izuku sighed in resignation, he quickly changed into clothes from Nemuri and went into his bathroom. Izuku pulled his hair back into a low ponytail and brushed his teeth. He picked his keys and phone from his coffee table and went to go find Aizawa. The pro was talking to a second year about a maths assignment if the paper in his hand was any indication. Izuku made his way over to the door and put his shoes on whilst waiting for the pair to finish. The second year bowed and scurried off to their room and Aizawa walked over to join Izuku. There wasn't much to talk about so the pair just wandered through the halls in relative silence, neither minded and weren't particularly inclined to start a conversation. Before Izuku made his way out of the main doors, Mirio came bounding over and crashed into Izuku. I can't believe you were going to leave without saying goodbye, and here I was thinking we had a special connection. Mirio threw his hands up in mock offense. Izuku rolled his eyes at his mate's theatrics. I'm only gone for a couple of hours, I'm sure you'll still be scrounging around the halls by the time I'm back anyway. You almost seem to want to live here. Mirio wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulder and began to walk down to the door. If it means I can spend more time with my dear junior, then nothing would please me more. Mirio gave Aizawa his best impression of dog eyes. I'd rather avoid Izuku murdering you and subsequently more paperwork. Mirio hid his teeth and let his arm drop off Izuku as they were nearing the car. Aizawa went round and sat in the passenger seat. Didn't even call shotgun. Like they'd let you sit in the front, you'd just flip of the press. If they don't want to tint the front windows, it's their problem. Izuku said, grinning. He opened the door and climbed into the 4x4. Why are all their cars so bloody expensive? Mirio was checking out the car that Izuku had gotten into. That's what I keep saying, I'd love to know their budget. Mirio agreed with an affirmative nod and stepped back from the car, letting Izuku close the door. The car practically roared to life and Mirio waved as the car pulled out of the U.A. gates and through the mass of reporters that were still swarming the school. The cars rolled into the underground car park and went through the security gates to collect the car badge for the day. Aizawa and Izuku clambered out of the car and straightened out their clothes. Aizawa pulled out his mask and adjusted the strap at the back of his head. His eyes shone through the gaps, giving the man a very ominous presence. Someone might mistake you for an Oni with that mask. The pair now walking to the elevator. A gremlin and an Oni, quite fitting. Izuku just stick his tongue out at the man. Well, isn't that mature? There wasn't any heat behind the taunt, just banter. Well, I am only 13. Aizawa didn't have a response, and to think I'm spending my youth as a hostage. Izuku said with mock exasperation. This elicited a slightly larger than normal breath from Aizawa. Small wins. The pair got into the elevator and waited to reach the reception. Izuku took in the pointless details of the metal box, number of buttons, the mirror and such. If you're nervous, then you can just say. Aizawa was still facing forward. Izuku thought before he answered, not that telling Aizawa wouldn't be wounding his pride, but Izuku wanted to be able to get through something without having to fall on others to help. Not really. I'm probably more nervous about there being a fire than this. I've faced worse. Yes, how could I forget you telling off a bunch of Democrats and paparazzi? The elevator dinged. One of my finer moments, if I'm being honest. Izuku followed Aizawa out of the elevator and into the lobby, walking towards a group of people waiting by the front desk. A man greeted the pair. Mr. Midoriya, it's an honor to have you here. Simultaneously, all the people standing around in the group all bowed at a 90-degree angle. As that was happening, a cameraman took a photo, managing to capture the astonishment on Izuku's face. Please don't do that ever. Most people raised their heads in confusion. The camera went off again. It's not like I'm not grateful, I just don't deserve respect for not doing anything. I haven't done anything noteworthy yet. The leading man seemed to understand what Izuku was getting at. You're very humble, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku just shrugged his shoulders and avoided the man's gaze. If you'll follow me through to the newsroom. Izuku and Aizawa bowed to the rest of the group before following behind the man. The door opened to a desk and a couple of chairs in front of some very expensive camera equipment. There were already 2 people stilling at the desk in the middle of the room. Just in time, we're live in 5 minutes. We just need to brief you on what can't really be said. It's mostly just keep foul language to a minimum, and we advise to heavily avoid and slurs or hateful comments to minorities. The presumably producer looked through the papers on her clipboard. I don't think you're going to be worried about censoring slurs and that sort of thing. I do believe that's all. Just answer the questions truthfully and remember that you in front of millions of people. The lady gave a quick smile, then went over to talk to one of the camera crew members. At least she told me I could swear. Izuku smiled up at Aizawa, who'd been scanning the room since they'd set foot in the place. You've already garnered a reputation as foul-mouthed. I'd hate to be your manager in 10 years. The pro was watching the producer lady dance around the room as the minutes dwindled down. Mr. Midoriya, if you'd take your place next to Mr. Yuma on the left there, that'd be great. Oh, and your guardian next to you. Izuku weaved around cables and cameras to take his seat at the desk. Aizawa followed closely behind. Nice to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Likewise, Mr. Midoriya, I'm Kyo Yuma and my coworker to my left is Tsumuji Watanabe. The lady gave a friendly smile and gave a little wave. A pleasure to be working with you, Mr. Midoriya. Before Izuku could respond, a cameraman began counting down from 10. People stopped chatting and refocused their attention on the desk at the front of the stage. Thank you, Misa-san, and a good morning to everyone. Today we're lucky enough to have a guest with us. If you've been living under a rock, you won't be familiar with Japan's new, up-and-coming healer in training. 13-year-old Izuku Midoriya has been staying at UDA receiving training under our very own recovery girl, preparing for a very challenging career as one of Japan's future heroes. Said trainee is joining us in the studio today. A camera panned out and the director gave a signal for Izuku to introduce himself. I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. Izuku dipped his head a bit, just to show some sort of respect. Mr. Midoriya, it's lovely to have you with us today, and I'm sure your fans will be pleased to see more of your presence within the media. From what we've seen, you're not particular to presenting on TV shows or keeping up with your social medias. Izuku gave an awkward laugh. The researchers had defiantly done their job. To be fair, it hasn't been long since my quote-unquote debut. My guardians and I agreed to keep low for a while and let the initial shock die down, then I'm planning on doing more charity work and such. Oh my, such promises must be kept. Yuma gave Izuku a weary smile. I'm planning on it. Izuku responded with a small grin of his own. He knew that whatever he said would be followed by the public. I have a few organizations close to my heart that I'm desperate to help with. Might I ask which ones? Watanabe asked this time. She seemed to have a small glint in her eye. Izuku knew what she was doing, however he'd already researched into the causes he was wanting to help. I'd love to start with quirkless charities, then maybe victims of villain attacks. Both presenters raised their eyebrows at his answer, shocked that this wasn't just some publicity stunt. Why quirklessness? I didn't think there's much need to help a dying generation. Yuma further prodded an explanation from Izuku. It's a long story. I'm sure we don't have enough dash. Don't worry about that, Midoriya. We have plenty. Watanabe interrupted. Izuku looked to Aizawa. The man shrugged. It seems that it's Izuku's choice to make. Well, if you insist. While I was with my mother, I was diagnosed as quirkless to try and grow up with some normalcy and not surrounded by other people's ideals and uses for me. However, being quirkless wasn't as easy as my mother had thought. After I was 5, I was relentlessly bullied and attacked by my peers at school. I've been blessed with the ability to get away from the useless label, however, many others aren't. A third of quirkless people commit suicide by the time they're 17 and then half by 28. We're then left with either people with very harmful mental issues or a 70-year-old adult. You really are passionate about the topic, young man, and as long as you continue to feel that way so strongly, I believe you'll be able to help. Yuma sent Izuku a sincere smile. But do you really think it's worth helping those who can't contribute to society? Watanabe's question stunned most in the room. The director stood rigid, and the cameraman looked like one of the lights had crashed down from the ceiling. I beg your pardon? I do believe you heard what I said, Mr. Midoriya. I don't mean to come off as offensive or bigoted, but if the numbers are dwindling that drastically, is there any need to help the helpless? We'd be wasting resources on a dissipating minority. Izuku gave himself time to compose himself. Yuma looked to the director, but there was nothing to be done to help his coworker. Well, you're correct about one thing. Watanabe raised an eyebrow. That is very bigoted of you. A small and collected smile settled on Izuku's face. Seeing as you want to talk with statistics rather than through morality, in around 30 years some scientists believe that our quirks will become too strong for us to wield, leaving us in need of dampeners or quirk nulling drags just for us to function. However, if quirkless people are willing to participate, we would be able to catch the problem at the source. However, I'm hopeful that the quirkless minority will reject any offers put forward just to spite the dumb motherfuckers such as yourself that think they have less self-worth just because they don't have a quirk. But who am I to say such a thing? I'm to remain a neutral party after all. Yuma was the first to compose himself out of the pair. To be honest, Watanabe looked like her head was about to blow. Truly a hero for the weak, Mr. Midoriya. I'm sure your speech won't be overlooked today. a clear remark against his coworker. I do hope we can have you on again at some point, however we've run out of time for today. The camera zoomed in on Yuma as he sent the viewers over to the weather report. Cut. The director was out of her seat and marching over to the desk. Midoriya, I'm so sorry, I didn't think that Watanabe would go this far. Izuku gelled his hand up, his smile had fallen as the camera had left his face. I'll get Aizawa to call you guys later. I understand that this wasn't your fault, but please try to pick better presenters in the future. Izuku got out of his seat and bowed to Yuma. It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Yuma. I'd love to work with you in the future. Likewise, Mr. Midoriya. The presenter nodded his head. With that, Izuku spun on his heels and beelined for the exit. Aizawa followed behind, hoping the kid didn't punch the wall on his way out. To be honest, Aizawa didn't need to worry about Izuku punching a wall. Mostly because he began to take his anger out on the escort car as soon as they got close enough. Izuku gave the frame a kick, denting the car's body. Aizawa was tempted to interfere when the kid began smashing the windows, but any cuts he sustained would vanish after he got them. That beach. What if beach? Who the f does she think she is? I've never wanted to hit someone so much. She just kept running her mouth like a beggar in Vegas. Whatever being a beggar in Vegas meant, Aizawa didn't know. The driver didn't bother intervening either. He probably didn't get paid enough to be on Izuku's sheet list. Izuku stepped back from the car, breath still heavy from the beating. He pulled his hair back onto a full ponytail and sat down by the shattered glass. Admittedly, Aizawa didn't know what to do. He'd never had one of his students wreck a car. You know I'm going to tell Hound Dog about that? Right. That's fine. I'm sure I'm a test subject for his weird relaxing techniques. I'll have to let him know that this one had done better than the last. Aizawa just shook his head with a lazy grin. Midoriya was a natural when it came to deflecting the conversation. The car arrived at Udata just after 2. Aizawa went to talk to Nizu and start on inevitable paperwork while Izuku went to sit in the teacher living area with Namuri. Did you know it was possible to gain 30 million followers in just under a week? Izuku lifted his head from his phone. Who would have thought? Me and you both know it's because of shitstorm you've created in the media. I weep for your future manager. You're not the first person to say that actually. Besides, they just have to manage my schedule. Hell will freeze over before I give up access to my social medias. Figures. Did you see what Hawks tweeted the other day? The pair fell into mindless chatter, mostly about how Hawks had been trying to chat up Endeavor through horrific pickup lines on Twitter. Don't leave me, Mirio, Izuku complained from his bed. I'm gonna be lonely. Izuku hung his head off the bed just to give his performance that little push of dramatism. Apparently Mirio wasn't that much into drama because he just kept packing his summer homework into his. But I gotta leave, Izuku. I don't live on campus anyway. I'm sure I can come see you at some point, and it's only 2 weeks. Mirio picked his bag up and threw it over his shoulder. Izuku gave a pathetic cry. You're being a drama queen. Izuku just gave a disappointed groan from the bed. I'll see you later, Izuku. Try not to cause a scandal. Izuku sat up from the bed and gave Mirio a disappointed look. You're leaving me with nothing fun to do. He fell back onto his bed. Mirio just laughed as he left. The school year had ended and all of the dorm students were leaving to go home for the 2-week holiday. To spend with their family. Izuku wasn't jealous or anything. The teachers would come here on rotation to stay with him. And he still have his lessons with Midnight and Zawa to keep him busy in the evening. If worst comes to worst, Izuku could always spend time with Nizu. The principal stayed at UA over the summer to finish paperwork. So Izuku wouldn't be totally alone. Denki said he'd come visit, and Zawa said he could go back to his apartment for a few days if he wanted. Supervised, obviously. He'd get a sort of summer, unlike others who got a summer holiday. Izuku wasn't jealous though. Not wanting to be left alone in his room, Izuku left to find something to do. All students had left, taking their belongings and in some cases, their graduation certificates. Acceptance letters had been sent out last week and new students would be walking the halls at the beginning of April. Dorm students had gone home or to a guardian so that their rooms could be cleaned and repaired. Any accessibility items would be taken out of third-year rooms so that the first years could have their own implemented. Izuku's room would remain untouched. He'd been given the offer to move or have the deep clean, but he'd rejected it, not wanting anyone to snoop around in his space. "Yo, Midoriya," Mike called from outside the lunchroom. He looked as if he was about to walk through the double doors. "You joining us for the end-of-year meeting?" "Meeting?" Izuku repeated back. The only meetings he'd had recently were the ones with Nizu and Hound Dog to try and help with his temper. Izuku thinks they're working. So does Hound Dog. Yeah, it's normally just a yearly recap and anything we need for next year's intake. Oh, a staff meeting. It would make sense. He'd heard his old middle school teachers talking about how horrid they were. Wanting to see what the fuss was, Izuku decided it could be a good chance to see the workings of the school. Sure, why not? Mike held the door open for Izuku and followed him in. All of the school faculty were sitting at the dinner tables, waiting for Nizu to start the meeting. Midnight, Zawa and a couple other teachers were sitting along one of the long rectangular tables that seated around 20. Clearly he looked somewhat overwhelmed because Mike put his hand on Izuku's back and guided him to sit next to Zawa and a teacher called Jiken Nao. Mr. Nao was a calm man. No wonder Zawa tolerated his company so much. "What's the runt doing here?" Midnight asked Mike as he took a seat opposite Izuku and next to Midnight. He looked a little bored, so I asked if he wanted to join. Mike shrugged. Can't hurt him to learn about the school system. Nizu climbed onto one of the tables, gaining the faculty's attention, conversations reducing from whispers to nothing rather fast. "I would love to start this final meeting of the year with a massive congratulations. You have all truly outdone yourselves this year." A round of applause came from the faculty. Yes, a wonderful year from all. With only 2 major incidents and 5 expulsions, not including Aizawa-sama's class. A few laughs came from around Izuku's table. Now, the meeting will proceed as follows. Exam results, for all departments, behavioral analysis, funding, alumni, incidents and reports and any investigations that need to be followed through next year's student body. And lastly, staff questions. If anything else needs addressing, please write it down and ask during the staff questions. Lunch Rush has graciously prepared food for us all. Feel free to dine whenever you please. The rat seemed more relaxed, almost as if the weight of keeping students safe had been lifted from his shoulders as soon as the last student left the building. "Ito, if you would please begin the exam reports." Nizu motioned for a slightly older man to stand up, a stack of papers in front of him. Who knew reports would reflect on a school so much? As the meeting started, Izuku saw Aizawa close his eyes, head resting on his hand. Izuku knew that the man wasn't actually asleep, only dozing. Izuku looked around, noticing that none of the other teachers were bothered by the action. Izuku followed his example. Instead, crossing his arms on the table and resting his head on top. Not long after he closed his eyes, he felt a hand on his back. However, it wasn't trying to wake him. The opposite apparently, because it began rubbing circles in a rather calming motion. Feeling the pull of sleep begin to grab at him, Izuku soon fell asleep. Aizawa knew that Izuku wouldn't be able to resist falling asleep. As soon as he lowered his head, the kid was doomed to nod off. Aizawa didn't know what possessed him to do it, but he began rubbing soft circles into the kid's back, unknowingly speeding up the process for the kid to fall asleep. Not even 5 minutes into Ito's report, Zuku's constant heavy breaths could be heard around the table. Some staff were cooing over how peaceful the kid looked, his shoulders relaxed and brows not tensed. He actually looked 14 for once. Still paying attention to the report, Zawa removed his hand to write down a few notes to raise later, seeing that most of his colleagues are doing the same. Before he finished writing the query, Izuku had a pained expression on his face and was starting to get restless. Not knowing what to do, Aizawa was rubbing the kid's back again. The small cries subsided and the kid went back to sleeping peacefully, like he hadn't just started to have a nightmare. Aizawa caught a hound dog's eye from across the room. The man had pity in his eyes and furrowed brows, clearly having caught the kid's distress. Looking around, quite a bit of the faculty had seen Zuku's unease. After half an hour, Aizawa's arm was starting to get tired. The man paused the motion but kept his arm on the kid's back, closely watching for any sign of unease. Not seeing any, Zawa removed his hand again. Not even 5 seconds later, the kid let out a strangled yell. Aizawa immediately put his hand back on the kid's back. Do you recon this happens most nights? Nemuri asked from where she was sitting. It would explain the eye bags and how often he ends up falling asleep on Mirio. His husband said from the other side of the table. Aizawa tentatively removed his hand again, putting it back when the kid's brow began to furrow. How on earth are we supposed to help the kid with this? We leave it to Hound Dog. He's been watching Izuku since he fell asleep. Just leave it to him and we'll do what we can to help. Aizawa said and went back to paying attention to Ito. Izuku woke up later quite comfortably on one of the sofas in the teacher's lounge. Distinctly not where he fell asleep. We're not going to Croatia, we both know you'll just complain about the weather. Whatever he was leaning on huffed, a voice rattled by his ear, but you said you've always wanted to go. This is as much your holiday as it is mine, and I don't want you to be miserable the whole time. The person Izuku realized was Yamada, was speaking in his calm voice. We still have a while to book it, we'll think of something. Yamada gave, who Izuku could only guess is Aizawa, a kiss. The door closing brought Izuku to full consciousness. Izuku looked up at Aizawa, the hero rubbing his dry eyes. As if he felt Izuku's eyes in him, he probably did. He looked down, raising an eyebrow. Managed to sleep well. Izuku let out a vague noise of confirmation and closed his eyes again, trying to hold onto the last threads of peaceful sleep. Would you rather go to your room? I'm sure your bed is more comfortable. Pass, I don't manage to sleep for a full hour in that bed. Apparently his filter didn't exist after waking up. Brilliant. Catching on to what he had just said, Izuku opened his eyes and shuffled to the other side of the sofa. When did I get here? When did the meeting finish? Have I been sleeping on you the whole time? Izuku buried his head in his hands at that last question. His ears turning pink. You fell asleep halfway into the meeting. When it ended I carried you here with Zashi and Nemuri so we could finish off class plans. And you refused to let me go once I tried to put you down. Mortification ran through Izuku's veins. Sorry Zawa, I didn't mean to. I guess sleep just caught up to me. Izuku looked up through his fringe to see the pros smiling at him. Please take the sheet-eating grin off of your face, it's damaging my ego. Zawa schooled his face. I don't know what you're talking about. However, it is nice to hear you admit to having problems falling asleep. Is your bed uncomfortable or something? Izuku groaned at the way the conversation was going. He'd rather deal with falling asleep on Zawa again than talk about his sleeping habits. It's fine, I end up sleeping in Mirio or something whilst he's doing homework later anyway. It's nothing horrific. I disagree. You being a ward at UA places you in our responsibility, meaning your accommodations need to be met. And if sleep is something you're struggling with, it needs to be addressed. Great, they were talking about this. It's not like the beds are uncomfortable, they're super comfortable. I just can't sleep. That sounded promising. I'll talk to Hound Dog about it on Thursday. Izuku basically forced out, trying to convey that this was a him problem and not that the beds were uncomfortable. Aizawa thought about it for a moment and began nodding his head. All right, I'll leave you to bring it up to him. Izuku let out a breath of relief. Whilst you're here, me and Hizashi are going to be here for 5 days. The weekend will only be you and Nizu, Lord save us. Then Nemuri will be in Monday to Friday. Hound Dog has said he'd be in on Thursday for your mandated session. Sound good to you? Yeah, sounds good. Izuku was fiddling with one of his earrings, trying not to seem too pleased about not being left alone. And if you wanted to go back to your place for a few days, I'm sure Nemuri wouldn't mind going. Izuku was finding this whole subtle thing really difficult. Cool. Aizawa nodded, letting the room fill with silence. And if you were desperate, I'm sure that blonde kid could come round. I know you know his name. Aizawa just gave Izuku a sheet-eating grin. Izuku finds himself wandering to the common room, surprisingly lonely now that there aren't people around 24, especially more so in the evening where he'd usually be able to find people to sit with. He finds Aizawa typing away on a laptop, slightly like an old man. What are you up to? Zawa just kept typing away on his computer. He moves to lean on the sofa near the pro. Can Denki come over Wednesday? Zuka just got a semi-confirming grumble. We were going to split a joint. He tried, only getting a vaguely interested mumble. Then leave the school grounds. Zawa's head snapped up and Izuku sighed. Repeat that for me? Aizawa said in a rather menacing tone. Finally. I wanted to ask if Denki can come over tomorrow. You didn't respond when I asked the first time. Aizawa gave Izuku a long look, most likely thinking through everything in the world that would go wrong if his friend came over. Yes, he can. But we're out tomorrow and Wednesday, so it'll have to be after that, and no leaving UA. Not budging on that. Izuku gave Aizawa a mock salute, falling backwards onto the sofa next to the pro, who had gone back to typing. What's got you using a computer? Zawa turned and gave Izuku another assessing look, apparently seeing what he wanted. It's for one of the applicants I saw on the hero exam. We're allowed to give one by, and it's going to be him this year. He motioned to a purple-headed guy with the same sleep-deprived look as Aizawa. Like, every teacher gets one or the staff gets one? Izuku asks. Staff. Zawa responded, still tapping away. How do you know he'll get picked? Aizawa paused in his typing. Looking back at Izuku, I can be very persuasive. Not wanting to find out, Izuku just nodded long enough that Aizawa went back to writing. Izuku quickly typed a message to Denki that he can come round on Wednesday. Aizawa felt a small weight fall on him not long after Izuku had put something on the TV. The kid's sleeping problems came to the forefront of his mind. Was it that he only ever slept because he basically fainted? Doesn't sound right. The kid was optionally sleeping on Mirio. So it wasn't that he wasn't sleeping. Aizawa knew that he'd have to have a conversation with the kid about it at some point this holiday. Aizawa knows the toll that a lack of sleep can take. Around an hour later, Hisashi walked in on the two. Since the kid had fallen asleep, he'd managed to worm his way further into Aizawa's space, ending up nestled into his side under a blanket Aizawa had put over him. Look at you, Shota. Who knew you were such a family man? Aizawa looked up from the computer to see his husband taking a photo of the pair. That better not end up online. His husband gave him a knowing look. I'll crop your face out of it, don't worry. Hisashi came and sat on the sofa's armrest. Not what I meant. Aizawa gave his husband a half-hearted glare, truly not bothered as long as his face wasn't online. It's slightly weird seeing him so calm, hard to remember he's only 14, he has so much animosity for the world at such a young age. Aizawa gives an agreeable hum, knowing how true that statement is. At least he's not having a nightmare though. Quite an unfortunate occurrence for the kid. Hisashi got off of the armrest and made his way to the sink to fill up the kettle. I was thinking about that earlier. He seems to fall asleep on Mirio easily, but when it comes to sleeping by himself, it's seemingly impossible for his brain to quiet down enough for him to get proper rest. Hound Dog confirmed that he'd speak to Izuku about it on Thursday. We've just got to hope that something productive will come of it. Aizawa brushed a piece of hair out of the kid's face and turned back to his computer. Hisashi continued to make his tea. The blonde man idly wondering if this is what having a kid with Aizawa would be like, returning home to see him curled up with their kid fast asleep. But that's a thought and totally heavy conversation for another day. Izuku woke from the daylight falling into the room. Considering it had only been 7 o'clock when he decided to try and take a nap, it seems he definitely didn't have a nap. He pushed up onto his hands and saw Zawa asleep next to him, his arm flung around Izuku's shoulders. Having felt Izuku pulling away, the pro unconsciously pulled Izuku back in, unexpecting the force. He fell back into the pro. Izuku felt his face heat and turned into the embrace as Aizawa grew slightly conscious. What? Tea time? Clearly he wasn't a morning person. I dunno, just woke up. Izuku mumbled into the blanket, his face still warm with embarrassment. The pro gave a grumble of what Izuku assumed was acknowledgement and let his head fall back. 5 more min. And promptly fell back asleep. Still in a state of slight disbelief, Izuku chanced a look at the pro. Yep, he'd definitely gone back to sleep. Taking it as an okay, Izuku curled further into Aizawa's side and let the man's breathing steer him back into unconsciousness. Sometime later Izuku woke up, but he was face down on the sofa this time. He heard noise from outside the doorway. I said you can't go in there all night. A mumble followed. I don't care, I said you can't. Now scram. Another mumble and Aizawa opened the door to the staff room again. You're awake, I got breakfast from the canteen. Sausage butty. Aizawa gave Izuku the plate after he'd sat up. We have to go to Oboro later to get a suit for the gala. I was thinking we leave at 11 and grab lunch on our way home. There's a deli that serves good sandwiches over that part of town. Aizawa took a sip of coffee he had brought with him from the canteen. Izuku nodded and took another bite of his breakfast. Will Yamada be coming? No, he has to sort out his class schedule with some of the other teachers. He's sad he can't make it though. Izuku gave a hum and continued to eat. Clearly Aizawa wasn't going to bring up the sleeping, so Izuku was more than willing to let it go unmentioned. After finishing his breakfast, Izuku excused himself from the teacher's room with the excuse of getting ready for the day. He grabbed a shower, brushed his teeth and put on a pair of shorts and jumper. He watered his plants and sent a photo of them to the group chat. Exploding had been helping with finding ways to revive his plants. Obviously the regime that she had given Izuku was exceeding what they all thought would happen. The plants had grown massive since he'd begun following her instructions. Mossball. Look how big they've gotten. I don't have a bathroom anymore. It's turned into a greenhouse. Currently exploding. OMG, I'm so happy our babies are growing. I need measurements ASAP. Plants, they're plants. Currently exploding. Babies. Mossball. I'll send them over this evening. I need to get fitted for another suit. Demon, you're growing a quick collection. Currently exploding. Not as quick as our babies are growing. Knowing that the two would keep going back and forth, Izuku tucked his phone back into his pocket and went down to find something to do. He ended up sitting with Lunch Rush whilst the chef started prepping for dinner. There were around 10 people who were still in the school, but Lunch Rush still wanted to cook dinner for everyone. The two shared a conversation until Aizawa messaged him to get ready to leave. The car would be ready to leave in 10 minutes. Bidding the cook farewell, Izuku made his way to the back of the building. Aizawa was waiting on his phone. He looked up at Izuku's approach. That was quick. I didn't really have anything to get before we left. Aizawa grumbled and pocketed his phone as the car rolled around. The pair got into the car and the car pulled out of UA and began on its way to the shopping district. Aizawa and Izuku got out of the car outside of the tailor's so that it wouldn't be much of a walk in public to reach the shop. Aizawa ushered him into the shop. No one noticed his face on the street. Shirakumo twirled immediately at the sound of his door chiming, a smile falling on his face as he caught sight of the pair. You made it, he cheered and walked over to the pair. He gave Izuku a brief handshake before pulling Aizawa into a very much one-sided hug. The tailor let go of his friend and turned to face Izuku. You're here for the hero gala, yes? Izuku solemnly nodded his head. Well, aren't you enthusiastic? Shirakumo joked and moved further into the shop, pulling Izuku along with him as Aizawa sat down on one of the plush seats. Is there any color you're looking for? Any style? Izuku looked around the room. Probably white, green, and black. They're the colors for my hero costume. It seems fitting. Shirakumo nods and leaves Izuku by the fitting rooms, grabbing certain articles of clothing as he walks around the clothes. He comes back with a few suits that Izuku rejects straight off the bat. No offense but hard pass. Shirakumo laughs and hands Izuku a white suit jacket, black slacks and a shirt to try on. Izuku grabs the clothing items and pulls the curtain closed as he goes. The pieces are all in his size, maybe some hemming and taking in on the suit jacket to be done. He comes out and finds Shirakumo chatting animatedly with a bored-looking Aizawa, the pair looking over at him with his approach. Not too shabby, kid, Aizawa says from his seat. Izuku looks down at himself. It's all right, I guess. Shirakumo comes over to him with a green silk tie in hand. I have to wear a tie? Izuku looks over to a nodding Aizawa. It's mandatory for the dress code. The pro says sullenly. Izuku lets Shirakumo tie it around his neck. Looking in the mirror, Izuku would have to agree that it does tie the whole look together. It feels like it's choking me, he complains, pulling on it a little only to have Shirakumo smack his hands away and tighten it again. Dashing. Shirakumo nods from in front of him. I reckon I'll take the sides in for the jacket and shirt, maybe hem the trousers up higher. He pulls the trouser legs up slightly, nodding after he's done so. Yes, they need to go up an inch or two. He pulls out a pin box and begins pinning the cloth, doing the same for the jacket and shirt. Once finished, he allows Izuku to go and changed, telling him to not knock the pins loose as he does so. Izuku changed out and handed the pinned clothes over to Shirakumo, moving to stand next to Aizawa before saying goodbye and leaving the shop. Car already pulled around, Izuku slipped into the back and scooched over to let Aizawa in. Izuku picks up his tie from the box, his suit having been dropped off earlier that day, alterations made. The jacket and shirt now fitting him snugly, slacks sitting just above his shoes. Tie in hand, he walks to the common room to get Aizawa to do it for him. Said pro was currently getting his hair fussed over by Kiyama. Izuku finds himself unable to escape the pro's notice, Yamada slinging an arm around his shoulders and pulling him into the room, plopping him on the sofa for Kiyama to deal with after Aizawa. Will there be food? Izuku asks from his seat, watching with mirth as Aizawa grits his teeth at getting his hair done. Kiyama does it in a similar style to Yamada, a half-up half-down thing that looks nice. Yeah, there's a 3-course meal served. You're on a table with us, Nezu and Shizenji. Zawa grunts. All done. Midoriya, get your butt over here. Aizawa practically jumps out of his seat and takes Izuku's once he's sulked over to where Aizawa was sitting, in front of Kiyama. The pro does a similar style to Zawa and Yamada, half-up bun, a few wispy bits to shape and stylize, Kiyama says at least. Recovery girl comes in just after Izuku has had his hair done, in a dress and cardigan. Don't you look dapper, dear? Izuku flushes slightly and moves over to get Aizawa to do his tie. Avoiding eye contact as the silk gets tied in a double Windsor around his neck. All done. Zawa says and places a hand on his head after he's done. If you need anything at all this evening, just tell me. Even if it's just for 5 minutes of peace by the toilets. Izuku nods and looks away, watching the other 3 chat enthusiastically. Will there be lots of people? Zawa considers him before looking over to his colleagues as well, around 350 people. It includes some people who work in the field as well as retired heroes. Izuku nods. I'll be next to you the whole way past the paparazzi and in the main hall. Don't stress. Zawa pats his head as he walks off and grabs his mask, keys, phone, and wallet. Are we ready to leave? He asks the room, getting a round of yes in return. The file out of the room and out to the SUV around the front, Nezda chatting to the driver, himself in a maroon 3-piece suit. Let's get this show on the road, he chirps, sliding into the passenger seat, the rest of them filing in, Zawa locking up and being the last one in, sliding in next to his husband and silently taking his hand. Who's ready for the gala? The red carpet has started and our heroes are soon to join us. Stay tuned for live updates and photos. #HeroGala under 6:30. 20:04 p.m., March 23rd XX 30, Twitter for phone.